Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Cup, part of the WardiTV 2026 series.
25 championship, it's championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford.
It never does the sound like it's meant to. I just don't get it.
Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 championship, it's championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just gonna be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Riddle gonna dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's gonna refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's gonna be on the way already. We're gonna get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance. And we are going to be having the WardiTV 2026 series really off to a bang because we've got the Winter Cup playoffs today, and this Winter Cup is going to start qualifying players into the Winter Championship, a $5,000 event that starts as soon as not next week, but the week after. We will have qualifiers coming up this weekend though, so that's going to be very exciting as well. So yeah, we got a lot going on. We'll be talking more about the 2026 series and the Winter Championship as the day goes on. So, yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. I think Rex has just logged in to maybe join us here as well. Said he's online. But yeah, we'll be talking a lot about 2026 series as well. Give me 1 second to see if Rex is. Yeah, Rex is coming. Sweet. So, yeah, how are we doing, guys? Hello, welcome to the WardiTV Winter Cup playoffs today. So obviously today we're going to go through the entirety of the Winter Cup playoffs. The schedule wasn't on Wikipedia beforehand. It is now, but I'll just quickly talk you guys through the bracket as we get ready to go in. Because we are pretty much ready to go in. So let's just talk you guys through the bracket quickly in the exact order of things for today. Just close a couple things from my screen. And actually take you guys to the page I was on. There we go. So we're going to start off in the upper quarterfinal matches, which is going to begin with MaxPax versus Yakov. That's going to be a best of 3. All of the round of 8 will be best of 3. And then we move into herO versus ByuN. After that, we go semi-finals. That will be best of 5. And then we drop down to Classic SHIN, Create a Cure. The winner of that plays the best of 5 semis as well. And then the grand final will also be best of 5. Top 4 qualify to the WardiTV Winter Championship. They will start, are you guys ready for this? They will start in the playoffs of the WardiTV Winter Championship. I was dead serious when I said tournaments were going to link together this year, and they will. If you get top 4 today in the WardiTV Winter Cup, you will be guaranteed a playoff spot. You do not have to play the group stages of the competition in the Winter Championship, which is going to be a $5,000 event. So you just get to bypass straight through over there. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, absolutely, of course it is. As we kick off, oh my god, StarCraft time. In the bottom left, we have absolutely nobody. In the top left, we actually have a blue Protoss player that goes by the name of Mr. MaxPax for game number 1 of this best of 3. And like I say, it is best of 3 round of 8s here, and hence best of 3 qualifying matches into the Winter Championship. I would have maybe liked to have these best of 5, but I think that would have had to go across 2 days. And quite frankly, we did not have 2 days in the schedule. Well, we probably did. When I originally scheduled this, we didn't. But then I moved the day. Now we probably do have 2 days to do this, but too late. We already set a single day for it. So we're just going to go with this. Look, I'm not trying to say everything's perfect over here, but... Alright, there is some logic to it, though. There is some logic to it all. As we have MaxPax in the upper left-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner, the red Zerg player is going to be young Yakov, who we've absolutely loved watching lately. I loved watching him in the group stage of this event. You guys might not remember it because it was all the way back on January the 14th. But he came across over Shameless and Gumiho in his group to qualify in. And he did get second place, hence the matchup against MaxPax. But yeah, we'll get into this and see what's going to happen as we get ready to rumble in the next few moments. Get all this action up, ready to go, and get ready to kick this off. As yeah, we're ready. We're kicking this off. Action is beginning. We've got Indy in here, so I can even steal his camera, so you guys don't have to watch me do the ugly observing. You guys can watch the beautiful cam of Indy throughout the day. Then we can go from there. How are you guys all doing? How's everyone feeling today? Thanks for joining us early. Obviously, plenty of StarCraft 2 to get through today. 7 series in total with 4 best of 3s and 3 best of 5s coming through. It's going to be a pretty darn good one if you ask me. And yeah, just a little heads up for over the weekend, just in case anyone's interested, that tomorrow we have obviously the solo show matches. So he's going to run 4 best of 5s for us. Those are going to be happening tomorrow. We'll mention exactly who later, but it is like ByuN versus Laser, Gumiho versus Creator, Yakov versus Shameless, and Bunny versus SHIN. So that's actually a pretty fun mix of matchups. They will be happening tomorrow. Saturday is the Rongi Cup final, but I've got plans with the wifey, so I'm probably not going to be here on Saturday. I might go live later on Saturday. I haven't really figured out what life's going to bring us that day yet. So that's the thing, but probably not live Saturday. But then Sunday, we're going to have the first Winter Championship qualifier. You might be like, well, Wardy, there's no news about the Winter Championship yet. I know. Trust me, it's coming. And then Monday will be Mondays, and that'll be it for me. Then I'm going to take a full week break. I'm going off for a couple of days with the wife, and then I'm going to a Pokemon event for the rest of the week, and that's going to be my final commitment away from StarCraft for a while, apart from another couple of days later in February. But that's my last longer commitment away, because obviously we've had a bit of a longer commitment away for Home Story Cup and stuff, so yeah, just a little bit of a slower week basically next week, but then we'll be right back on track with Winter Championship starting off later in February. WardiTV Team League Season 10. A lot of people have been excited about this. I talked to a bunch of players about what they want at Home Story Cup. So we are working out the final details for WardiTV Team League Season 10, which is going to be awesome. We've not done a Team League in 6 years. So that's going to be making its return as well at the end of February, probably start of March to begin the matches, but information will be out later in February. And yeah, it's just all a go, guys. We just got a lot going on. We've got a lot going on. I'm just not streaming next week. is the TLDR of it all. So that's what's happening. I've got a new audio interface to set up so that my microphone sounds even better as well. That's probably also going to be a next week thing. You guys are probably like, okay, Wardy, cool. You're really telling us your life story here and we don't need to hear it, but you know, sometimes you get my full life story. I'm sorry. Oracle, dive into the mineral line. Honestly, pretty good defense from Yakov so far, apart from the fact he lost the 13 lings. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say maybe the 13 lings going down was not super pretty. But I like the fact he's not lost a bunch of drones. Saving grace, question mark? Maybe, possibly, yeah. Yeah, obviously, that amount of lings being lost is not great, especially as we're going to go Nidus here. So we're going to get aggressive with the Nidus, but you're doing this off the back of the fact that you've just lost a bunch of lings already. Every ling you lose, if you're going to end up being aggressive, is obviously going to end up being, you know, typically very useful. So don't know if I really love this situation for Yakov right now, but we'll see. I mean, he's down on supply, but he's obviously up in army supply. It's the drones he's lacking in. MaxPax is building a single battery. Oracle's going to get through to the main base. Can they actually scout the Nidus network in the main? They see the lair, they see the Nidus, so he knows now. However, is anything in position? I mean, I think the Nidus is going to go up. We've got a few lings poking at the front. He's going to force defense on the natural. I don't even hate the defense being on the natural, though, because overall, that's going to keep you in an okay position. Here come the queens. They can set up the attack in the main base. There is going to be a battery coming in further back here. It's going to start with a pylon that would put MaxPax close to being supply blocked, so it's not a bad pylon, though. A new one just finished as well, so it's not going to affect too much just yet. Another Nidus in the natural. You see the few lings just getting forward and jumping onto a Stalker there. The Oracle here is going to do a lot. We do kill one Stalker. That Nidus will come up. But are we going to jump all these queens down to the low ground? That cannon finishing in the main base is going to be a pretty huge factor, as we do see the lings continuing to come through and able to put some pressure on, going straight through for those probes in the main. But you got to do a lot of damage here, and I am a little concerned that we're not maybe having enough for Yakov, but we're not at that point of complete concern just yet. +1 and Blink going to be done soon. I mean, Blink especially going to keep these Stalkers alive a lot more comfortably. These Oracles could do with an energy recharge, and they get one, as we are going to keep on fighting here. No battery in reach, so this means that these lings are continuing to trade extremely well. Like I say, Blink is about to finish, and Blink really is the kind of the be-all and end-all here, because it is going to give you so much more kind of tradability with these Stalkers. It's going to be so much tougher to get kills at this point, but I love the Cybercore targeting, because now we can get rid of any future Stalker production. Lings are going to slow load back into the night as it gets killed. Good targeting by MaxPax. recognizing the fact that this was obviously going to be an attempt to get away. And we're going to go back in the main where we will target down a Stargate. MaxPax is not out of the woods just yet. He is still stuck. As Yakov going to relocate around. This is the biggest problem with the Nidus, is that with Lings, it takes so long to put Lings into the Nidus. The Queen should almost go in first, but that's very awkward to micro. But now going to jump out, try and come to the third base. That's a good walled-off area, though. I don't think we can do anything here with Lings. We will turn towards the natural, but then this Nidus goes down. I think there's almost just a little bit too much jumping around the bases from Yakov to really make it work, just because it's Lings and they take so long to jump into the Nidus, jump out of the Nidus, and so on and so forth. It's not like roaches, where you can just be like, roaches! They jump in, they jump out, and they just move around so much more convincingly. I feel like using the Nidus to transport these Lings around, great idea, very cool stuff. I just don't think it's worked. We've seen multiple times, like, the Queen's getting caught, and so MaxPax now comes out of this in a defensive position, or in a defensive win, with 34 army supply to the 18. He's rocking, what, a 7-worker deficit? But yeah, he's definitely looking to be kind of on track army supply-wise, so looking very good there. As the +2 attack and that charge still coming in for him, so he's just going to improve from this point. I mean, Yakov is on... He's building Hydras. To be fair, Yakov was on like a pretty okay position for a lot of this. I just don't think he has the army supply to survive right now, and that's unfortunately going to end up being very costly, because one of the most important things of surviving in StarCraft 2 is not dying. Okay, this is words of wisdom from me. One of the most... words of wisdom. The most important thing about surviving is not dying. And yet, what has Yakov done? He has died, and hence has not survived. You know what? Some people may ask, Wardy, how did you not become a StarCraft 2 world champion with wisdom like this? I just couldn't execute on the knowledge, you know? I had the info. It was right there. I just didn't have the execution in the end, but... You know, if I could have acted on this, if I just had, you know, never died, we would have survived. Alrighty, we're going to get to game 2 here in just a second, as MaxPax was hosting for us, so we'll get to this second game very shortly. Obviously, there is potential for some of these best-of-3s, especially to be rather speedy today, guys. It's always the risk of a best-of-3, but, like I say, it's also 7 series in a day, and, like I say, you kind of... 4 best-of-3s and 3 best-of-5s seems like a very reasonable amount of StarCraft 2. It's then when you're like, well, what if we made it all best-of-5? 7 best-of-5s is a crazy amount of SC2, you know? So, yeah. It's one of those things we got to try figure out and, you know, try and know what's best and all of this and that. Anyway, we are ready to resume as the ready-ups are being called, and we're going to get ready to kick straight into this, guys. Into game number 2 of our best of 3. MaxPax a map away from being our first player qualified into the WardiTV Winter Championship. And of course, not just that Winter Championship, but also the playoffs of the Winter Championship, because this year, WardiTV events matter. Playing in previous events will benefit you. Similar to how our 2025 Championship had, you know, players seeded into the seeding matches, right? The top players who won events throughout the year got the seeding matches, and hence they got to start deeper in the bracket. It's kind of similar. We're just extending that through to our other championship events as the year goes by, just to promote playing in the smaller events, because the smaller events are very important to us. And if you are a top-level player and you don't want to play the smaller events, and you just want to play the bigger stuff, that's absolutely fine. But when it comes to playing in the bigger stuff, you will have to play through a group stage, which, yeah, you're probably likely to get through, but you could already be in the playoffs, right? So the TLDR is like you play maybe 2 days of the Winter Cup, a group in a playoff match, and you could start off in the, you know, playoffs already, and so those 2 days of the Winter Cup plus some extra money then turn into kind of one skip day in the Winter Championship. So the idea is we're just trying to make it a system where you benefit from playing in pretty much everything, no matter what level you're at. And if the bigger players want to skip out in the smaller events, that's absolutely fine. They can go through the group stages and so on and so forth, and stuff like that. I'm making this spiel because Cyril's in the chat. No, I'm just explaining the system. I'm just explaining how we've got things set up this year. I kind of like it. It feels almost circuity. Now, I don't have the prize money to put in to make a true circuit, but it does feel almost circuity, and you know, that's fun. You know, I've been making tournaments for years. To have something that does feel like a circuit and like a full year-long championship is super exciting. I actually don't know what I was about to say, so never mind. Yeah, full of wisdom today, really am. Like I say, we will have a proper video just talking about the 2026 series. Like, I mean, we've mentioned most of it, like the events we plan to run and stuff, but we'll have a consolidated video for it soon. I just got a PayPal message this morning. It was like, you got your Patreon payment. I was like, oh, lovely. I was like, oh my god. It is crazy what we are getting through on Patreon right now. Patreon's up at like 13. I think my Patreon payment came through as $1,380, which is just bonkers. To put it in perspective, this time last year, my Patreon payment was like $400. So we're literally tripling the foundation prize pool of events this year. You know, we're going from basically having $400 a month guaranteed to put into events to like $1,300, which is just such a crazy addition. And obviously, we're going to keep on pushing that. We're going to keep on trying to grow that. I really have a goal of like 2,000. I don't know if we can actually push the Patreon up to 2,000. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? All it takes is a couple of very supportive guys, and we get a lot of the way there very quickly. If we can convince everyone watching just to take a few dollars and put it into the Patreon, man, just the extra StarCraft we can do. For reference, over the course of the year, right now, from Patreon, we're looking at like, you know, about $18,000 for tournament prize pool, and I do a lot of stuff that puts prize money into tournaments from my own pockets, from other things like sponsors and whatever else, and ad revenue and stuff, you know? So, the fact that the Patreon, which is designated specifically for prize money, is going to put in like $18,000 this year compared to last year where I put in like $6,000 or something. Like, there's such a crazy possibility of what we can do, basically. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty sick. I'm very much so looking forward to kind of diving through and enjoying and watching and seeing everything that goes on. Should be a good time. Just going to jump on Rex's cam here as we lost Indy. Indy, no! Of all the people that disconnect, I really feel like Indy should be banned from disconnecting. We kind of need this guy to... we kind of need this guy to observe our games, man. Like... yeah, he's really picking up the Emil flag of the Polish internet. I love, by the way, that... freaking... I love that, by the way. Like, every time someone DCs at home circle, people in the chat are still like, Emil! This is such an old meme at this point. Emil moved on. Like, he moved to Twitch, he moved to the UK from Poland years ago. I don't even know what he's doing right now. I think he doesn't even work at Twitch anymore. But, it's super crazy that he's still such a huge part of the StarCraft 2 scene. As he should be. He casted everything for years upon years in the early days. And not just the early days, like, in the later stages of the early days too, to be fair. Anyways, just gonna see the Oracle gonna be there. A few things get turned around the other way. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Rotron and a few Overlords coming about. Hatchery in production. Not much going on early on this one. 4 minutes deep on Ruby Rock, and things really are looking pretty darn regular just to start out with. No, I mean, they're not really screaming or shouting about anything at the moment because they ain't much to scream or shout about. I guess Ling Roach on the way from Yakov is maybe a bit of a sign of aggression because he's only on 33 drones. So maybe I should be screaming and shouting about a little bit of something here, that being the Ling Roach army that is very much so actually on its way to try and come and kill somebody. So we have the couple of queens going to activate onto the Oracles. That will be some damage dealt there. Oracle will take a few hits. I mean, we're going to have to send this. There's not really much hiding it anymore. The Oracle's going to get the scout. Yakov clearly came into this series saying, I'm going to have to come in and be aggressive. I'm going to have to come in and be feisty. I'm not going to come in and play a boring series where I'm just going to let MaxPax kind of do the Blink Stalker build and kill my 4th base and just walk all over me. So, yeah. Oracle's activating. A couple of Lings getting chased away. We do have gateways, batteries, cannon, the Oracle coming up. The Blink is building too. Let's see how this defense goes. Right now, this is truly Oracles, 2 Adepts, and 2 Stalkers, which does not feel like a lot. We are close to finishing some stack defense here. If this pylon goes down, that would be massive. Depowers everything, and MaxPax obviously activates a second Oracle here, and he's going to have a third showing up. This is not a Queen Walk, so you don't have any way to damage the Oracles or to slow them down or shut them down. And that Oracle damage really feels like it's just doing too much at the moment. GG Yakov. MaxPax is going to go to the semifinals, and MaxPax is going to go to the WardiTV Winter Championship playoffs as well. A little bit of an underwhelming first series. I mean, Yakov did great to make it to the playoffs. I mean, to put it in perspective, Yakov, Shameless, and Gumiho were tied at 1 and 2 to advance out of Group C. So, Yakov, I think, out of everyone, was probably one of the bigger underdogs in this tournament, drawn into MaxPax. I actually think if Yakov... I mean, when you look at who Yakov could have drawn into, he's either going to play MaxPax, Classic, or herO. So I guess there wasn't really a better draw from Yakov. But, yeah, MaxPax... I feel like Yakov against Classic or herO might have had some potential. Those guys are a little bit more freestyle and a little bit more loose, and maybe early game they could be punished a bit more. I think MaxPax is such a solid player. he definitely has a little bit more rigidity to his play. And so I think it's very difficult for Yakov to break through there, as that is going to be our first best of 3 of the day, guys. Well, I'm hoping we don't speedrun through the entirety of the day, but obviously the first matchup has definitely gotten us through pretty quick, so I will take a moment or two. We'll hop on into our next match, which is going to be herO versus ByuN, and we'll see if ByuN can maybe cause a little bit of an upset here to get things started. What's up, Overlord74 over on the YouTube? If you're on the YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. What's that? Subscribe to YouTube? Does that say that right there? Yes, it does. Subscribe to the YouTube, guys, and obviously like the video if you've not done so already. We have YouTube viewership has been through the roof as of late, and we're going to keep on pushing that. We want to make it as great as possible, so do check it out. It's all part of growing the WardiTV 2026 series. Numbers everywhere going up is good. Numbers everywhere going up means we can do more things, deliver more StarCraft, and give you guys more epic games to watch, witness, and everything else at any single point of time. Alright, so yeah, I guess we should probably hop on over to the Korean server. So it's going to be herO versus ByuN. That will be coming up, guys. I'm going to throw you into some ads on Twitch. Do not cry in pain. They will not hurt. Just withstand them. I believe in you all. You'll come out the other side just fine. I'm believing. I'm sure of it. As we jump on over here, and neither. Oh no, oh, herO's in a ranked game. herO was not ready for them to play the play the 20-minute series apparently. So yeah, we'll give herO a few moments here to get sorted, and we'll get this back on track, guys. No problemo. Alright. So we'll just take a few moments, see what we can do. Get this ready to kick off. And yeah, obviously, like I said, just waiting for herO to come out of a little ladder game. We'll give him a couple minutes, we'll give him a nudge, and see what we can do, and all that wonderful stuff. Very, very shortly. Cool. How are you guys all doing? How's everyone feeling? How is everyone feeling? Alright. herO is here. Are they in different chat channels? Cool. So just talking through something with someone. Sweet. Alrighty, guys. So ByuN vs herO are vetoing. We'll get this ready to go in a couple of moments. Get this ready to go. Hi, Wardy. Glad you became Total. You used to barely talk during matches. By the way, whereas Harson, your co-casting is really nice. Harson's probably just doing his own thing today. Like I said this yesterday, I'll explain a bit, but I don't go out of my way to get co-casters because co-casting actually is a negative on the stream because unfortunately it takes away a lot of the support that we usually get. So yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. I usually just co-cast if the guys pop in and say, hey, you want to co-cast today? So yeah, I'm not sure where Harson's at. And also, will we ever see MaxPax offline? I have absolutely no idea. I mean, obviously, I really hope so. That would be really awesome if we someday saw MaxPax make an offline appearance, but I'm not the one to say that. Guys. moving people around, get ByuN and herO into the player slots here, and we'll get this ready to go. Sweet. Alright, players are ready up. herO and ByuN on the way. Perfect, guys. And shout out to the players, keeping us nice and on schedule, ready to play nice and swiftly. Yo, thanks for all you do, Wardy. No worries. Thank you so much for watching and supporting and just being here with me and enjoying the games as well. Would not do it without you all, believe it or not. As crazy as I sometimes seem, I'm not crazy enough to just sit here talking in my room to nobody. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Let's jump into our second matchup of the day. herO versus ByuN, BO3 action continuing. So the winner of this, we know, will play against MaxPax in the semifinals. That will be a best of 5, and that will come up straight after this series, guys. So we'll go round of 8, round of 8, round of 4. And what that basically does is just means that this group of players know, okay, we play, you know, the first hour or so on the stream, and then we, you know, only if you make the finals do you have to stick around for longer. And then the next set of players know they only have to show up at a certain time. So it just makes the whole day kind of pass through a little bit more smoothly, basically. And that is obviously, as always, kind of our plan, just to make things pass through nice and smooth, nice and easy, and make life as easy as we possibly can do for the guys that are participating and playing and showing us all these great games. We always try to respect their times and make sure that they don't have to invest, you know, ridiculous hours, you know, because, you know, say for example, herO, you know, MaxPax wins that first best of 3, then you've got to wait 3 best of 3s before you play again. This doesn't really make sense. It's just adding waiting for everybody for no real reason. So that will be the way that this format works today, and how the scheduling works and why we do it like that, in case you're super interested. I know most of you probably are not, and most of you are probably like, what, you've explained this 1,000 times before, and I probably have. There's something I talked about earlier, although we don't really need it, because early in this game we do have the cheeky little proxy barracks starting us off in game number 1 of this BO3 series on 10,000 feet. So, barracks from ByuN across the map. Just the one barracks is going to go instant tech lab, though. And he is going to mean that he's going to get some marauder production on the go. Interested to see where he follows this up. Usually a factory at home, and then you can get like some Hellions on the way to kind of accompany these marauders, or sometimes even Cyclones. Generally this comes into more aggression though. What's interesting is because it is double gas, so herO will read into this. I mean, herO really wants to get back up the ramp because he'd love to see if the factory comes down at home or not, to figure out exactly where this gas is going. herO is expanding against just the single marauder. I feel like that's kind of okay. Let's see what we do in the next couple of moments. Get this ready to roll. I know the probe gets back in the main base, so he's going to see the lack of a kind of an expand here, or anything. He sees the factory timing now, so he's going to see the lack of the factory initially. Now he sees it, so now you kind of know, well, you know, you just put that factory down. Where's the gas been up until this point? It should give you a little bit of a read, as the first marauder is waiting for concussive shells and marauder number 2 before we really commit onto the other side of the map. With 2 marauders, we can step forward and maybe make a play on the first stalker or so here. There's no low ground battery, so ByuN could also just kind of work on this low ground battery, low ground pylon, and just say, cool, this is my opportunity. The stalker needs to be extremely careful. You are playing such a risky game if you bring this forward right now. You are just asking to be in trouble, basically, so you got to be super careful there. See the 2 marauders still going on to the Nexus. The probes are going to pull through. This is obviously with the probes a lot safer now. ByuN is going to try and target down the probes and make sure we get some kills. He's going to take a turn onto the stalkers. Tell you what, this bunker is going to finish. That's a bad thing, because now you got 2 marauders just safe in this bunker. The stalker there is going to get stuck as well. herO losing the stalker, and I think fair to say that this is becoming a little bit of a disaster for herO, as now we get these marauders out of the bunker. Just going to target down the battery, going to jump back in, jump out. Obviously new marauders are showing up. Remember, we had a factory at home from ByuN. He has already got a Hellion. That's going to help a lot against the probes. 7 workers down. Nexus now falling. And herO has just lost so much in these early stages. ByuN is so confident of his position, he will expand to the low ground. And he will get a tech lab building on this factory as well. So he is going to be able to get some Cyclones up. And I would love to see Cyclones, because I think Cyclones over here are only going to help you further your position in this game. And this really does feel like a dreamy start for ByuN. The single proxy racks with marauders working more than just wonders. I mean, the Stalkers are going to try and do something. I actually feel like that's just dangerous. You're just giving the opportunity for these Stalkers to end up in trouble as the Nexus will go down. herO is reduced down to one single base and is going to be slowed heavily in these early stages. I can't believe he brought the Stalkers down as aggressively as he did. I also can't believe he let the bunker finish. I understand you want to put the damage on the Marauders, you're desperate to kind of shut them down, but if the bunker doesn't finish, there's such a different scenario, and it was only one barracks, right? So you only really have one SCV across the map. So if that SCV goes down, that bunker just never comes online. Got a couple of sentries here. We've got an Immortal building through as well. As soon, I think herO will have enough to kind of break out of this. But ByuN is already finishing up his expansion. Tank Viking production on the way from him also. So he's getting a lot of that just coming through already. Bring that into play right now. Going to be a pretty big deal as well. Let's just see the Immortal next. So, I mean, this bunker absolutely gets broken here. But ByuN has a bunch of his units just further back. He left the two Marauders here just to, you know, keep an eye on things. But the reality is, he sees the situation. He knows what's up, and he's going to come and handle it. Alien just dives through as the units came down to the low ground. It's going to go for a few probes here. Going to get rid of a couple pretty quickly. An SCV and a couple of SCVs. And the siege tank will continue through. And like I say, we just got ByuN on an expansion that's mining already while herO has to rebuild his expand. Really not the start herO's looking for. I mean, you really can't say enough that this is kind of a low-key disaster. Because it really is a low-key disaster, right? Like, this really is not what you wanted to have happen here. This really is just, yeah, disastrous levels of StarCraft 2. Sometimes games look like this, and this is one of those times. Again, Stim in the tank coming through, additional Marines coming up as well, so we bring the rest of that in for the moment. Gonna have the Engineering Bay barracks building through also, and a couple Stalkers will get rid of the tech lab that was on the map at least, so that will stand no longer. As genuinely just curious what we do here as herO. Like, what is our play at this point? Like, you're in a pretty miserable position. Twilight comes. I mean, everything is just finishing so late for you as well. All right, like everything is just going to be done at such a late stage of this game. It's rough. I keep harping on about it, but like, it's just a rough scenario to be in at the moment, and it's going to be very tough to find our way out of here in some sort of positive kind of manner at some point of this game. I just really don't see what we do, honestly. Yeah, it's tough. It's difficult right now. Keep repeating myself, but he's in a horrible spot, and as soon as ByuN gets some upgrades up, the economy advantage is obviously absolutely massive in this game as well. Then there probably isn't going to be that much else to talk about here as the hallucination on the Colossus comes through, Immortal Sentry, Stalker gathering up in the center, and we are going to, I mean, just knock down some rocks, move around a little bit. When ByuN hits his upgrades, he's going to have a good time as this Marine sees the Sentry. Funnily enough, that Sentry is going to be good to play cleanup here, so that will work. Double medevac just going to boost over. I mean, I think ByuN could just go for a more straight-up push, honestly. I don't think he needs to necessarily kind of mess around too heavily in regards of, like, kind of setting up drops and so. But there's also nothing wrong with just... I mean, I don't think the drop's a bad thing either, because it's not like herO has a ton of units to spread around defensively. He's down 9 workers in this game. He's down 30 armies to play in this game. He's trying to get to Storm. And I think I like that, because I think if you try and go Colossus, there's almost always a scenario where the Terran just stims into you and kills the Colossus. And at least with Storm, you're going to have the chance to maybe drop some good Storms and kind of find a defense with a lower number of units. Twilight Cancel will be a prime target here. That's going to be no charge. I mean, herO just cancels it to get the money to spend elsewhere already. Yeah, I mean, Twilight will go down, Pylon will go down. He's going to see the High Templar as well, so now you know Storm is a factor. High Templar dropped the feedback, so yeah, just in case you saw the Hallucinate Colossus before and wasn't quite sure what's going on, now you definitely know that this is likely going to be a Storm build. And, yeah, I mean, Storm's going to be rough to make work with no charge as well. And herO, not just having a cancel charge, has to rebuild the Twilight here. That's expensive. He's not started to rebuild it yet. He's now going to lose a low-ground Cybercore, though that is a good Storm, and ByuN took a moment to move out of it, so an opportunity arises at least. We're not completely screwed just yet as herO. He gets something, but I think in the grand scheme of things, we kind of are a little bit screwed in this first game, to be completely blunt and sharp about it at the same time. Because, yeah, I don't think... I don't know if there's much you can really do. The Cyclone killed a freaking High Templar there. It's ByuN. I honestly think ByuN just doesn't even need to be split. I just think if you join everything together, there's only a couple storms left right now. If everything joins up and you just push, I don't see what herO does to survive it. He's down on upgrades as well. Obviously, no attack or armor, no forge in sight. So, only 4 gateway. I mean, you can list 100 ways in which herO is losing this game. It's done, man. Like this one is just over. This opening from ByuN just put him in such a good position. hero's going to start moving across the map. He might feel the need to attack, which understandable. His position kind of sucks. So maybe if you attack now, you stop the Terran getting further ahead. I mean, there's no good decision here, right? Like, at least attacking now, maybe ByuN is out of position. Maybe you can kind of get yourself a couple storms off and kind of force ByuN to panic and move into you badly. There's no right or wrong, because the only right is to go back in this game and defend the early game better. And that's not allowed in the competition. You can't just request a recover from replay super early in the game when it went wrong. So, unfortunately, you really are left just poking, prodding, trying to find out what you can do. I mean, ByuN's going to get to Ghost before he really kind of pushes on the map, but at the same time, ByuN is in no risk of kind of falling behind here because he's just got such a good setup and such a good eco lead. Like, waiting is only continuing to benefit him because herO still has not gotten to a third base. It's only just now come online. So that obviously makes a big impact, as we do see a few tanks. Going to siege up down here as well. And we do see the couple of refineries setting up over the sides for the moment too. So that all settles into play. Just going to have one more storm. ByuN is playing... I think there is a point where you can play too cautiously. I mean, like I said, I don't think ByuN's getting behind from anything that's happening here. The Stargate from here is fascinating. I was going to say, I think ByuN just dropped a massive EMP, and he did all the High Templar out of energy. That is going to be a commanding fight. As we just push through, we kill off everything. I mean, not a single storm really available. Finally, we find a couple High Templar in the back that did not get EMP'd. The herO will finally say GG and tap out of this one to give ByuN the 1-0 lead. Yeah, ByuN's one. I mean, we had all 4 of the pros in this playoff bracket came in first place in their group. So when you kind of go into these matches, all the players that are, you know, competing against the Protoss are going to be the underdogs. Because our second map here will be Tourmaline, so it is kind of the underdog taking the 1-0 lead to start us off on this one. We'll get into this game too in a couple of moments. Post up, put this lobby link down. And we'll start this, like I say, in just a few seconds, guys. Just going to run some ads just in case we get a longer game. Don't want you guys to get added during the more exciting moments, so just make sure that we're playing that safe, as now herO must win 2 in a row. Very doable. I mean, herO's a favorite here. Winning, you know, it wouldn't be surprising to see kind of herO win 2-0 originally in the first place, right? So him now needing to 2-0, essentially, is absolutely on the cards. But obviously now there's just zero room for errors as ByuN gets that 1-0 lead. The thing is that ByuN's not going to get a similar game. There's no way herO is going to let him play into such a similar advantage off of nowhere. As ByuN needs a few minutes, that's no worries. Like I say, we're running ads anyway, so ByuN will take a moment or two. As you guys are watching the WardiTV Winter Cup leading into the WardiTV Winter Championship, all part of the WardiTV 2026 series. Very, very exciting. As we take a couple of moments here to get settled into more. And how's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Good to have you with us. Appreciate you all tuning into some WardiTV action today. Like I said, we've got a good day ahead of you guys. Full day of playoffs. And, yeah. Content over the next few days as well. Going to be very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. Love it. Love it. Drop storms can be good in this game. Yeah, you know what? This was the kind of game where herO was like in a position where maybe dropping storms and stuff and getting back in would have been nice. He did have the robo, right? So, a prism, some storm drops. I mean, it's the only issue is I feel like he probably feels like if he puts any Templar in a prism and drops, he's probably going to die to a push. And we saw that ByuN was actually just playing a bit more passively and hanging back. But herO doesn't have that info until he sees that ByuN's not moving. You know what I mean? So he probably feels like loading up storms instead of just trying to get a defense is the worst choice. But yeah. I mean, it was just a doom scenario. The thing is if herO storm drops, I wonder if ByuN actually does just send it, you know? Like, if herO drops storms, does ByuN just say, cool, you've got storms in your prism. I'm going to attack you because you're never going to have enough to defend against me at this stage? yeah, I think that's a very real possibility at that point. I think that's something that can absolutely happen from there. So, yeah, I kind of get the reasoning herO doesn't do it. Yeah, I mean, they can be very effective, but they're also expensive to do at the end of the day, and he was not in the mood of kind of having expenses, as herO and ByuN will both ready up. As ByuN now ready after a little bit of an extended break here, just sorting something out. We'll dive ourselves into this game too, here on Tourmaline in a couple moments, guys. Readying this out in just a few seconds. Countdown will finish up. We'll be underway. Like I say, Tourmaline is our map. ByuN leading this 1-0 in the best of 3 quarterfinal match. But also a pretty important match because, like I say, winner qualifies into the playoffs of the Winter Championship. So, again, big, you know, this event is in some ways a glorified qualifier. Match is important. But there's also money on the line as well to pick up on. Obviously, everyone is earning money today and looking to extend that money earned based on their results on the day too. In the top right-hand side, leading 1-0 will be the blue Terran player ByuN. And he's going to have a probe coming straight at him from herO, who's down a game and is just saying, I don't want you to do anything cheeky. I'm going to make sure from the very beginning that I know exactly what you're doing. I'm going to see every move you make. If you proxy anything, I'm going to know about it so quickly that it's not even going to be worth proxying it still. So, unfortunately for ByuN, he did not send an early SCV out, so he did not intend to proxy here. So his non-proxy intentions are just going to be seen as non-proxy intentions. There's not much to hide for ByuN in this scenario, so that's all okay. As the SCV will fight the probe for a couple moments. We take a couple moments to move on through. Guys, just going to take a second or so to, of course, once again mention that this is a WardiTV event, and WardiTV events happen because of the support that we get on the Patreon page. Patreon is a great place to support the tournaments because 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon gets turned into WardiTV tournament prize money. We even cover transaction fees to make sure that 100% of anything you're pledging goes directly into our tournament prize pool. So if you do want to check that out, it's patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, we've got a goal. I want to try and up Patreon. I know this is a very lofty goal, but I want to try and get it up to like $2,000 a month. It's at $1,350 right now. That's a big way to go. I really feel like over the course of the year, I feel like we can push that. Like I say, it's a great thing because we are literally using this as a way to fund our tournaments. It allows these events to happen consistently, and it allows us to put good prize money into these events on a very regular basis as well, and make sure that we give you guys a full season of tournaments as well. So do check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, anything helps, even if it's just a few dollars. Even if you can only do it as a one-time kind of sub, you can't do it monthly. Everything helps us to keep on pushing out these events, pushing out this content, and giving the players content to play, or StarCraft to play in, and giving you guys StarCraft 2 to watch as well, of course. So time over as we take a couple moments to see a command center coming down and Nexus coming in. Thank you to herO and ByuN, giving us a nice, peaceful few moments in this game where nothing's really going wrong, you know? Nothing's really happening that shouldn't be just yet, you know? So we just get a chance and a few moments to talk about the wonderful world of Patreon. Now, kind of start to dig ourselves back into this a little bit as well, so we'll get that ready to go. And see just exactly what we're going to do for the next few moments also. Yeah, while getting this set up, while getting this ready to roll. Having a couple of Hellions coming about, Twilight Council, and the gateways are building through. Obviously a much more normal game. The 2 Hellions from ByuN on the map are going to be accompanied by no Reapers. There's going to be 4 Hellions to just try and poke and try and get through for some damage, which is not usually something you see. You don't usually see someone trying to just, like, 4 Hellions. Like, usually you at least see a medevac, right, to try and drop and get something done. These 4 Hellions right now have no true access point because the wall-off is here. They can hit a Sentry and an Adept all they like, but the reality is that ball should not be given up as herO. And so these Hellions are just not allowed access. Now, there is going to be a medevac behind this. Is going to Widowmine drop? I tell you what I'm afraid of is that these are a lot of early-game harassing units from ByuN. And that really feels like it leaves the door open to a counterattack from herO. Once Blink is up, what does ByuN have to play defense? You know, Siege Tank production super delayed because we're going into like 4 rounds of factory production before we do anything that is more stable in the game. Marine count very low because we're only building 1 Marine at a time off of a tech-labbed barracks. Like, there is nothing that kind of stands up and fights you long term, and I'm very afraid if herO comes across the map with Blink Stalkers the idea from ByuN is going to be, let's be aggressive, let's be aggro, and if I can keep you busy, you're not going to come at me with those Blink Stalkers, and hence I'm going to keep myself naturally safe in this game, despite not having built a collection of units which would, which would necessarily point towards me being naturally safe. So I think that's kind of the approach here from ByuN, taking that kind of forward progress. And I'm going to go Liberate now as well. 2 more barracks coming up. Here go the Widow Mines. So 4 mines begin to unload. Blink not ready yet. So Stalker's actually going to take some big shots here. Going to kill a probe or 2. High ground. And now we actually are going to get the Hellions in. They are going to go for, what, the stack of probes? Probably seems like a good idea. Let's see how many we get. 7 workers killed early. He sees the low HP probes. He wants to capitalize. You're also going to throw the Widow Mines into the main mineral line at the same time. Does one medevac get away with 1 mine? It does look like it. 14 probes killed. And ByuN, great damage done. But let's reiterate, it was a big investment, right? Like, yeah, okay, he didn't have to, like, cut workers or anything for this build, but he's not been building effective army supply to fight. And that bunker is not ready yet as herO comes across the map. And there ain't a lot to go in that bunker either. Siege tank building, but like I say, delayed because of all the factory unit production. And while ByuN takes a worker lead, there's a very good chance herO gets some worker damage in return in this game. Tell you what, that bunker just finishes in time. A few Stalkers blink through. Cute little moves, so we're going to force the units to kind of pull out and chase. Stalkers can obviously blink away, but it's not ready yet. We'll lose 1, we'll lose 2. The other Stalker's going to show up. Now the tank will siege. SCVs could maybe make a repair on that tank, but doesn't happen. Wow, I really thought the SCVs were going to be able to repair that tank because it wasn't a lot of Stalkers, but they had a clean 2-volley kill on it. And now more Stalkers warping in. Look at all those SCVs not mining. This is the issue, right? We talked about the problem of the counterattack, and the counterattack is hitting hard. ByuN is down a lot of army supply. He needs to put units in bunker and try and defend, but he really needs the tank to be on the high ground or so defensively, and it's just not ready yet. It's going to finish now. He can siege it on the ramp, maybe, as we're going to see. Maybe it even stays on siege because he's afraid of the blink on top of it. Liberator gets a few probes, delaying the economy of herO. And hey, these Stalkers taking some shots as well. One of my bigger concerns is the fact that this, SCV line has been pulled off from mining the entire time. Like, there's just been a massively extended period where SCVs have just not been able to continuously mine, making this very, very difficult as the Stalkers move back to the center. You can see now work count is still similar. I mean, shout out to ByuN's Liberator, definitely putting some work in there. It also delays some of this aggression. I tell you what, ByuN's a battery on +1. He's got medevacs out now too. He's on no combat shield is the one thing he's missing, but he does have that stim, which we've already seen. With medevacs coming now, that makes such a big difference here, as this bunker is going to go down. That tank is not quite where it needs to be to probably defend this, but I honestly think with stim available, I think we can kind of fight it, although it's kind of scary because now Blink's already available again too. ByuN, I was going to say, ByuN is usually so good at seeing these observers. I was literally about to say, and he scans it, because I was going to say that's going to be a nice pick off. Tank on the high ground should just siege. Yeah, I think a siege on the high ground would have been fine. He's now going to be double tanked, so this does feel like a defense for ByuN. But where are we at overall? Well, look, count-wise, we're actually still okay for ByuN. Third Nexus only just started from herO, so not really the greatest of scenarios. Prism will try and move into the main base, and instantly just going to get caught by these Marines. What are we doing, herO? Just lets it go down. That's massive. Now we're going to blink down here to get the tanks, but we're going to lose so many Stalkers because Stim's available. herO, I think, just panicked in the moment, saw so much in the main, thought he had opportunity, but he really didn't. Couple Marines will stim through for one more Stalker, but you know who's coming across the map and looking to kill right now? Probably the guy whose name begins with ByuN and ends with ByuN, I guess. Okay, terrible casting, but realistically, it is just ByuN who's going to say, well, that was a crap ton of units you just gave away. Maybe I can do something about that. And he'll probably absolutely look to do something about that in these next couple moments. As the Stalkers... I mean, Storm's on the way. If we get there before Storm, that's great. He's stopping because he wants his units to heal up a bit. He is recognizing the lack of his combat shield, which is something you probably want to get to now as well. ByuN pushing down to that bottom left-hand side. A few Stalkers going to step through. We're going to see what's up. Going to see a stim in. That first Stalker has to blink back. Couple Zealots, High Templar, and the Immortal. I can say, I think just having the Storm available is a big deal breaker. What I will say is that obviously herO was not in a great economy through all of this, remember, right? Like, let's just reiterate the fact that herO's economy in this game has been kind of bad, you know, very late third base. And so he's not really in a position to recover from what has been a bad set of trades, and it has been a bad set of trades here. It's a nice Storm, at least. These Widow Mines getting seen by the Observer, going into observing mode as well, and turn on to the Stalkers as they blink. ByuN's army a little hurt. That Storm really did a lot to him. He is obviously very skeptical about stimming here, so he was waiting a little while. He finally drops it, now pulling back, tries to turn into a High Temple, and he gets it for a couple of units. There's not a lot of Storm left available at this point from herO, so Let's see where we go from there. A couple of the Stalkers going down initially. The CC had to retreat from the third base. herO making a lot happen with, honestly, pretty little overall. Sometimes that is the magic of StarCraft 2. We're going to try and step forward. ByuN is going to stim. Gotta be very careful about the High Templar. First Storm comes off. We did have an EMP available from ByuN. Tell you what is interesting about this Storm is obviously the Zealots ran into it, and so the Zealots were taking a lot of damage from the Storm as well. Doesn't feel great if SCVs pull through to repair. I think they're meant to be repairing the Medivacs. Right now they are not. The Medivacs are drained of energy. ByuN having to do so much healing throughout this to bring everything kind of back on track. So let's be careful about that. One more Storm. Going to hit the Bioforce here. Just a couple moments. A little bit more damage done for now. Well, I've got the Prism still lingering. You can see, obviously, it wants to try and get the Storm off. Doesn't, and actually loses the High Templar as well. Good EMP, stopped the Storm, and the High Templar died before it could lift back up. So herO getting caught a little bit in that one. ByuN still has 1-1 to 0-0. Ghost being out should help him a lot, but this is a moment where herO is stopping ByuN from going to the 3 bases, where ByuN probably felt like he was meant to get to in this game, realistically. We now drop another EMP toward the Prism. Going to keep that low. A couple of Vikings going to threaten that Prism in these fights, and that's scary because herO does not want to lose the investment he has on the Prism and the what that kind of provides to this game. Use the SCV, just going to pull it over to the right-hand side, get to that third base, Robo Facility, and Bay coming up as herO looks for a tech switch. Going to EMP for the Observer. Again, ByuN is an Observer sniper. He's killed 4 in this game, in an 11-minute game. It's a lot of obs going down. It's a lot of Robo build time that gets used up, and a lot of gas as well. As the Zealots can get caught on this right side. There's a few going to attempt on the left. It's a few Stalkers plus 1 Zealot. Shouldn't be able to do too much. Big stim from ByuN. I mean, the Medivacs have already used a lot of their energy, so a big stim like that just for 1 Zealot is the kind of thing which doesn't immediately kind of like scream, what a mistake. But it can add up against you. I do think herO is doing a great job of fighting himself back into this game. Again, the fact he held against the push previously, where ByuN just had to stop to heal up before he did much else, and then kind of had the chance to get some Storms off and get some damage done, amazing. What I do wonder now is, what if ByuN pushes at this moment? Does herO have enough to survive right now? 5 High Templar, it's a lot of Storms, a few Immortals and Archons means it's a pretty beefy army behind it. I think most importantly, the Colossus switch is huge, but that's not here yet, so if ByuN pushed now, before Colossus are out, is that an opportunity? Well, yeah, of course, it's something of an opportunity, as that Storm going to be pretty darn reasonable as well. Just going to drain once again a bunch of that Medivac energy if he even gets the EMP off. Again, ByuN spots the Observer that's trailing him. I mean, there's probably nobs there, because why is herO walking forward with 1 Templar looking for a Storm and a group of units? Because he sees them, right? But even still, just getting the scan, another Observer falls in this game. Vision definitely not something that's given freely to herO. As ByuN just being forced to stim after another couple of units. There's going to be a Storm available on the right-hand side of this. ByuN sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. And suddenly that means ByuN can turn onto the rest of this army. That Archon is not long for this world. The Stalkers will be the only escapees of this trade. Oh, great catch by ByuN. Noticing the Prism hitting the EMP as the High Templar get ready to storm. Massive moment. Like I say, though, herO has survived long enough for Colossus to be out. There's a few Vikings available. ByuN is readying the second starport, so Viking production will be increased very shortly. That will give you the chance to do more and to have a better opportunity against the Vikings, if nothing else, or against the Colossus, if nothing else, as the Viking count grows. Stepping forward here, Viking's going to start up. I mean, honestly, we hit the first Colossus pretty quickly. It goes down very quick. Second Colossus reinforces into the army. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. And herO, his army finally melting the way we kind of thought it might, considering how this game started off. Going to leave the Vikings to get rid of the Colossus on the left-hand side. That will indeed go down. Forges going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through as herO looks to stop the 2-0 stampede of ByuN. But it's not going to happen, and ByuN is going to look fantastico with a 100 supply lead to take this quarterfinal matchup. We will not have a PvP semi-final, which is what I think a lot of us probably predicted looking at this bracket right away. I mentioned it yesterday. There's a very good chance we ended up with PvP semi-finals. But ByuN will say no. He will take down herO here, and he will qualify to the WardiTV Winter Championship. He books himself into the 2026 series, first championship of the year. And not just the Winter Championship, like I say. He's going to advance straight through to the playoffs of that tournament. He will not have to play the group stages, so he gets himself guaranteed into the top 16 of the event in the Winter Championship. And that's why these quarterfinal matches today are ever so very important, because they are going to guarantee you those playoff starts in the Winter Championship. herO will have to come through. He'll have the points to auto-qualify for the Winter Championship, but he will have to go through the group stages of that event rather than just starting the playoffs. And that is dangerous too, because it means that once you get to the playoffs, you can have a worse seed than some of the other guys as well, and maybe you have a tough first-round match when it gets to playoff time. Alright, we're going to swap on over to the NA server, guys, as we are going to move through to the next matchup, which is going to be the semi-final. So ByuN advances, he plays against MaxPax, so we'll have ByuN versus MaxPax coming up in the next few moments. And we'll run some ads while we get into this and get those videos started and this match set up. We'll get this ready to go. Alrighty, guys, so give us a moment or two, get this ready to kick off. As it will be IAS MaxPax will have server preference, ByuN will get video preference. We'll get ready for this TVP in a few moments. So ByuN able to advance through to the semi-finals, book himself into the Winter Championship, like I say, and obviously now a chance to play MaxPax in the semis today, for a chance to push through into the finals of the Winter Cup. Obviously, WardiTV points on the line as well, and a top 4 Winter Cup performance is the same amount of points as winning a Monday Cup. And WardiTV points are going to add up so much through the year. Obviously, ByuN doesn't need them right now because he's qualified to the Winter Championship, but it's the sort of thing that will qualify you to the 2025 Championship, as well as other tournaments throughout the year, future cups, future seasonal cups, and so on. All these WardiTV points are going to be used year-long as ways to qualify, participate, and just get involved in our events. So, yeah, like I say, going to be very cool. And as we will take a moment or so waiting it out. And, yeah, how about while we wait for some videos and stuff to start up, why don't we take a moment or two to once again... Do you guys want to see should we do the hype video? I don't know if I'm overplaying the hype video, but I think it's kind of cool instead of me just yapping on, especially while the players are not ready. So maybe we just play the hype video. MaxPax does have server preference here. You haven't seen it? Oh, well, how could we not? Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high ground, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adepts. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance. I just love that I finally got the video working to the point that I don't like have to restart it 3 times every time. It really takes the effect away when you restart the video 3 times because you don't have the sound working. Crazy. Alright guys, obviously 2026 series is fully in swing with the Winter Cup wrapping up today. Again, I promise there is more information coming, a full outline, but just to TLDR it through for you guys. The WardiTV 2026 series will feature the Winter Championship, the Spring Championship, the Summer Championship, all guaranteed $5,000 events. All 3 of those are guaranteed $5,000 because of our current level of Patreon support. And then we will also have the European League and Korean Royale as bonus events. Prize money for those not determined yet. We're going to aim for $5,000, but I'm not 100% sure. And those 5 championships, the winner of each gets seeded into the 2026 championship, which is going to be, I want to make it $10,000. I can't commit to $10,000 right now, but ideally we make it a big old prize pool, a little bit more than last year's. So that's what we're aiming for. If you love it and you want to support it, patreon.com/WardiTV. Obviously the WardiTV Mondays, every single Monday, add to the points as well, and so on and so forth. But yeah, check out Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV, as 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money for the 2026 series of events. So make sure you check out all of that. Like I say, Patreon is the place to be in that regard. That is the place to be. Anything else I need to say or do? No? I mean, I will also state, just on the off chance, if anyone wants to be a WardiTV 2026 sponsor, as in you don't want a Patreon, you just want to give us a chunk sum of money and you want me to shout out your name, message me. We will accept sponsors to make our tournament series even crazier. So that is open. If you're just sat there and you're like, wait, I could be a WardiTV 2026 series sponsor, message me. We're open. Believe it or not, I'm happy to make things work if it helps to support StarCraft too. So hit me up, let me know. And yeah, we are ready to get into our first semi-final of the Winter Cup today. Of course, the other quarterfinals will come in after this, guys. Just a little reminder there. That will kind of continue through in a little bit, and just keep you guys aware of all of that as we get ready to go and party on in to this next matchup and see just what we can get going for ourselves right about now and kick off into this action. Very, very exciting stuff as we get everything underway for a couple of moments. Whew. That was a lot of talking. Wardy will accept money, yes. I know, it's crazy business, really, when you think about it. It's crazy business, but I will, in fact, accept your money for StarCraft 2 events. I mean, I'll accept your money if you're just like, you know what, Wardy, screw the StarCraft, I just want to support you. I'll also take that, because that lets me do more StarCraft undercover anyway. Scamming the people. Oh, not really scamming the people, but... yeah. Anyways, let's actually talk StarCraft 2. We sold out beautifully throughout the downtime. It's now to talk about this semi-final. ByuN came in with a couple really fun builds against herO. My genuine curiosity kind of lends itself to the question that is, does he have a couple of really cool builds against MaxPax? I mean, we frequently see ByuN MaxPax. I feel like this is a series MaxPax really dominates. ByuN wins every now and again, but generally speaking, this is a MaxPax dominated matchup. I'd say in a best of 5, it's quite typical for ByuN to take like one map, you know? I feel like that's where ByuN is at against MaxPax as of late. I mean, let's look through the recent history. MaxPax 2-0, WardiTV Mondays 72 just a week ago. And then MaxPax 2-0, MaxPax 3-2. There's actually 2 maps from ByuN in a best of 5. 1-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Those are all WardiTV events. That's why I'm thinking that ByuN frequently ends up taking a map. And then you have to go all the way back to the seeding matches of the 2025 championship for WardiTV, where ByuN did last win 2-1. He then won back in November in a pig event, and then MaxPax goes back to winning a bunch of these. Generally speaking, it's a very MaxPax favored series. And I do kind of actually feel as though ByuN used a little bit of his magic already against herO today, and so I come into this matchup now, you know, ByuN versus MaxPax, where I'm like, well, does he have any more magic in him? Does he have any more of these kind of fun, cool builds? Obviously, MaxPax just got to watch ByuN play the TVP as well. There's almost no way he didn't keep an eye on what ByuN was up to. You know, he just want to get tricked by the same things. He wants an idea of what's going on. So does that take away some of the potential of what ByuN is going to do here? Maybe, possibly. Like I say, a big win for ByuN because it qualifies into the Winter Championship. But can he take down MaxPax to get himself a finals in this Winter Cup? Would be cool. Like I say, with the best of 5, it is going to be that much more difficult. Is going to be that much more difficult. Alien, a Marine, a Medevac, all building through. Got a few Marines stepping forward. Just going to drop the depot down. Orbital going to float over a little bit as well. How much magic do most players begin with? Great question. Yeah, it kind of depends on the player. You know, some guys are real magical players. Other guys are just like brute forcing it. Some players don't need the magic. You know, they tech more into the range build or the melee build or something. I don't know. I think ByuN has a lot of magic a lot of the time. ByuN magic's the real thing. This is interesting, by the way. So he medevacs the Hellions just over the left side. So MaxPax has not seen the Hellions on the map. So in theory, MaxPax does not have to respect the Hellions being here. So as they move up, he saw it with a probe. A little bit of preemptive info to tell you what's going on. And so MaxPax is going to lose. Oh, not even 2 workers. Oh, God. Really? Not even 2 workers? Jesus. That was a cool move from ByuN with the way that he dropped the Hellions off and brought the medevac back to kind of make it look like there's no threat. But the probe going to build the 3rd saw the Hellions, so we responded to it. And unfortunately for ByuN, that does not get the damage done. Doesn't even find, like you say, you expect at least even a couple of workers. So it's like, oh, well, it didn't do much, but at least I got something. But it didn't even really get that done at the end of the day, unfortunately. That's going to be kind of painful as the medevac boosts off, moves elsewhere. Going to relocate for a little bit. Prism going to come up this left-hand side with a group of Stalkers to try and aid us and help us over these next few moments. So we ready ourselves up. Just going to get a few more Stalkers warping straight in here. Get that ready to go. And set this off into play. Coming straight up here. Tech Lab in some trouble. Can actually cancel Barracks Factory. Pops one siege tank out. Now going to see this Prism. This might just be over, guys. The Prism micro is going to be very potent. As you see a couple Stalkers going down and not being microed brilliantly, but then we're going to lose another tank as ByuN. I think that takes away a lot of what we're really able to do here. As the Marines on the other side get some probes, though we actually force a recall. It's not all doom and gloom for ByuN. Some of these Stalkers are super low as well, so we're targeting down Stalkers. So we're actually getting some value out of these Marines at the very end. Well, I mean, credit to ByuN. He actually made something of this with the drop across the map. Auto turret denied some mining time as well, so we're actually kind of gaming here. ByuN is only 6 workers behind. Army supplies even, and the Stalkers are all the way back home, most importantly. Means that the Stalkers cannot keep pressuring, so you actually get some time to set up the tank or two, get a defense in play. I mean, I would imagine MaxPax comes back across the map, but the Viking is here, able to help zone the Prism. You see the Prism able to, with the Stalkers, try and fight back a bit, but not too much going to happen of all that. And yeah, like I said, kind of a defense being made from ByuN, and this game will go on, where it did not really initially seem that that was going to be the case at first. Oh. Sergeant Stalking Warpers decides to go against the Stalker Warp ending for some reason. Not sure what motivated him to kind of move along from that there. And just see that barracks left north, ready to drop towards the factory very shortly. Just going to see the few Stalkers still firing away. A few more bits and pieces going down, a few more workers dropping. Plus one attack upgrade about halfway done. We'll get a few more SCVs. I mean, always nice when just 4 Stalkers are getting workers. Usually it's even better because it's free. In this case, we actually had to pay a little bit of a price to it, but not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, and on we will resume. More shots, auto turret dropping down into place as well. Just going to see those couple more hits coming by and getting some more damage done, so we get a little extra out of all this right now. Just going to see Stim Combat Shield and +1 continue to build. Marine Marauder coming up as well. A couple shots on the Stalkers here. MaxPax's supply looks pretty good. I don't know if I'm really worried for him at all. As he did have to blink back, so he can't blink onto the tank straight away, but that first Immortal helped him get rid of the first tank pretty quickly, and I think that's already a little bit damning for ByuN, unfortunately. Yeah. Bit of a weird start. ByuN didn't really get damage done himself. MaxPax did. And ByuN trying to attack just to get back in it, but it's just not going to be enough. Losing that army obviously is GG. He just felt the need to make something happen there, and it obviously did not go in his favor, and hence MaxPax takes the 1-0 lead. Hey, what's up, Subsolid? Thank you so much for the 53-month resub on the Primate. Appreciate the resub. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for continuing to support the StarCraft. If you're sitting on one of those cheeky little Prime subs, guys, make sure to use them. They help us out a bunch. They help us to make more StarCraft happen. So you can turn Primes into StarCraft. That ain't magic. I don't know what is. Ready, ready from the players. A few casters in here today, guys, as we work our way through the first semi-final of the Winter Cup. We've got language coverage in Korean. We've got 3 different Korean casters in here today. And we've got Rex, Omni, and India as well. Yeah. Crazy business. Alright, next game starting up in a few seconds. As you can hear, countdown is building through. We get this ready to go. Hey, Wardy, great job at Home Story Cup. It was a sweet weekend to watch. Yeah, Home Story Cup was a good one. It was fun, man. We saw like we just saw a good amount of fun games, I think, at Home Story Cup. Like, it might not have been the craziest weekend of upsets or anything, but it was just some good games, some good fun. Very enjoyable. There's obviously a couple of upsets, a couple of big upsets, but I wouldn't say like the overall weekend was like super crazy off script from expectation, you know. But that's the cool thing about StarCraft. It doesn't have to go off script for it to be fun and entertaining. Thanks so much, Anonymous Gifter, gifting a sub out to Bane Supper. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, whoever you may be. I always want to do like a spooky sound when the anonymous gift sub comes in. It's like, ooh. Little ghost. And to be fair, there is like a little ghost on the screen, like when Twitch puts it up, there's like a little ghost, like anonymous gift. It's like, ooh. little suspicious little ghosty. Who is it? I don't know. I want to do this every time. I try and hold back, but I thought I'd just share this time. As you see, the probe is making a move up to the upper left-hand side of the map. So the probe making a bit of a move here. Barracks, SCV coming about, gate, and the probe coming into play as well. SCV is going to fight for a couple of moments there against the probe. He pushed that back the other direction. Orbital and the Marine both building through. All those SCVs just again chasing the probe. We got the CC down on location, so probe doesn't do too much. Tries to be a bit more annoying. MaxPax will take one more hit and then know that that is his limit, so he steps on out of there. Again, the reactor building through, the command center coming up, and we just have ourselves the next and the assimilator all building by. The adept and the warp gate still coming through for the moment, so we continue to get that all online here just for the moment. Yeah, CV into the high ground is going to go to the corner and build a third CC, so ByuN just goes from trying to be cheeky and dealing some damage in the last game to actually just going to go pure eco in this game. Trying to establish an eco lead, trying to get something that will give him a little bit of firepower in the later stages. As long as you survive through and get kind of the most out of this, that'll be the question. We're going to go barracks behind this as well. It's going to be big economy with big bio plays behind. We'll see exactly, like I say, how this pans out in the next few moments. I mean, if this was like 4-gate blink, it could be very scary for ByuN. It is something which MaxPax is still doing on a fairly regular basis, so there's definitely still a little bit of a possibility on that one. There's a couple of barracks coming through the CC building. Marine's going to be there. A couple of the adepts going to be pushed around. And again, a couple of the barracks are still produced through for the moment, so we get that all up and rolling here. Get that ready to go for the moment. And blink building through. The adept is going to shade. A few Marines step over to the side. Two gates in the robo facility all building. The blink coming through. The gold probes coming about. Stim, Marine, Marauder building by. SCVs and the orbital coming through as well. Got a lot of that coming in for the next few moments. Here's the Marine Marauder still building up. Refinery in the tech lab. Online 2, the Marines will be building. That's going to get into the mineral line then, and you actually see a mule dropping pretty quickly. So the mule going to get dropped down. A little bit of harassment. At the end of the day, though, I don't think ByuN can be too upset. It's 2 gateways from MaxPax. He wants to get into a faster third. So the amount of pressure here is going to be pretty limited. And hence, you're going to get away truly with this triple CC, triple barracks. ByuN starting to step out. The adepts to the left-hand side. Obviously, MaxPax sees the amount of bio units here, so you know it's triple barracks. As he throws down his own third. But yeah, definitely a good start from ByuN. I like where this goes to right now. Obviously, it is going to accelerate him to the later stages. But you accelerate to the later stages off of a very strong position to begin with, which I think really is, very powerful, and there's a lot to be said about that. So that part of this is definitely looking pretty awesome. As you see, a few more stalkers warping in. Time for MaxPax to pressure. It is 3 gates overall. Sorry, he did build a 3rd gate. It was just not warped into a warp gate when I checked the numbers previously. I was going to say it was kind of a later 3rd CC for 2 gates, but 3rd Nexus for 2 gates. Sorry, but as he tries to poke through, he gets the bunker, but it's just a lot of bio and a lot of marauders as well. You can see already a few stalkers peel on the side. Ooh, I wonder what they're going to try and do. As the Prism will accompany them into the natural. ByuN is moving across the map, so any units that are not at home right now are obviously not going to help the defense here, and that does make this a little scary. Stalker stepping through, looking to get after those SCVs. A couple units here just trying to play defense. ByuN is going to have Stim. I mean, what is the possibility of dealing true damage here? As he does drop a Stim there, doesn't quite get the Stalkers. He's going to Stim in the natural. The recall went onto the third base, by the way, so we are actually going to get through the natural and trade decently. An Immortal pops out. Oh, that's probably pretty good for MaxPax, especially because the Prism is here to protect it, so we put a bunch of damage on the Immortal. That doesn't do much. We're only going to kill, what, like 3 workers overall? I don't think it's terrible for ByuN. He's still equal on workers, which is good for a Terran with mules, but there's a lot of bio. What's the resource lost at? Pretty even. He was actually unlucky, I think, for the Immortal to pop, because if the Immortal didn't pop, he kills other things, and because the Immortal popped and the Prism was there, the damage on the Immortal really was just kind of wasted damage, right? And Immortals are pretty tanky, so when you see that Immortal go low and it doesn't mean anything, that could have been so much damage elsewhere. But like, it makes sense to target the Immortal and force it to lift up and get away, but I think that was a fortunate moment for MaxPax just in the timing at which it came out. If the Immortal was already out, maybe it goes down before the Prism comes over, for example, because ByuN targets it straight away. Like I say, things really kind of came together for MaxPax on that defense. But it's still good for ByuN. Like, he still did a good amount of damage. Resources lost even, while playing with a strong economy of the triple CC super early. I'm going to see the few Stalkers and the Prism back over to the center. 5 gates coming up. Colossus +1 attack upgrade coming by as well. Again, a lot of those numbers just continue to storm on through. Then jump to the high ground. Stalkers will take a loss. One of them goes down before we jump back into the Prism, unfortunately, so does not get as much out of that as we maybe wanted to. Into the high ground again. Again, you always have that Prism. ByuN being very cautious with the stims. Doesn't stim everything, just stims a few units at a time. Finally gets his third C down on location. He did take that pretty slowly because of the pressure being applied, so while he had a good work count, he wasn't always fully mining with those workers, so it's one way in which maybe the lead is a little bit of a lie for ByuN. Like, it was definitely a lead, but, you know, not getting as much out of it as you might think. Because, yeah, that third CC was early, but not landed until just very, very recently. Fire comes moving in underneath and step around a couple more moments still. Everything else moving through, and we just have the Colossus, Zealots, Stalkers, Immortal gathering. A few more Stalkers going to warp in here as well and get those straight on the way. And we do see those Stalkers poking up. Let's quickly onto this Ghost Academy, just going to slow that down. We do see the Observer, we do scan it, and we do kill it. Again, ByuN doing a good job of denying Observer vision. MaxPax playing the Colossus rather than the Storm this time around, so a little bit of a difference in terms of the approach. Tech-wise, we're actually going to come pushing up this position. I mean, it's tough to really justify getting up here because you're walking through such a narrow choke point. The Zealots are going to get caught up on the structures as well, especially. But you do have the Colossus that can kind of poke from afar. Wouldn't mind going to do its job here as well. Nice last-second split to minimize some splash damage from the mine. Oh, there's a couple depots and supply blocks ByuN. He doesn't have new depots on the way, so that is a little bit of a problem. He's up to 4 Vikings now, though, so he's got a bit of a better answer to these Colossus. And the first Colossus there was actually stepping a bit too far forward, so we're actually going to go and try and finish it off as ByuN. He will finish it. Guardian Shield, good. I feel like these Zealots are melting away, though, and I just don't think MaxPax can really stick around on this high ground. ByuN chasing back, and I feel like ByuN is very close to having enough to just kind of jump onto the next Colossus and push all the way through. A couple extra Vikings popping here, so we will have, again, a bit more consistent damage output, and this guy's going to pull the SCVs. Don't know if that was truly necessary. As we come down the low ground, going to eat a force field. ByuN's going to respect the army and just back away on the ramp there. Not go too much further for the moment. +1 armor about to finish from ByuN. +2, +1 on the way from MaxPax. Colossus still building. Next on the way out. Gateways going to come down on location here as well in the main base. MaxPax behind all of this is now starting to establish a 5th base. Not the fastest kind of set of expands from MaxPax, but obviously keeping it up and keeping, you know, at least a base ahead of the Terran so far. Obviously looking to get to 5 against 3, but then ByuN is building a 4th command center as well. One of the ideal plays here from MaxPax would be if you could deny that 4th base from coming online. If you can keep ByuN as a 3 base Terran and you get up to 5, this game becomes a big economical problem for ByuN at that stage. So establishing this 4th from ByuN in the next few moments is going to become a major factor in terms of what level of success we're going to see in this game now. As these Stalkers step up, they're going to get an SCV. We're now going to see the bio pushing through after the Stalkers. Colossus and the Zealots keep on settling. There's a few more Zealots warp in. Extra gates coming through. You see the few Zealots on that right-hand side. Going to try and get toward the bunker there as well. And they will go straight after this. A couple of Zealots going down. The Colossus are going to shoot. People taking damage. Force field fades away. The bio units take a few more shots as well. 2-2. Still building on by. Marine Marauder Viking all coming up. The extra barracks on the way. Bio Army still stepping forward here. Looking to maybe get in after that prism for a few moments. Not quite going to get close. Step on the left and gets us a Zealot kill as well. And yeah, Zealot Stalker, 4 Colossus all building through. A couple of Widow Mines going to come across. The Stalker's going to jump onto the command center there and actually looking for a cancel. That's a 5th command center, so it's less valuable than when I talked about denying the 4th. Obviously, probably worth. It's not very far along. ByuN should probably just cancel it because it's going to die anyway. A little bit of pressure on the left side. Zealot just showing up, and ByuN did not have a unit split across there immediately to deal with it. And obviously, MaxPax just maintaining pressure on this side of the map as ByuN heads to 2-2 upgrades, more ghosts. He has to keep this Viking count high because of the Colossus as well. He will get a good few shots off of the Vikings here. Going to chase 1 Colossus at least. Gotta be careful how much you chase, right? Because you don't want to just be giving Vikings up for free. But I will say, it does feel like there's kind of a lower count of Sorkers here, so the Vikings aren't dying super quickly. ByuN starting to deal with this kind of split of Zealots quite nicely. This new Colossus just out in the open. ByuN does not, ByuN actually respects the rest of the army of MaxPax maybe coming back around the right side, so he doesn't grab that opportunity to maybe get a quick freebie kill. Vikings still building through, plus 2 ship weapons coming up. Bio going to step down, going to see the Colossus. Doesn't quite die, so ByuN kind of steps into the concave of MaxPax. The Zealots get to the high ground already messing up some of the reinforcements of ByuN here over the next few moments. The Prism just lives, and that means a massive warp into the main base. It's a major issue for ByuN right now, because Zealots are just so tanky, it's going to take so much to get through those. He does get an EMP on the Colossus, he'll get rid of all the Colossus. Now the Stalkers are going to kind of melt away. MaxPax's supply will plummet. And if you clean up the Zealots in the main base in the next few moments, this looks a lot better for ByuN, especially because you just completely reset the Colossus count. Fire at the front for ByuN was very good. Obviously, MaxPax is rich, but not overly rich just yet. Like, he's only got 1k minerals banked. He spends that pretty quickly with a couple Colossus and Stalkers warping in. I mean, it was a great fight for ByuN. It really resets into a little bit of his favor. Just going to see the mistake here. Do we see it from ByuN? He doesn't. He doesn't stim. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to kill it. No mistake from MaxPax is, I'm not sure what this was over here, but it gets shot down. The last bit of harass in the main base cleaned up. That Prism's still alive. Low HP though. Gonna be tough to get back in. If the missile turret was still there, but it's not. So actually, Prism has a chance. And we'll just warp into obviously harass around the left side in general. ByuN comes across the map. He wants something out of this victory. If he can get across the map here and hit a base and knock that down, that would be incredible. And that's exactly what ByuN is going to try and do. A couple of pros begin to drop. We just see the Stalkers pulling back around the right side. A few units over the left are going to hit in, like the Zealots here. Only 4 of them available. MaxPax does have warping potential for a whole lot more. Marine's going to get the Prism though, so no warping, just a couple of Zealots low ground. Going to have the Vikings, got to be very careful because obviously the Stalker count has grown a little bit. We warped in a bunch of these. Now Zealots from 2 sides. A Dark Templar shows up as well. The Vikings taking heavy damage. These Colossus are going to live with a lot of HP on them. The DT over here actually kind of annoying as well. ByuN does lose about 12 SCVs. Has to back away with the rest of the army. Scanning now in the center. He scanned this DT, but he doesn't actually have the damage output to get rid of it just yet, so that makes this, unfortunately, a little bit awkward as well. Cleaning out now. I find a few probes that just long-distance mining an incoming base, so a few freebies there. I still don't really love MaxPax's army, if I'm honest. Colossus count low. Don't get me wrong, the Viking count on this portion of the army from ByuN is not amazing, so Colossus is probably fine for the moment, but you kind of saw the fragility of this army out of MaxPax just previously. I do find that potential for ByuN just to take another big fight is there. The EMPs are going to come down pretty big straight away. I don't love where the Vikings are at for this fight though, so I think the Colossus are going to be left to do their own thing. And ByuN is a little spread out, so the units on the top side of this fight are being dealt with very well by the Zealots. It's a good fight for MaxPax, especially as ByuN is still trying to deal with DTs just littered across his bases. Has to try and deal with those, otherwise the economy loss is going to become way too substantial. Kill 1 DT off there in the end. And like I say, it definitely feels like a difficult position at the moment as the few Stalkers gather. And we are going to come just to the right side. Can we catch these as ByuN? Yeah, but you can see ByuN's issue on the economy. Like, he's not rebuilding. ByuN was kind of up there and supplied previously off those previous fights, but he's just not able to really keep his eco going. The harassment of MaxPax gets through while ByuN is across the map trying to punish, and he doesn't manage to punish either because he didn't have the Zealot, the Viking count. I think most importantly to get through the Colossus. See what this fight looks like. As you're going to see, man, just Vikings again, just dying to the Stalkers too quickly. ByuN's army is melting away, and a great effort from him, but it's not enough. MaxPax is going to power through up to this high ground. And, yeah, at the end of the day, it was an economy issue for ByuN. It was a Viking issue for ByuN as well. He had a lot of good moments here. I really felt like there was actually definitely... I mean, the fight that MaxPax lost over here was very damning. Like, he was in a lot of trouble after that, but great harassment from him to stay in it. Able to kind of keep it together on the other side. Maybe ByuN could have dove through, but like I say, the Viking count wasn't good enough, so he wasn't able to have the Vikings to kind of accompany him to knocking those Colossus down, so the Colossus just provide the defense. And MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead here in this semi-final, a map away from finals on his in this Winter Cup. Everyone joining us here will take a moment or two, get this readied up, and we'll be off into game number 3. ByuN down 0-2, fighting back. Let's see how we do. Let's see if the fight back is going to happen or not. We are loading in, guys. Let's go into game number 3. MaxPax. Like I say, really, I think what a lot of this comes down to was getting rid of those Vikings on repeat, and the Vikings not being there for ByuN's counterattack really stopped him from succeeding on the counterattack and really opened the door for the harass to do so much without ByuN gaining enough at the same time. Why no disruptors? Probably because the Colossus count kept getting reset. I think if you stole MaxPax truly comfortably on 4 Colossus for in a later stage of the game with like good eco, I think he'd add some disruptors in for that kind of poking potential from afar. But I think it's not something you're going to build into as the Protoss when you have to keep rebuilding the Colossus, right? So because the Colossus kept getting taken out, MaxPax saw the value. The thing is, the Colossus kept getting taken out, but he also saw the value in rebuilding into Colossus because he was always at the very least knocking the Viking count pretty low. So because the Viking count gets knocked low on repeat, you can kind of get away with rebuilding Colossus without having to move into disruptors. So just a little bit of a combination effect on that, basically, in terms of how it plays out. A little bit of a combination effect. Is this a live rebroadcast of a reality, of a parallel reality from another dimension? Unfortunately, this is just a live series from the current dimensional universe played today. Yeah. I appreciate you guys, if you're here for parallel universe content, are going to be disappointed, but it's just rough, you know. This day and age, there's taxes to pay for interdimensional content as well. We just can't really afford to put this up again and again and again, unfortunately. So, yeah. Unfortunately, this is just basically the most vanilla content you could find. I know, very sad. Very sad. Stalker, Wargate, Twilight Council building through. We got a command center and a factory coming up as well for a couple moments, so just got a few things on the way. What's up, Iridian1? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Hi, Wardy, cool content. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Trial's about to finish from MaxPax. Obviously gives us the idea that we're going to go blink again. I feel like that last game was such a good example of ByuN versus MaxPax in general, which is that, and maybe even this whole series in general, which is that early game MaxPax can dominate and win quick, especially if ByuN's early game plans don't go right. And then other games, ByuN gets into good positions, but it's just so tough to beat MaxPax in that later stage, and ByuN just struggles to kind of find some of the killing blows. Even though he gets into good positions, I feel like this is a really good summary. And why, when I said that ByuN oftentimes takes, like, a map or two of MaxPax in the best of 5s, but doesn't always win, that's why. Because I feel like winning positions don't always win for ByuN. And hence it's very difficult to throw enough maps together where he does find those wins. It's tough. Like I say, even if he falls 0-3 here, ByuN still has a big success on the day, because advancing through to the Winter Championship playoffs because of your Winter Cup top 4 is obviously a big W, so definitely a big win as the Medevac goes silver. Gonna settle down here for a couple moments, and yeah, just gonna come along and load a couple units. Widowmine gonna keep coming about. A few Marines unloading as well. Goes again, a few more Marines for a couple seconds, a bit more damage being done. Probes turned back onto the mineral line on the natural and get this going. Oh, the Widowmine was left behind, gets 4 probes. And these Marines are just going to say, we want workers. They target down a couple more and then jump into the Medevac, which will make an escape to the top side at the moment. A couple Marines are going to show up. They're going to pop onto this for a little bit of damage as well. A few shots coming around. Nothing super crazy, obviously. Just a little bits of damage here and there for now. I see our Stalkers are ready to come around this side. Stalkers is going to blink over. Just going to jump onto an SCV. So we will start to get some counter damage done after losing a few probes. MaxPax is turn to try and bring the damage over to ByuN. Marines the tank gathering up, just going to turn back onto the Stalkers. So good damage being dealt there as the Stimpak builds up. So we got a couple of SCVs that bring that back over for the next couple of moments. A little scan is going to get a kill there as well, as we are going to be seeing ByuN still as ever very vigilant with the observers. Some probes died this game for MaxPax. A few Marines in the tank will step through for a couple of moments. Viking overhead as well, and we'll see the Stalkers blinking forward. One tank going down, a couple of Stalkers trying to get the second tank. ByuN pulls back. The Viking will never get the Prism here, of course. I mean, the Stalker should always target that. And with Blink available, this is where it gets messy for ByuN, but supply-wise, ByuN's still okay. I mean, he's getting very close to Stim. That's obviously going to power you up in a big way as well. That will do a lot for you here. Raven is going to be seen coming in, but there's only one Stalker. The Stalkers dive on this side. We're moments away from Stim, by the way, and with Stim, you just put so much more damage out on these. A couple of Marauders showing up from the high ground going to be big as well. Yeah, you know, it wasn't free from MaxPax. He lost a lot of Stalkers here, and that's always what we're talking about, right? If the Stalker count goes down, then it's generally seen as a win for the Terran. I mean, obviously it depends how many Stalkers, but that was a significant amount. And if we pop into the resources lost tab, I imagine it's going to be kind of even-ish. It's going to be preferable for ByuN, so he's actually going to be trading well, even though MaxPax is the one deciding all these fights. Now you've got a Prism Micro nicely here as MaxPax, otherwise you take way too much damage. Let's be fair, the Prism Micro was very good. The Stalker Micro absolutely on point there to keep this trade going. Pretty cutesy from MaxPax as he gets away from that one. That was much nicer from him, but still losing probes on the other side of the map. And economy taking hits while Stalker count goes downward is not a good combination. ByuN is once again heading into a good position in this series. This game is definitely heading in ByuN's favor right now. See if that keeps up. See if he can actually capitalize and close out from a good position at this time over, which, like I said before, is kind of the big question mark when it comes to ByuN versus MaxPax a lot of the time. Can we close out? Can we see the finishing point? You know, can we make these final little moves that we need to make to see success overall? Orbital just going to float forward a little bit. Bio going to come out the front as well. The Stalker's going to get chased back. Storm the charge coming through. We are going to see the extra gates coming about as well. Add the assimilators on also. Going to see that orbital floating over in this direction. Bio just going to try and just jump on the Stalkers. Obviously, if you can run toward the blink, then you can absolutely get some kills here. And MaxPax is going to lose a bunch of the Stalkers. Done. Once again, just clearing out a lot. MaxPax doesn't have Storm yet as well. He might be in some genuine trouble when we get to the other side of the map, honestly. MaxPax's army is not really built well at the moment. 3 Zealots, 6 Stalkers, and 1 unstormable High Templar at the moment is not exactly going to bode well. The saving grace right now would probably just be the fact that ByuN has low HP units, and they're mostly Marauders, so against the Zealots they don't do super great. I kind of expected ByuN to show up with a little bit more kind of firepower, to be honest. Like 7 Marauders is... It's cool because MaxPax truly has that little, but it's not overall enough. And you're going to see him kind of trading. I mean, he's got reinforcements arriving. A couple of Wooden showing up right now as well. Going to be nice. Storm there going to hit a couple of Zealots too. Pile gathering up. Observer overhead. Let's get +1 attack. Sentry. Prism. A lot of that building by as well right now. We're even going to throw an auto turret down. Those probes drop pretty quickly. There's going to be about 5 workers going down right off the bat. Prism, the +1 attack upgrade continuing through as well. So again, we get a lot of that going straight through there. Viking and Ghost on the way. Zealots will help. No, will be cleaned up by a mine on the other side. ByuN's numbers now looking better. Obviously, he has to respect the storms, but should be able to pressure onto this fort base. That was definitely good for him. He will see the High Templar ahead of time. He stimmed a lot of units there to try and snipe the High Templar. He ends up just kind of running back and forth through that storm a couple of moments, which obviously less than ideal. And Stalker is going to get grabbed as well. He's just going to make a nab on that. Now the Bio Army will continue to pull back. Another storm comes into play. Just going to hit the few Bio units once again. And again, just try and find a little extra here for a couple of moments. Just try and get a little more done. You see High Templar, Zealots, Mortal Sentry all coming about. Rubber Bay coming through too. So again, a lot of that being brought online right now as the Ghosts, the 2-2s, and everything else continues to also just come into play for the moment. MaxPax going to say GG as probes are going down, bases are under attack. This one is going to get called a GG, and ByuN is going to bring a game back in this series. He's going to step back into this matchup and get us ready for another game in a few moments' time as we have Ellie making an appearance on this stream. How blessed are we? Ellie, how are you enjoying the PvT today? Cute little pupper. Yeah. Good girl. Yeah. You a good girl? And she's gone. Alrighty, guys. ByuN needs a couple of minutes. Well, I could have ran more ads. Gosh darn it. All good, all good. Again, guys, if you're enjoying the stream on the YouTube, do not forget to hit the like and subscribe. One of our early goals this year is to try and hit 50,000 on the YouTube subscribe account. So we're kind of approaching that point. If you want to help us out with that, hit that sub button if you don't already. Getting good YouTube viewership lately, so make sure you subscribe to see when we're live in the future with more awesome games, which is usually most days. Like I say, next week I'm not going to be here Tuesday through Sunday, so next week is pretty much the worst week of the year for us in terms of not casting. But after that, we're back and on track and just casting away. Very exciting. Very exciting. I hope you guys will be okay without me for a few days. I believe in you. You know, I believe you guys will get through it, you know? Big belief. You guys will be... I think you guys will manage, even if it'll bring you sadness. Give Ellie an extra Zergling wing treat for me. She's already had all the treats she's allowed today, unfortunately. Tough life. I mean, for now at least. The problem is if we give her more now, she can't have any later, then she gets really stroppy. You know, then she looks at us, she's like... I feel disowned, you know? I literally get you through the work days. Happy to hear it, man. Happy to help. Am I going to miss a Monday? No, the Monday will be, so we have Monday next week normally. The Monday after, I'm going to be on a train home. I've delayed it by 1 hour, and by delaying it 1 hour, I should be home. If, obviously, my train gets delayed or something, we'll see what happens. I might just start casting late. But we will be here for the Monday Cups. Monday should not be disrupted. Also, that Monday where I'm coming home on the train is the Monday where they also decide to move the League Cup Grand Finals to. So we'll have some overlap with that. So I'll be by moving it back now, there's a bigger chance that we don't have a clash, basically. Alright, man, because they're just waiting for ByuN to come back. A couple moments to get this underway. Get ready to kick this off, guys. Can I throw a bit? Yeah, and after this ByuN MaxPax series, we do have Classic versus SHIN and Creative versus KUA, and then the second semi-final, and of course the finals as well. So we'll be back into a couple of best of threes after this, and then a couple of best of fives to end the day as well. What's going on? That's what's going on. Old Republic, going to be map 4. We have in the top right corner of the map the Red Protoss up 2-1 in this best of 5. It's going to be MaxPax. In the bottom left, we are going to have the blue Terran player. It's going to be ByuN. Game 4 of this series. Getting the gas coming about, probe building through. Going to see the probe of MaxPax heading to the bottom left-hand side. Is this live? Yep, we're live. We are live. Giving you guys the livest of games today. Nexus will go down, Cybercore still building. Just gonna have the orbital and the Reaper still building through. And again, just a little bit of setup time here for the moment as we get this all underway. And try to see where things are gonna end up. So yeah, we take a couple moments, guys. Nothing exciting to say. I mean, Old Republic's a pretty big map, and there's not a lot of happening between the two players just yet either, really. So it really has just, really is turned into a pretty massive opening affair. Oh, hoping for Undead Yourself, Necromancer SC2 has to be a technical marvel. Necromancer SC2 is when I'm, I mean, the problem with StarCraft 2 is that everything is Necromancer because it's a dead game, as proclaimed by the haters for the last 15 years, so yeah. The problem is StarCraft 2 is just so dead it became alive again, so no one really appreciates it. It's weird, I know. Gosh darn those haters. Taking away our Necromancer. Okay, I don't know where it's going anymore. Back to the main talking points. Command Center will finish up. We've got a starport and an orbital all coming in. Had a couple of Marines in there as well. Going to bring a lot of that through as that Flight Council comes into play. So you get that all nicely set up for the moment. Looking good, looking cozy, and figuring out just where things will be. In the next couple of moments, the Adept are going to show up. They're going to put some damage out. They're going to get some work done as well, just momentarily here. And yeah, this pressure from MaxPax is arriving, and like I say, definitely having a little bit of something to say about things in the early stages at least. So damage being done, the few Marines are going to step through. They are going to try and put some damage back the other way. This orbital is just going to float across as well, so it's just going to take a second to step over for the moment, go to the other side, and we'll get things all started here as well. Cyclone just locked on, is actually going to get a bit of a cleanup there as well, so just going to be able to grab a little extra at the very end. You're going to be seeing the Cyclone looking for the Adept, and we are going to get the Adept, so Adept will go down. Cyclone locked on now to a Stalker, looking for some more damage. Damn, look at ByuN playing cleanup. Not giving up in this series. Had a great game 2, didn't go his way. Brought it back in game 3 to make this series a 1-2 victory. Looked good in that game 3 as well. We'll see how this is going to go in this game 4 right now. Liking how it's starting for ByuN. Loses a Reaper but kills multiple early game Protoss units. Definitely the kind of start you dream of, I suppose. The Marine's going to fight. The Stalker's going to take a few more shots of damage as well. Marines will get out of there. Not a lot of damage dealt by the Marine drop this time. Obviously, last time we had a few probes plus Stalkers killed. Going on his way to that Raven. It was just a good cacophony of, a real cacophony of kind of harassment in that last game from ByuN that just started off good and then it just got a bit better. And it was like, oh my god, this is going even better again. It just kept on happening. It just kept on coming. Pretty darn sick. As you have the Raven, the tank, building through. The couple of barracks are coming up. Engineering Bay and Refinery coming online as well. These Stalkers warp in from the Prism. And again, the Marine tank Raven force continues to come across. Barracks in the Engineering Bay also setting up for now. I say that Cyclone has a lock to the Prism. Stalkers do not get it. Nice pickup on the medevac. Saves the Cyclone as the Stalkers were obviously trying to save the Prism. Prism didn't take a lot of damage, but it's already going to be one of those scenarios where I think this is just a very comfortable defense from ByuN. Most importantly, MaxPax doesn't do too much with this. As ByuN will be heading toward a 3rd CC soon. Stimpack +1 all on the way. Will he be heading toward a 3rd CC soon? 3rd rack's finishing, I guess we'll see. Kind of surprised if he got super aggressive on this map, though. This game on West? Yes. MaxPax's server preference. So odd maps will be MaxPax's server, even maps will be ByuN's server. MaxPax higher seed because he got 1st place in his group, where ByuN got 2nd. Unfortunately, knocking down here doesn't improve your seeding. We'll have the Marine tank trying to move out. I mean, Storm is on its way, not ready yet. Neither is Charge. It's definitely a good moment for ByuN to gain position. Ideally, he doesn't have a major fight until Stim, but there's definitely, like, you can see the opportunity here for him to get in position and maybe get something done. So, let's see what we can do. The Bio tank moving up to that top side. We are going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers heading out from the natural. The rest of this Marine tank Cyclone coming over as well. We're going to see the tank's going to try and drop into position here. Not going to siege initially, does lose the medevac. It's a little scary. Storm, Charge, both very close to being done. They will be done before Stim is done. So, we'll see MaxPax ready to fight before ByuN is probably ready to fight in this scenario. Let's see these Zealots stepping up. The Storm's going to blink in. Like I say, Stim would be amazing right now. Oh, the Storm is brutal! The Marines have their backs up against the tanks. They have nowhere they can really run to. The Zealots at least took some Storm damage as well. Good cleanup from MaxPax. eSports lost still very even in this game, as MaxPax only sits on equal economy, so it's not really ideal for MaxPax, where pros typically need that worker lead, because obviously the Terrans have the mules, but then ByuN is only just now building his own 3rd command center. And like I say, if ByuN had Stim, that might have looked very different, but there was always going to be Storm and Charge available when Stim was available, so ByuN does spot the Prism spots the medevac, so did MaxPax notice? ByuN definitely knows because he boosted his medevacs in that moment. He's just going to unload here and take a chance at a pylon, a few probes. Doesn't need to do a lot with these kind of drops, right? Just a little bit, keeps MaxPax back. Gonna lift up, gonna leave. Oh, that's very scary to turn back around for an extra Marine or so. It's greedy. It's one of those moments where it's like, oh, I shouldn't have left that unit behind. I can get it, but then it's the kind of greed that actually comes back and bites you in the butt, because that's the sort of moment where you actually end up losing like a full medevac or something by mistake. It's like, oh, that really wasn't ideal, you know? More warpins from the Zealots on that bottom side. Again, a couple of ghosts coming through. Vikings and Marines are coming over. Just going to have the Prism loading up on the south. And we do see the Bio pulling back a little bit as well. It's just some repositioning for a moment or two here. Prism Double Mine really wants to make sure that this doesn't end up being much on the side of the Prism. As you see the shutdown at the front, good. Observer plus a couple of Zealots. This Prism is dead if it flies in, because yeah, the mine would have hit as well, but MaxPax plays well around it. I can see the counterattack over here, going to go for the Robo. Obviously just being, we're so good at killing observers, killing the Robo and stopping new observers coming out. It's going to reduce your vision too. It's a very expensive trade though. ByuN kills 2 Stalkers, loses most of the units. He actually gets One medevac, 2 Marauders away is way more than I thought he was going to get away with, so that definitely improves. There's a few Zealots on load once again. Again, armor upgrade finishing soon. The Marine Marauder Ghost still building. Got a pound to the top side. Robo Bay and a couple of facilities coming up as well. Our Nexus in production. Probe and that +1 attack upgrade also building through as the Prism will try and load out to the left side now. Get set up over there. Templar's going to move back to the right. We do see the rest of the probes to the top side on that 12 o'clock, establishing for now. Extended Thermal Lance building through, the attack upgrade coming up. We got our Zealots, we got our Robos coming through too. MaxPax on the rebuild. Stun Thermal Lance but not having a Robo facility is kind of amusing, but we'll see. We'll at least fix that with double Robo coming up. It definitely feels like ByuN has potential, right? Because the tech of MaxPax feels heavily delayed at this stage. I do feel like we've got possibilities of this maybe staying in ByuN's favor. Obviously, there is Storm, so Colossus Switch is not the most valuable, or the most important right now. It's not like we're splash damage-less. You see a little bit of pushing through. A couple of Storm. Well, a Storm comes down. A couple of Vikings get hit. See another Warpin or two coming up as well. And Templar's moving back over in this direction again. So just going to try and set up with that Bio Viking. All gathering here for a few moments' time. +2 attack and armor upgrade coming about. The Thermal Lance is coming in as well. Add a couple of Colossus onto everything else there. And like I say, this army of MaxPax is looking pretty beastly in terms of quality. It's the quantity that actually may be an issue, which is such a rare thing to say about Protoss armies. Usually they're swarming with the Zealots and whatever else, but in this case I actually do think army quality might be, like I say, good, but the quantity may be a problem. As you're going to see, just not any real Zealots here to kind of slow this down. The Storm count is good. That part is great. I'm really just more thinking about like the Zealots that are meant to protect you here, and there is a big warp-in. To be fair, if your issue in the game is kind of army quantity, then as a Protoss it's pretty easily fixed because you just have all those warp-ins available, and that's why it's not really something we mention as an issue a lot of the time in the first place, because that's usually why it doesn't become a problem, because you have the warp-ins and that warp-in potential is usually there. Just in this game, it's yet to be truly realized, it feels like. You have the Bio Ghost Viking coming around, just going to nab an Observer here as well. Just going to get a quick little grab of that. EMP is the Templar too late. Oh, drains some final bits of energy off of it, but I don't think it had tons anyway. MaxPax staying on 4 bases. ByuN about to go to 4 bases. Sorry, MaxPax is about to have 5 bases, but ByuN will be getting to 4 base. And no pressure from MaxPax to deny the 4 base setup of ByuN. Means that this is going to stay very solid for the moment, so we're not going to go anywhere just yet as the Bio Army Ghosts and Vikings coming toward this upper right side. A couple of those Archons going to finish morphing very shortly. Good EMPs into this army. Archon's in some trouble. High Templar's going to get EMP'd as well. Where the Storm is going to come from? The Vikings just decimate the Colossus. ByuN's just decimating this fight. He's going to step through. No respect for the High Templar right now. Maybe should have respected that Storm. He kind of stepped through and kind of hit the wrong High Templar. He hit the High Templar that had already stormed, where he could have maybe had a full energy one. And he did then EMP a High Templar after as well. It was just a little messy. But he is going to succeed, and we have a Viking count still extremely good here, so Vikings will continue to shut down and stop too much else from happening for a moment or two. Storm's still there. Getting the bio units a couple more moments. And the Storms are just so good. The Medivacs are kind of low energy as well, so having to stop to heal this is going to be rough, and MaxPax is going to find himself the defense toward the end of this that he needs. So yeah, credit to MaxPax finding himself the defense necessary to kind of put himself into what may be the winning position in this one. I don't know if it's a winning position, but it's definitely going to keep him alive and well compared to what was, like I say, previously looking to be a little dismal on MaxPax's side of things. ByuN's still on the map and pressuring. He can kind of pick and choose which direction he pressures onto, right? So you can kind of say, oh, maybe this side has a bit of a weakness. There's going to be a new base on the far right from MaxPax, maybe droppable by ByuN, but you kind of need to know it's there in the first place to drop it, and that's probably going to be the bigger issue kind of in general right now. Figuring that out and kind of working around that position. I'm just going to dive to the top here. I mean, Templar is already out of energy, and we're not going to see the other units showing up at the moment. As we are going to see the Fire Force continuing through and getting quite a lot done. Obviously, with the other units showing up, that's big, but you are having to attack into the Terran army that's already here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus, that's massive. ByuN's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here, as MaxPax will chase, goes after some of the lower HP Medivacs. ByuN was just so heavily committed in that position, and he just needed to back away, and he couldn't do so. And MaxPax, like I say, with the Prism Micro, minimizes what ByuN was able to do, because he saw ByuN was like, oh, I'm going to jump onto your, Colossus or so, but the Prism Micro stops that from really being a factor, and like I say, that becomes a pretty big deal at the end of this entire fight. Colossus coming back over, and continue to settle back down for this one as well. Still pushing down to the bottom left corner. A couple of moments here. Bio Army going to regather. It's going to be seeing the High Templars all joined up. Bio is, like I say, still in there as well. Big push. Storm onto a couple of the Vikings already. Going to do some good damage. Storm into that mineral line as well. MaxPax's army right now looks great. Just a few fights towards the end where ByuN didn't really quite do enough, and MaxPax's economy has obviously been booming with a lot of workers. The Vikings are going to get some good shots on the Colossus. To be fair, there was a lot of moments in this game where I felt like the Colossus were kind of vulnerable, and ByuN did a good job taking advantage of them. Not going to be the case here, though, and that's going to be GG's. MaxPax 3, ByuN 1 is going to round out this series. MaxPax goes to the finals, and we'll sit there awaiting one of Classic, SHIN, Creator, and Cure, which is going to be coming up for us next. Guys, we're going to go to a quick actual break screen break. So we'll be back in a few moments. We'll be on the Korean server for Classic vs. SHIN, but I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes. Come right back with you. I'll see you guys in a few. You're watching the WardiTV Winter Cup Playoffs. It's back to some round of 8 action as we hit the second half of the bracket here after this.
Welcome back, everyone. WardiTV. Winter Cup. Back to round of 8 action. SHIN against Classic. And of course, we go back to talking about that the winner of this will qualify to that Winter Championship as well. And ready to kick this off. Let's jump into game number 1 of this best of 3. We'll start off in the top left corner of the map. The red Protoss is going to be Classic. Takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map. We are going to have ourselves SHIN. Game 1 of this best of 3 starting up right now as we get going here on Ruby Rock to open up this series. Alright, mark the camera on. Let's see how this goes. I think a fun series where Classic is obviously our favorite, but like SHIN is dangerous enough to 100% make this scary for Classic. And in best of 3 especially, I feel like all odds are kind of on the table, right? I feel like anything is kind of possible in a best of 3 between these two. In a best of 5, I'm going to favor Classic a little bit more for sure. Best of 3, a couple crazy builds from SHIN. I can see an upset on the day for sure. SHIN will be our one chance to have a Zerg in the round of 4 as well. Our other playoff Zerg, Yakov, losing out to MaxPax in that first series of the day. Hatchcast pool coming up, next to Cybercore coming through, adding assimilator on as well. Maybe most notably, just nothing really crazy from SHIN just yet. Nothing crazy from SHIN just yet. A couple of things we'll get after the probe. We'll catch that, no? Yeah, with the creep. I'm gonna get a kill. And Classic just moves into the start game, as we would kind of expect as well, so also not really too surprising just yet in terms of what Classic is getting up to. As SHIN starts his sling speed off. And yeah, we get a nice little peaceful early game here this time around. Yeah, it'd be fun to see if SHIN takes down Classic. That would be kind of wild. Because, Classic's definitely a favorite. Like I say, SHIN is sneaky enough builds. I think he can do it. It's still an upset, though, if he does it right. Would mean a non-PvP semi-final as well. Exciting. Let's just have a dab. Moving around. Link speed coming up. Oracle and the Wolf Gate coming through. And a couple things that you're going to get in here for SHIN to scout. And to give us a bit of info as what's going on Classic side of the map. So I'm going to get shot down. We have 9 drones in production, so a lot of economy being built up from SHIN at the moment. Just focusing pretty heavily on those drones as link speed will finish. We got, what, a couple things on the map to utilize link speed with. Obviously, if there was more of a threat coming, we would make more of those, but so far there's been no reason to. That's just good from SHIN, not overreacting to something that's not happening. And the Oracle just building obviously will be one of our main points of contention in terms of damage being dealt in these early stages from Classic as well, so watching to see how that does in the next little while. Oracles activate, Human goes down. He killed it, right? He cancelled it once, and the second time it actually got killed, so unfortunately for SHIN, that is going to be a dead spork roll, and that's some money wasted, because you should just let the drone die at that point. Well, melee upgrade is coming up. Some drones coming through, the Lings getting surrounded on these adepts, big deal as well. Oracle still activating. a little bit more damage at the moment. Yeah, those couple of devs continue through as well, so devs still coming about, gates and the nexus still building up. And things get back down to the bottom right side currently with the lair, drones, overlords building through too. Oracle's got after a couple more drones, 3 workers going down. That queen very nearly catching the Oracle, not quite in the end. As well, gather Oracle, 8 depths. Very good defensively. At this point, Classic has dealt, 3 drones, 14 lings of damage. Early game definitely has gone well for Classic here. So he's had a good starting point of this game, and we'll look to see we can kind of do moving through from this point now into this next stage and phase of the game. We continue to settle this in. I'm just going to have that charge and the +1 coming up. Temple Archives and the gates all building through. Steps and the Oracles will gather on that left side. Just going to shade in the Oracles. Going to hang back. Take a couple moments to get settled on in. The Oracle's going to get a few more drones, though. Man. Doesn't feel great for SHIN when the drones just keep dying. There's a nice counterattack, only 1 Oracle here, but then Adept warp in. Can catch these Adepts, though. He's got a few kills. Adepts are super useful later in the game, but I don't think we can fight here with the prison there as well. Can micro, plus the Oracle damage. The Lings just go down too quickly. SHIN's ready to build Hydras. He's getting Bane speed as well, so he's going to go Ling Bane. Hydra aggression from this Storm is going to be imperative, and he is going to get toward it. Diving to the bottom, Hydra Queen. Gonna say nuh-uh. Push the Zealot Adept back out of there again. Oracles overhead. High Templars and the Zealots gathering through the Archons as well, joining up for the moment. The problem I have for SHIN is that he really needs to do work with this Hydra Bane army. To be fair, Classic attacking into SHIN is one of the better chances SHIN's going to have. Because if Classic attacks into this army, which is meant to be kind of fighting and being aggressive, you're at least going to have a better fight than if the Protoss was playing defensively, right? So, let's see. The Bane's on creep as well as they roll through. First couple of Storms do okay. Wow, that's a massive Stasis Ward. As I say, the first couple of Storms do okay. Because they kind of hit the Banes, but there wasn't like a future Storm, but the Stasis really felt like it slowed things down here. Because all of a sudden, you just, not only did those first forward units get stopped, but then everything else couldn't get past the units that were in Stasis either. Not ideal at all. Now a few Banes come rolling up. Still not much eco damage done though. Ling Bane all on the way through. Just gonna see those couple cannons are gonna build. Hydra Bane just off over to that right hand side, chilling for a moment or two. Get ready to go for more. SHIN just has to keep attacking, but like I said, it does feel pretty dismal. Because I feel like the real kind of power of these attacks is just not going to be really here. I mean, okay, we might get this base, but then there's an army on the bottom of the map that you're not really stopping in SHIN either, so you're going to lose bases yourself. Queen going to go down, just going to have the couple of cannons on the other side getting knocked away. I mean, like I said, we're going to get a base, we're going to keep going forward. Whose army trades better kind of when it comes to kind of getting reinforcements and kind of keeping this going? I love these Banes The problem is Bane's obviously a one-time use unit as well, so they're not exactly kind of situated well for like sheer firepower in a base trade. SHIN's still about ahead on supply. We're going to see the Queens get a Zealot. Recall comes in. SHIN has to back away. I'm scared now because these Hydras are in trouble, no? They can't really deal with all of these Zealots. They're going to get chased if they try to run. And Recall very good from Classic, but SHIN did a lot. I mean, let's face it, like at this point, 55 to 52 workers. Ling's going to get back onto this Nexus, trying to threaten the base. Right idea, doesn't get rid of it yet. If you knock Classic down to a 2-base scenario, he becomes very all-in. But there's a lot of damage to be done to finish off the 2-base, you know, finish off putting Classic onto a 2-base scenario here. Like, we're just not there yet. 2 High Templar, 2 Archons, 2 Zealots, all building through. Ling's gonna step up that left-hand side toward the 3rd base here. Plus 1 missiles, Ling, Bane, Hydra all coming through as well. A couple of simulators in the pylon coming about also. SHIN ready up for another round. Oh no! The Banes all get found. I mean, at least we can cancel and run a bunch of those away. That's something at least. Better than they get found when they finish morphing. But the plan is obviously from SHIN, like he wants to hit that left side base, knock it down, and making Classic a 2-base Protoss, I think is almost necessary for him at this point in terms of his plan on how he wins this. Without Classic being 2 bases, I just don't think Classic ends up behind enough to be in trouble. Ling's position to the top, get ready to make moves here. Hydra Bane all coming up, plus some missiles building through as well. 12, 14 more Zerglings all building by. The extra Zealots coming over. Bane's found in the bottom left. Zealots are going to micro with the Prism to get rid of those. And Classic Zombie right now looks pretty freaking good. It's a lot of Archons and High Templar, a couple of Mortals. Hydras at least get rid of the Prisms. That removes one part of this. It removes the reinforcement waves as well as the harassment possibility, so might also make Classic not attack you straight away. And, you know, drone count is higher for SHIN. He's going to be able to break through this wall off, and that's going to give him access through to the main mineral line, so maybe some damage he can deal here. And if you cause a bit of damage over here, maybe you get the chance to deal some damage to the 3rd base at some point too with like a multi-prong. And he's going to wipe the entire main base mineral line. Classic is not messing around though. Classic is pushing, and he's going to keep on pushing. The one Baneling makes this mineral line is not enough to kill probes. I like what SHIN's doing, but he needs the defense on this against this army. He needs these Banes to find some very good connections. That's a very good first storm. I kind of like what he does, split some of the Banes back, lets a few go forward, so he forces a second storm. He's going to find a bunch of High Templar that still had energy as well. I mean, SHIN is kind of doing it, man. Ling's going to hit the 4th base down. Like I said, Classic definitely forced to be pretty close to all in. Ling's getting through, going to break onto an Archon. There's an Archon on that left side, which kind of needs to go down right here. The High Templar just stepping so far forward. There are storms still available. Dropping storms everywhere. SHIN about 66 army supply too. The 40, is it enough from SHIN? These Hydras cutting back. We're out of storms. It's going to be big, especially as Lings are going to now get that chance to reinforce. Lings coming through. Immortal goes down. The Archon in some trouble. Classic killed 15 drones here. He's down to 22 army supply though. The Prism falls. The Archons go down, and SHIN is going to get a defense. Here in game 1 on Ruby Rock, he is going to hold his bases. Cancelled his opponent's 4th base. Now he can go across the map, potentially look to apply damage and pressure there. Going to the other side as the Ling's going to wrap around. I think grab the Zealot already. And yeah, I think this game goes SHIN's way in the end. What a crazy, crazy continued effort from SHIN. He was looking fine, looking good, but he just didn't really have enough to it, right? Like, there was more to be done. And now comes out swinging and starts to look a whole lot better. Crazy. Well, I'm just going to see the army still gathering. Archons, High Templars, Zealots gathering through. Let's have ourselves a few Hydras coming up. Plus Team Melee coming around. What's up, Hawksberry? Thank you so much for the 8 months resub on the Prime. The thing is now is that Classic is... I mean, Classic's starting to rebuild a little bit. Can SHIN let him get away with that? Classic's actually going to try and rebuild the Nexus as well. I find that most funny because obviously he could have tried to rebuild this Nexus a long time ago. I think he just truly believed he probably had it with his army he was pushing with. That, and maybe he felt like he didn't have the chance to, whereas now he's like, oh, I have to. So it doesn't make sense just
Kind of funny how the game changes and how things kind of flip from one kind of favor to the other. And Hydra will knock down the rocks on this right side. It's impressive because that army composition Shin's been fighting against is just usually such a good counter to the Lingbane Hydra. And that's why you see Lingbane Hydra Zerg so often struggle, because games like this really go against them a lot of the time. Does Shin need more creep? I mean, more creep would be nice. I just think he has other priorities right now. He needs to keep injecting with the queens that he has. He only has 3 queens, so yeah, creep would be nice, but it's just unrealistic at this point to get the tumors out without heavily hurting what is most important, which is just his unit production, right? If you lose injects at the moment, you're just going to have less to work with, which obviously is not good. Let's get to the right side, picking up over there. Thank you, Totally Not a Pylon. 51-month resub on the Prime. Baby John for the 43 months as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You do see our Hydra's pressing up and looking to put some damage in here shortly. Shin, I do feel like the longer he waits, the more tech that comes on the map for Classic, the more of a chance Classic gets. He's only really got a couple of storms, though. 2 storms aren't really enough, because 2 storms aren't enough to really stop the Banelings. And as the Zealots go down super quickly to the Banelings, the Archons don't fare well, because the Archons do not really trade well into the Hydras. It's kind of funny, we've ran out of things to throw the Banelings into. There's, okay, 2 high-energy Templar at the back is going to be massive, but now the Hydra's in position to deny this base already. I mean, the Banes roll up toward the Zealot. They realize they just are not needed there, so they will not commit through. Instead, they're going to try and threaten the High Templar there and chase them around. Still, the Hydra count looking great. Shin is up 60 army supplies. He steps through a storm to kill off everything and to say, well, not to say himself, but to get his opponent to say GG. Is going to be good for Shin to take game 1 of this best of 3. Shin takes the edge in this series. Alright. Some exciting stuff here, guys. Definitely a little bit away from initial expectations, I think it's fair to say. Is even this game, like I said, I think Shin had a chance, but the way the game was playing out, I actually kind of lost my belief in what Shin was, able to do. Because I really felt like it got to a stage where Shin's army was not really meant to be a success story anymore, So, yeah. A little bit a wild one there as we wait for game 2 to host up. Not sure who hosted the first game because I was AFK. Looks as though it was Classic. Classic currently rocking the Gold League border on his account, by the way. He's currently rocking 3.2k MMR. What's happened there, Classic? You just never ladder on this account? Oh yeah, his last ladder games in this account, apart from a couple months ago, was like 2 years ago. Which means that his MMR probably got reset. Or you just never... Yeah, I guess I've never seen him ranked on this account, actually. So wild. It's always fun when they've got match histories from like 5 years ago and you click on the players. Like, a lot of the players... Oh, there you go, DPG herO. I was going to say, a lot of the players are obviously like players from... a lot of the players are just barcoded, but then every now and again you find someone who's like named in a different team or a player who retires that's like, oh man. Just a random ladder game they played back then, but it's still recorded because it's still within his last 50 ladder games or so on the account. Where is he? Alright, game number 2. It's a best of 3. Winner of this series qualifies into the playoffs of the Winter Championship. Which means that this series in particular is very important, and obviously you lose this game right now and you're out of the competition today. You'll have to go through the groups of the Winter Championship if you want to partake there. Classic guy Red Protoss in the top left corner of the map is down 1. This best of 3 looking to fight back. As in the bottom right hand side, we're going to have the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Shin. Up a game, man. Like I said, I really felt this last game had slipped away from me. I really felt like it got to the point of no return for the Zerg, but we just managed to make it work out. Big win for Shin. And still, once again, nothing too quirky early game in this game 2 right now. Just going to throw the hatchery down onto the low ground there initially. Just going to get that set up. Probe going to run down to the bottom side as well. And yeah, gate and the assimilator coming through as well. A lot of that coming by for the moment. Match guest pool coming through. Next is on the way. It'll take a couple seconds as we get into this here.
herO continues to chase the probe around just for the moment, so again, we move around for a little bit, get some action into place, see what we can do. Start to finishes up. SHIN. Up a game in this best of 3. I mean, I'm all for it if SHIN wins this, and we'll have no PvP still on the day, which is incredible, because I really felt like... I really believed yesterday when I looked at the bracket, I was like, man, there is so much chance for this to become like a straight-up PvP fest. But so far, we've managed to stay clear of such things. It'd be great to have a Zerg in the round of 4 as well. But still has to win another game against Classic. That is more easily said than done. Classic is. I don't know if you guys have heard of Classic. He's pretty good. Dude's pretty decent at the StarCraft 2s, you know. Dude's pretty darn good as the Queen. I hit the probe there for a couple of moments. We get a few shots off. A couple of seconds. Stargate building about. The probes are producing. Stalker and the warp gate coming online as well. And yeah, just kind of seeing where things are going to take us. A few moments in this one. It's going to have the Queen's going to go after the Adept. A couple of drones got low, but do not die. The Queen's will kill the Adept even. Wow. Nice pick. Great grab. Great grab. And the Stalker will have a chance to get the Overlord when the Oracle pops, but Overlord will try and preserve itself for now. Just going to go for a dive through and just see if there's any extra info, double check the gas or so. Again, any little bit of information while this Overlord has the chance to get it is generally going to be a positive. So we just figure out what we can as the Stalker going to get back to poking about as well. Drones on the way, Overlord building. Link speed is coming up as you can see also at the moment. Stalker will get after that Overlord. It's going to go down, so that's going to be killed. And the drone's going through the Spores building. The Link speed is building by also, so a lot of that just coming straight into play at the moment. Next coming through, Oracle in production. A couple of similar coming by. The Oracles will gather up on the right side there, just for now. Spreads to the low ground. We do have a couple of Queens coming up to the high ground. Getting in after the Oracles as well. Oracles want to activate for a couple of those drones to go down only. Not really the craziest of things. Queen's just going to gather up. Twilight Forge next is continuing to come about. The Oracle's still there. 8 drones continue to produce on through. Make it 9 drones on the way currently. A lot of things up to the top. The Adepts will make their shade. See where they can get to. Again, Forge, Twilight Council, Robo Facility. All the good stuff on the way by right now. The Nexus building up as well, plus a couple of the probes also coming through just for the moment. Lots of good stuff on the way in terms of setting up. The lair from SHIN will give us a good idea of what tech he wants to roll into. He's going lair without the, Rotron, so it's very likely something like Ling Hydra once again. Maybe we could go Mutas too to mix it up, and actually Classic going to go straight at charge, so maybe Mutas would be a great idea, but obviously how do you identify that as SHIN to maybe, know that Mutas should be coming in. The only issue with Mutas against charge is if Charge Archon or something hits you quickly, then you don't really have the Mutas out in time to help you defend or to do anything before that attack hits, and then it becomes a little bit more complex and a little bit more of a rough time, so there are definitely some downsides to said situation. Rotron building through, the missile upgrade still coming up, as you can see right now. I'm just going to be having that Oracle can get picked off, 7 drones going down, Hydroden it's going to get placed down as well. And it's going to be seeing the Rotron still building through. Actually coming up, drones on the way, missile upgrade building also. +1 charging gates continue to come about. Just going to see the High Templar still warping in from this prism, so just going to get those on the go. So you get the Archons up, and then we can warp in the Zealots after this. So you have that real kind of strong Zealot Archon shove somewhat available to you in the early stages. 9 now, 10 Hydras actually on the way as well. So 10 Hydras, a few Roaches coming about. Going to see the Adepts are going to couple back up toward the top side. Just initially. Archon's going to sit tight underneath this prison, but there's the Zealot warping. We have built a Roach Roar, so we're going to have a few Roaches out. That's actually very important here. Something that can kind of be a bit kind of in the front and kind of tanking this is massive. Good position too. Hydra's goes behind the mineral line. Going to make attacking into that very difficult, and that is going to be a very good initial defense for SHIN. He does not let much happen there at all. Classic starts to go Storm. SHIN's going to double down on the Roaches. He's getting +1 missiles and Roach speed, so kind of interesting. You got the Hydra range. Probably still wants Hydra speed as well, because you still have Hydras, and you probably do want to move them across the map at some point, so maybe let's not forget Hydra speed, but otherwise, not bad at all. That first wave of this from SHIN gets, from Classic gets cleaned up pretty easily, and SHIN looks good. Now we're going to be seeing 3 more Roaches building through, 5 more Overlords in production. Storm is about to be done. The Oracle's going to activate onto the Queens. Archon's unloading beneath that Overlord. Actually going to get rid of one Queen already, just chasing with the Oracles here. Queens are afraid to turn around because the Archon's catching them is obviously not a good sign. SHIN has not got units here because he's fully sending it on the other side of the map. Storm done. We need to drop these Storms well. The Hydras are kind of on their own. The Storms actually do very well against the Roaches. Storm a great zoning tool nowadays, and so they stay around a long time. And while Roaches don't die super quickly to the Storms, they do, take damage if you sit in them long enough. Going to get rid of that Archon. Now the Immortal going to be a target. New Archons show up from the right side. The ones from across the map arrive to help play a defense here. And just about snag another Oracle KO. These Roaches really do have to still just kind of back it up, but we do have reinforcements arrive, and is it enough from SHIN? Those 2 Archons from across the map really, playing a big role in this at the moment and helping us to stay very active and keeping the Roaches back. Otherwise, this really could have been a whole lot more trouble, for sure. Ravager's morph on that ramp there. I'm just going to see the +2 attack. The Immortal coming by as well, so we continue with this just for now. Ravager's morphing in. We'll see Ravager, something we didn't see much of before, but now we've moved away from those Hydras completely. We'll have the Roach Ravager, just kind of consistent army pressure. High army supply. There's a lot of Storms available again. If not now, then very soon they'll be available as the High Templars gather their energy. We've got to be able to deal with these Zealots quickly. A lot of the Ravagers getting caught initially because the Roach is kind of split up to the top. So the Ravagers are kind of just left as the front line to the bottom, which I don't really love how that army ends up splitting from SHIN. Can he get through to kill off some of these High Templars? He picks off one right there. The Roaches are going to start diving onto the High Templar. That's nice. It's definitely a big positive, but is it going to be enough? Roach Ravager still pushing through. Just going to see a couple of those Immortals going down. The Zealots trying to get onto the Roaches still. We pull back a little further here as SHIN. Army supply still up by about 40. What I do like for SHIN is he just reset a good amount of the tech units. Now there's still 2 Immortals here. There are still 2 Archons here. So it's not like everything went down, but it was a good starting point towards having a chance to really play cleanup on this army, like I say. So it gives you that opportunity, which I like, to maybe still keep going. Get rid of those 2 High Templars, stop those future Storms coming in would be absolutely massive. Must be such a big deal. As the Corrosive Bile is gonna... sorry, I thought he had Corrosive Biles coming in towards the Morphing Archon, but was not actually the case. 23 army supply only from Classic. SHIN still trying to reinforce it with 58 drones. More Roaches in the way. He built a Hydra somewhere along the way as well. A Ravager producing. 4 new High Templar. Man, new Archons here just so good, so tanky, so so spongy on the damage incoming. Would be a massive factor if we could get those Archons up and into play. These 3 Immortals obviously going to do so much damage as well to these Roaches. There's not a front line that goes beyond the Roaches either, right? So it really is just everything you hit right now is just going to be onto a Roach. So Immortal Firepower is great. The big question is, it kind of has been for a while, is do we have enough defense for these Immortals? And right now, a couple of the Zealots are still holding their own and doing very well for themselves. The Ravagers do have to pull back, stepping away from that Archon Immortal force. We have, again, a couple more Hydras, a couple of Lings. I think these things are going to become very important. I actually think these things are going to be almost necessary here in the last few moments, because without them, I just think Roaches alone are not doing it anymore. I don't know if SHIN is doing this at all anymore, actually. I think Classic has probably found enough of a defense, and SHIN's going to agree. He actually says, GG, I thought he might stay in it a bit longer and keep on scrapping, but his army's just not good enough. He did not break through when he was up 40 army supply. He's not going to break through now when his army supply is no longer overwhelming. That takes us to a game 3 of this series. How about that? We are going to get the distance here on this quarterfinal match. Going to go to Tourmaline to decide whether it's SHIN or Classic to advance to the round of 4 today, as well as that Winter Championship playoff seed being secured for them as well.
Get everyone into this, guys. We'll be off in a moment. Again, after this will be Cure versus Creator in a best of 3 as well. So Cure Creator comes after this, then we have the other semi-final, then the finals. Why no mutas to deal with Immortals? Because he can't afford to get mutas. Mutas take so much investment. If he goes mutas, he has no army to fight with in the first place, and then... I mean, obviously mutas are a choice, and you can go mutas, but the game looks completely different if SHIN tried to go mutas at any point of this, basically, so... Alright, let's dive into game number 3. Deciding map. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player here is Classic. He'll be battling against the blue Zerg. In the top right corner of the map, we've got SHIN. Game 3 of this series. Exciting game in a big match. Like I say, determines a lot of the future of in the terms of the future of the Winter Championship stuff as well as the future of today for us. Take it nice and easy for a couple moments here to start off with. So, nice easy beginning. Get this underway. Magic gas pool coming through. Just gonna see the probe still nibbling about. Some little bits and pieces of work in just initially, nothing too crazy. Seeing where things are gonna go. Probe takes a chance to nibble at a drone. Excuse me, getting a little bit feisty early on. As you see Nexus, Cybercore both building up. Probe on the way. Pile and the assimilator coming up as well. A lot of that coming straight by just for the moment here. Getting that underway. The probe is going to fight back against the drone as well. Just going to be seeing a couple nibbles back and forth. Again, so far to see what else is happening. Let's see, a couple of lings are going to come about. We'll just see the probe. And he's going to be right there as well, so bit of pressure put on. Not really too crazy just yet. We just take a couple seconds and yeah, ling speed all going to come around for this. And just going to see that probe coming past the adept. Just going to step through for a couple moments as well, so a lot of getting set up right now. A lot of getting up and underway. I'm just going to be having a couple of probes going through the Stargate and the Stalker building. Add a warp gate onto that as well. And just lots of those little bits and pieces coming through for now. Link speed halfway done. We get back on track. Well, Adept's just going to shade. Just going to see that one Adept again up to the high ground. Moving through for a couple moments, see what's going on. Zerg is going to step through. The Adept is going to be getting taken down. And the Feelings are going to dive in on the other side, so they're just going to threaten the probes. They do have a nice little corner they can hide in there, so they can minimize some of the damage being threatened to them for a moment or so. And again, just going to have a couple of Lings get into now the main base, so forcing the Oracle to take an energy recharge, and we'll have to activate its energy just to play cleanup there. Just being annoying early.
Battle Spores coming up, and drones coming through as well. Obviously, there's lots of droning from SHIN initially. You get a good idea of where he wants to take this game, what he wants to kind of set up for, which is just, at the moment at least, some economy. Getting that started at first. Oracle's activating through, a few drones going down. I was going to be seeing the Oracle showing up for a couple of creep teamers already. Few drones down, Twilight Forge coming up from Classic. We get to see where he takes this himself. Obviously the upgrade is definitely becoming available. Going to go charge again from Classic, so just opening up that charge. Kind of sticking with this. SHIN taking a bunch of gas right here, so that's going to give him going all the way up to 5 gas at this point in time with the layer on the way. So that's obviously the gas that's going to fund his teching in the near future. The question will be Hydrogen, maybe a Spire this game. I would not hate to see a Spire, especially with the charge coming up again. The biggest issue with the Spire is that first shove of Zealot Archon is dangerous. Because the mutas just don't really help protect you in that situation, right? They're just not going to be out in time, slash, you know, the Archons are very effective against what will be a low count of mutas at that point. And the gas banked up, so as the lair finishes, we'll see what SHIN builds. Roach speed. Oh, it's going to go Roaches. He didn't take a 6 gas, though. So Roach speed, I mean, I wonder if he still has some plans to kind of tech behind this. Otherwise, the gas is all just going to go on Ravages. The Ling's going to be there. So this time he's going to do a similar thing as last game, but he's not going to waste money investment on the Hydras at all. That's obviously the Hydra Den, the upgrade he got for them as well, right? Like, there are a few things that actually happened there that we didn't really touch on too much, but you know, a lot of them are kind of just the givens that are kind of given in the game. But like I said, he invested into Hydras that then he just moved out of. So in theory, in this game, he's going to have a much larger army much more quickly because he's not putting the tech into Hydras. He's going with a lower tech army. And to be fair, I think the Hydras were nothing but a liability last game. Like, when they showed up, they were split apart from the Roaches, they were slow because they never invested into Hydra speed. Like, these Hydras, yeah, they put out a bit of damage, but I wouldn't say they did any better than what the equivalent amount of Roaches would have been instead. So I like this a lot more from SHIN. Similar setups, game to game, but just SHIN a lot more directly into Roach Ravager aggression. We saw he got close last game. See what he does here. Overlord speed finishing to allow the Queens to come across the map against the Oracles. Once more, Classic is looking to attack in, and if SHIN can jump on this army as it attacks in and capitalize immediately from there, that already is looking like a pretty dreamy situation. So, yeah, I mean, Classic sees it pretty quick. He's going to turn around. So he's not going to lose much, getting the High Templars up, readying the Storms for the future fight. Yeah, I like the Adepts try to do something there as the Prism is nearby, so we will be able to add in a little bit extra here. There's the Queens dropping out again. They're very important. They're going to help to zone the Oracles away and try and push through those Oracles a little bit to get extra damage done. This army is split up a little bit. We're actually going to start getting surrounded this army. The High Templars have to become Archons extremely quickly, honestly. And that means there's not a lot of Storm remaining. Roach Queen just trying to fight this. Does SHIN have enough firepower against the +1 attack rate of his opponent? The Queens are already dying. I feel like this has already turned into a defense here for Classic, plain and simple. SHIN just gets chased down completely. Man, I felt like SHIN jumped on the High Templars, forced the Archons, but then Classic just has so freaking much. SHIN just never really got any sort of chance to kind of move through this. Like, he just looked kind of doomed from the moment this began, to be honest. Well, that's not going to be great, because SHIN's not in a position to play a longer game. He's down on upgrades. That's going to worsen his +2 starts from Classic. He's clearly not afraid. Drop a Storm there. I mean, I don't think that we have... It's hard to be excited for a Zerg when the first wave gets shut down so easily. Because the moment that first wave gets shut down so easily, a lot of what can happen in the future really feels determined already. Unlike in that first game where they felt like there was potential for the army of SHIN to still work because of the composition, Roach Ravager just probably doesn't have enough in it, especially as you're losing 20 drones across the map to all of those Zealots. Classic turns the series back into his favor and gets the 2-1 victory. Will advance through to the semi-finals to play Creator or Cure, depending on who comes through the next best of 3.
And of course, Classic books himself into the WardiTV Winter Championship round of 16. So congratulations to Classic, who is going to make his way through there. So congrats to him on that. Alrighty, guys. So we will get this ready to resume into Creative versus Cure in a couple of moments, as we are going to have them guys starting up for us. Just looking for Creator. I think he's on the other channel. Cool. Cool. I do have something I want to show you guys. I'm going to run the ads first while I get these guys sorted out. So give me a moment. Okay, just needs a moment. All good. Get the start up then, guys. We're just jumping to the lobby. Perfecto. So videos are starting up for these guys. Perfect. Get that sorted out. Get that underway in just a few moments. It's all set to go. And get resumed. Loving it. Loving it. Alrighty. Will the finals be today too? Yes, this entire tournament wraps up today. Entire tournament wraps up today. Alright, we'll get the players ready here. So take a second and get that ready to go. I want to show you guys a little bit of this, but obviously we're talking about the Winter Championship a bunch. We actually have the Winter Championship now on Wikipedia as well, so you can see what the format and stuff is going to be. $5,000 tournament starting in a week or so. And yeah, we're going to be obviously working through this. There will be group stages. It might be 4-player groups, depending on how much interest I can get for the players playing. But either 4 or 5-player groups, and then top 3 will advance into the bracket, which is where the players that are top 4 in the Winter Cup are already going to be seeded. This will be the winner, this will be 2nd place, 4th place, 3rd place of the Winter Cup. Or the 4th place, 3rd place is probably pretty... It basically just flips based on who lost to the winner, basically, in the Winter Cup. But we'll talk about that later. I'll get that update for the end of the day. Showing you guys that we've got the excitement of more events coming through. And just wanted to, again, mention that... you guys are, of course, enjoying the tournament, then do consider supporting, because you guys make these tournaments happen. You can check out the way to support on the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So, if you're enjoying the content, if you're enjoying the games, check out the Patreon. It goes a long way to supporting us. It helps us to do so much more StarCraft 2 content. And we really appreciate it if you do. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. We can't say it enough. The more of you that get involved and support the Patreon, the more we can run these events, the higher prize money we can do, the more we can give back to the players, and the more we can support them. So help us, help out the players, is the TLDR of all of that. However, what's the better TLDR is, we're going to cast some StarCraft 2 for you guys. So, let's kick this off, as we're going to have in the top left corner of this best of 3 on Winter Madness Game 1. The blue Terran player representing Team Liquid is going to be Cure. In the bottom right, our red Protoss is going to be Creator. Game 1 of this best of 3 then, as we get this up and running. See what our players are going to give us. See what we're going to get. I see who's going to challenge Classic in the semi-finals. Classic will play the winner of this series in best of 5 semi. The winner of that then plays against MaxPax in the finals today. That's how the day is laid out. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. Excited to get us into it and to see, like I say, who makes it there. And all the rest as we continue through on the Korean server. MaxPax and Yakov were the only non-Koreans in the bracket today, and then MaxPax obviously won that and continued through the semis against ByuN to make it European versus Korean finals guaranteed. And that's where we're on our way to right now. Again, hope everyone's doing great today. Thanks so much for joining. Obviously, just mentioned the Patreon page and how you can support the tournament prize pools. Of course, any support on the stream is greatly appreciated, whether that's a follow on Twitch to see when we're live again in the future, a like and a sub on YouTube to help feed the algorithm, because the algorithm's heckin' greedy and it wants all the clicks. Or if you just want to, you know, keep on watching and just tuning in, thank you for that as well. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping us make the StarCraft 2 possible. Appreciate you guys big time. Thank you, thank you. Let's just have our factory and our reactor both building up, so we get that going. Command Center building through Stargate on the way from Creator. Let's see the Reaper going to step into the natural initially, just going to go onto the Nexus for a few moments. Get that started out. I mean, obviously Reaper just going to look for some information here. Super fun matchup. I actually don't really know who to favor between Creator and Cure, to be honest. I was kind of thinking about this when I saw the bracket yesterday, because obviously I was talking a little bit about the idea of like, oh, well, you know, we've got definitely like a lot of chances of like PvP semi-finals. And I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, I mean, the biggest question mark on that statement would have been probably Creator versus Cure. I was like, do I favor Creator over Cure? Last time they met, it was a 2-1 for Creator. That was just a few days ago. Before that, Cure won 2-1 and 2-0. Creator run at the start of the year, 3-0, then lost 0-2. I mean, basically back and forth. When we saw them in the WardiTV 2025 Championship, it was a 3-2 in favor of Cure. So I think Cure wins more, but I definitely think it's a very winnable series, especially in best of 3 format for Creator as well. So I think especially the fact it's best of 3, like I say, that shorter series gives our underdog, slight underdog Creator a bit more chance. A little bit more volatility, as you're going to see Cure playing the Reaper Hellion to start us off. Gets in for a couple of probes initially, now going to turn into the main base. There's a Phoenix out from Creator, funnily enough. It's going to be very useful because you're going to shut this 2 Hellion pressure down to 1 Hellion pressure very quickly. This last Hellion should be able to get 1 probe, might be able to get 2 still. Good pull away. Creator only loses 3 workers for the Reaper Hellion dive in. That said, we are also going to lose some lost mining time, and the Phoenix have been revealed. And knowing it's Phoenix means that Cure will unlikely kind of dive in with anything else from this point on, because he knows if he tries to dive in across the map with anything at this stage, it's probably going to backfire. Right? Like at this point, if you try and do anything extra, it probably isn't really going to go too well for you. So knowing that allows you to make some better decisions and so on. That's definitely a positive. We'll see where that all goes. It's Marine, Cyclone, Viking all coming up. A couple of depots and SCVs on the way through. The barracks coming over as well. The Phoenix just diving into the main base right now, as we do have the Adepts looking to get through there into the natural toward the main base as well. Just going to see the few Marines gathered up with a medevac. Probe facility, gateways, again the probe and the Phoenix. Production all continues through. Viking siege tank continuing up as well. As Phoenix steps out onto the map here, Marine Cyclone Viking is going to be moving down to the bottom right-hand side. So we're just going to get across with that for the moment. Get that set to go. A few Adepts are going to shade around. And see what's going to happen. So Adepts and the Sentry will gather up together. Phoenix going to lift up. A couple of the SCVs going down straight away. 4 of those workers going to be dropped right from the beginning here, so we just knock those out. And we do have ourselves the medevac across the map. I mean, this is the thing, the Phoenix almost guaranteed to do damage, right? But then you've got to make sure you've got enough to defend at the same time. That's where it gets a bit more complicated, although so far I'd say looking pretty decent. These Marines going to load back up. We retreat back up the right. Again, 5 SCVs coming through currently. Just going to see the rest of this army gathering together as well. The Phoenix going to take a bit more damage. Very narrowly getting rid of that Phoenix. Not quite in the end. I see another Viking shot. Phoenix gets turned away just for another second or two. Continue to play cleanup just for the moment. Marines going to start to shoot. A couple of Zergs start going down. The Adept's in some trouble as well. The Immortal and trying to fight into this. I'm not sure if I love this fight for Creator. The 2 tanks in the back are very safe. That said, 2 Immortals still alive, and they will start to close the distance on these siege tanks. So they will start to drop very quickly. The Vikings in the sky able to push the Phoenix away. Man, what a weird fight. As Cure is going to get chased away. How much do we survive with in the end? A few Marines here are going to try and challenge. The Phoenix will chase. Medevac is going to help to turn. The Marines turning onto the Phoenix there, killing off one. Looking for another. Medevac now boosting away. Looks as though it will be safe, but we're losing Marines as we run out of range of everything else. Creator's follow-up is to be, basically going into Colossus. So we see a Colossus on the way. That's going to be a big factor here as well. Get that Colossus up and running. And you see the Phoenix is producing through too, so we're going to keep with the Phoenix, which is interesting after we've lost a bunch. We're down to 2, so got to be very careful there. Good Widow Mines right now will zone nicely until the Observer shows up. That will kill at least 1 mine. Second mine has to unburrow and back away. Cure could really do with his stim pack already being done. That's going to be done soon. You could also just do with more units, although I think for the moment at least he's going to be alright. He is building a 3rd command center, so he's on his way to a 3rd base. He is looking for the eco-based follow-up to this. He will have an economy behind this setup, and we'll go from there. 2 mines, 2 Vikings, the Marauder coming through, concussive shells, combat shield, and the attack upgrade building as well. So a lot of these upgrades continue to come by just for the moment. Going to be seeing a couple of barracks are coming over. The Vikings are setting up +1 attack and charge building through as well. Just going to see the Phoenix will gather for a second or two. Just going to get in after a couple of those SCVs, so damage will begin to be done. And get a few shots off, get some damage done, as we mentioned. Combat shield, concussive shells, and the +1 attack upgrade still building by at the moment. Three dead SCVs. Cure will settle here for a moment. 2,9,800 supplied to the 110. Definitely feels like Creator's advantage. Cure still being active though, trying to drop around. You don't necessarily always see the Terrans being active in scenarios like this, right? So nice to see that Kira is going to try and keep a little bit of mobility and activity, like I say, around and about on the map at the moment. And happy to still try and drop in, even despite, I mean, it's only 4 Phoenix, but it's still Phoenix, right? So Phoenix are still there as an answer to everything else that's going on. You call the Phoenix back. A few more Zealots warp in. You're pressing down the right-hand side. Water mines will begin to burrow up. A couple probes going down. You're going to see the Vikings getting kite away. The Vikings will be very powerful against these Phoenix. If they get the chance to kite back like this, then you're just getting Phoenix every single time. Right now, because our reliance is in the anti-air is on the Phoenix, there's not enough to really protect the Colossus either, so a few Vikings are doing a lot of work. One more Phoenix going down. Now Stalker's being warped in. They don't have Blink from ability, so they've got to be super careful. I love what Q is able to get done out of this so far. Creator does pop one Widow Mine with a Zealot that was going to die anyway. Just going to see the battery going down. The army's still kind of settling in nicely here. I like what Q has done. He's just put himself in a good position. He's zoning very well. And like you say, he's taking advantage of a game where Creator has not prioritized Stalkers. Instead, he prioritized Phoenix. This is why I didn't like him going back into Phoenix. Because like, you lost a bunch of Phoenix. Then you rebuild a few, but you never rebuild enough to really be scary to the Vikings. So what have the Phoenix really done? I really feel like the Phoenix rebuild has been a waste. Because I just don't see what it's doing to kind of truly help you out in this situation right now, which is obviously a tad bit disastrous. A few more shots coming about. Bio ready to settle in right here. Just looking to try and fight. We are going to see a few more Stalkers now, so it's more difficult for the Vikings to get connections compared to how they were doing just previously. So that will be a factor also. Again, +2 attack. Thermal lance is done now as well, so yeah, we are set to keep the pressure going next few moments here. Let's see, what am I going off? Doesn't really connect on much of anything just yet, but one more thing for us to just keep our eyes on as everything develops for the moment. Viking starport, the SCVs going through too, so a lot of that's still just coming about right now. Army gonna go on a big shove over the left-hand side as well. Gonna get in position there and try and see what we can do. First, I'm gonna stop for warping, and we are gonna have the Colossus there, tagging along with everything else, ready to make this push up happen, ready to get into position, try and get things done. Could actually being the one to be aggressive now. However, the Colossus started to go down quickly again. Viking count good, and again, just not a lot of protection for those Vikings. Yes, Stalkers in the front are okay, but the Stalkers got to be careful too. And they don't have the mobility of the Blink still, so still no Blink for the Stalkers. I'm surprised we don't get Blink now. Because at this point, we need a good amount of Stalkers just to kind of utilize the fact that we're going to protect these Colossus from Vikings. It's kind of wild to me that we don't really build any more of those. I mean, Stalkers just step through. To be fair, the Vikings are not doing enough right here. Is this going to be good for Cure? The Colossus is going to live in the background. SCVs are pulling in to try and survive. He's got a lot of army, but it's low HP, and he would have to stim a second time here, which would not be pretty. I think herO is getting this done with this shove forward right now. Up this ramp he goes once again. Zealot Archon Colossus coming over. ByuN gathering Colossus ready to aim. Fire through. A couple of Marines going down already. Colossus taking damage. Archon's being picked away at. Vikings going to shoot. Colossus will be dropping. It's going to be seeing our ByuN force is going to chase down. Kira is going to clean this army up, I think. It comes at an extreme cost. 30 SCVs. But he cleans out all of the tech units. Army supply good for him. herO building a 5th base. So he's 4 bases at the moment is the most notable part of that. Feels like a game that looks okay kind of continuing on from here at the moment. +2 and +1 both underway. The problem I have for Q is if he feels the need to attack, I get it. There's not a lot of tech units alive after that fight. But I feel like an attacking Terran in this scenario almost always kind of falls a little bit flat on its face. Like I feel like it almost always disappoints. So in that regard, I'm not necessarily loving it. Continue through here, just going to see a couple more Zealots, just harassing obviously anything herO can do to try and slow Q down to any extent is generally going to be seen as a net positive as well. A few more SCVs. Sorry, a few more, SCVs going down. The probes having to play defense, but it's only against the scouting units, so nothing too major there either. Yeah, ship weapons, +2 armor. Continue to come about. The Viking Marine Marauder coming up as well. ByuN going to push to the upper right side. One thing Q's army does have is mobility right now. I'd love to see a drop on the bottom of the map while this happens. I get it, you're not wanting to maybe necessarily split up your army when you feel like maybe your strength is in kind of sheer numbers at the moment, but I actually think it could be pretty effective considering the situation, so good dodge from the Prism. Just going to lift up a Zealot to dodge away from that mine, and that's just a cute little play from herO. A little bit of micro that just goes well for you as the ByuN army of Q now pulls back up the left-hand side into that top left position and just hides away. Blink +3. Disruptor Stalker coming through. I was going to see the Zealots coming about as well. Robo Facility setting up right now as the rest of the units gather together. ByuN Viking. A couple of storms come down, hitting the SCVs. +3/+2 still building about. +3/+1 coming in as well. The Disruptor still building by. Just going to see the ByuN army gathering together for the moment. A missile turret sits in the front. And yeah, that ByuN force just gathering. Medevac Viking building as well. And this force of herO comes back over to the left-hand side. We're going to see the Prism goes down. We're going to morph the Archon. Good EMPs instantly from Cure. Ghost Control really a highlight of his is... See if we can get any more EMPs off, especially towards the High Templar. There's not a lot of High Templar with energy in that army, to be fair. Viking's still very important. The Disruptors are scary, and they actually catch a few Marines there too. Especially Disruptors catching the Terran army kind of moving left and right, and you know they're not backing away. Back's already up against the 3rd base, right? So you don't really have a way to fall back. Orbital on the 4th, gonna have to lift that up. SCVs will evacuate. Goes trying to come forward, but they're gonna eat the Disruptor shot. Good Disruptor placement so far by herO. Both the Disruptor shots he's fired in this game have been very well calculated. They've been in a good distance. They've been undeniable. And they've just taken advantage of the Terran moving an army around that is not really in a place to then deal with the Disruptor shot coming toward it. So Great disruptor placement so far by Creator. Love what we're seeing out of him in that regard. Looking to see if he can keep that up as the bio splits here. A couple High Templars still trying to step through. EMP on the High Templar. Going to be doing some damage as well. That Storm still continuing through too. We've seen this bio stepping forward. Archon will take some more hits. Disruptor shot fires through. A couple more disruptor shots firing in. The bio army still sitting tight. Dark Shrine, shield upgrade, continue to come around. Just going to see the Marine Marauder, Medevac, all still building up. That +3 attack upgrades coming over. A couple more Medevacs coming through. The army still moving up the left-hand side. Push in from Creator, looking to try and, again, pressure this position. He's definitely looking good supply-wise. He just needs to not take a silly fight, which very doable as a Protoss player, to take a silly fight and accidentally let this game slip from you. So that's why he's been so careful. I love these disruptors. He's making disruptors look good. Oh, nice stim in from Q. He's going to come from all angles. He does deny the initial disruptors. This disruptor shot next did force the Terran to back away a second. Finally, we can drop the storms. As we're just going to move through that, though. Q just says, I don't respect your army. He steps through the storms, and he's not wrong. There's no damage output to punish him for going through the storms. His army's going to be low, but he's coming across the map, swinging. Every Colossus goes down, another storm. That's the biggest issue right now. If he wants to keep on pushing, there's going to be a point where you're going to face storms and your army is low HP, so I don't know if we can keep pushing. Stepping down, just going to be seeing a few more Zealots running in, but they've just been warped straight into a massacre because there's so much bio there, and Cure, man, just spread, jumped into the fight, and he obviously felt like he needed to do something because he was just getting picked apart by disruptors, and he is absolutely doing something right now. How to get to this natural robo, does just finish a Colossus. Great timing for that. There's a battery nearby too, so as it takes a volley from the Vikings, it gets healed up. However, Vikings stay around. The Stalkers are not focusing them just yet, so because of that, we will actually see a continuation of the Vikings just getting rid of the Colossus. However, Q's supply is dropping, but he's still up 30 army supply, 40 army supply. But man, his army is such low HP. +3, +2, only +1 armor upgrade for these Zealots. They're melting kind of faster than you'd expect. We've still got new Colossus on the way, but the Robos are right there. If Q can hold this position and kill off the Robos, stop the Colossus getting out, then I think I kind of like it a lot for him. Otherwise, I fear that the Colossus pop, this army's such low HP, we can't do enough. And I think new Colossus are indeed about to pop here, and what a difference that is going to make. Q, at the very least, is going to have to back away from this. Now, he obviously denied one base, but there are other bases, especially that upper right base, absolutely solid and mining. So I think Q has to step back for a few moments. He did a lot here. He's also lost his 8k in his favor, but Curator is absolutely outmining him, so it's not looking pretty in that regard still. And what an absolutely crazy situation that we're kind of breaking through into right now. This is getting a little bit wild as we do see Stalker Colossus Zealots still gathering up together. And a couple extra ghosts coming about. Just going to see the Marine Marauder Viking coming through. The Zealots are still producing in. Colossus Disruptor building from Creator as well. That next is still about halfway done currently. You can see the Medevacs doing that job, healing up a bunch of those bio units. A couple extra ghosts. We'll keep building. The Vikings are still very much so on their way. Again, that army just pulling back to the top for a few moments' time. Going back over there for a couple of seconds. Bio stepping back down to the center. What a game. 20 minutes on Winter Madness to start off this series. It has been a banger from Cure and Creator. I mean, we kind of said the results kind of suggest they might be pretty well matched for each other, and yeah, I mean, this definitely been the case here. Creator taking control in a lot of moments. Cure taking some great fights to take that control away again. Has really been a wrestling match between these two. And currently not really an end in sight. Like, Creator is up in supply, still has great economy. But Creator still absolutely has Cure still has an army large enough to threaten Creator, and we've seen previously that that's absolutely scary enough to probably stop you in a lot of ways here. I'll take a moment of peace. What's up? Himlet in the chat. Wardy, nice talking to you at Home Story Cup last weekend. Thank you for the stream. No worries, man. Thanks for saying hi. And yeah, thanks for dropping by the stream today. Thank you for watching some games with us as our Marines, the SCVs. Gonna try and fight. We will see the Zealots gonna get through. Okay, in the end, this position is gonna get broken down a little bit. Gonna see the bio coming over. Gonna chase that Zealot down as well. Able to get a cleanup on that. Push on the right side. I mean, this multi-prong from Creator is gonna be very powerful because Cure needs to kind of keep his army collected together.
He just doesn't have enough to really go kind of swinging on the right side, swinging on the left side. He leaves a few units on the left, which are well positioned to deal with the Zealot. That absolutely allows you to do that. We did get the +2 armor finish from Creator, by the way, which obviously does allow you to be a little bit more comfortable in this game, in this matchup right now. Because Creator just has a ton of bases at this point. Kira really needs to hold on to an additional base. This new one here, which is just his main base relocated, by the way. It's always scary that you're not going to be able to morph a planetary. It's, you know, if you lose that, that's -1 orbital in the game when you don't have a ton of them. So he needs to hold this base, though. He needs the economy if he wants to stay in this and to keep this going. That is going to be the big problem right now, almost certainly. That's definitely seeming like the scary factor of this game at the moment. So we'll take that chance to wrap around on a set of rocks here as well. Vikings trying to aim up a little bit of something. The Bioforce gathering. The Ghost's going to sit there. Stalkers will step through. A couple of disruptors nearby. We do EMP onto the Stalkers. Some damage initially. Of course, EMPs have been a big part of this. Disruptors have been a big part too. Creator's had some really good disruptor shots. As we're trying to establish a base top right, I kind of think that might be a little bit too greedy overall, honestly. I guess we will see in a moment how exactly that pans out. Let's see another disruptor shot there. Going to try and get in toward the bio. I mean, here's Kyo coming in from the bottom side at the same time. Again, looking for this kind of big surrounding kind of army. There's a DT mixed into this, dealing damage. The Colossus go down. The Vikings have to land. Like, they're not going to do great on the ground, but they're going to do something, and we just need it right now. We're going to see Zell charge in from all angles, man. I gotta say, the Vikings really melted. Like, they really died. I don't know if I was really expecting them to die as, like, viciously as they did, almost. But that part was maybe a little bit brutal. We pulled back all the way there from here, trying to just make it happen with these last few units. Army supply is still in his favor, but of course, economy absolutely is not. So any sort of rebuild out of this is going to be rough. He is going to deny a base bottom left, but he needs to kind of deny other bases around the map as well, I feel like, right now. I feel like we're not in a cozy position at all at the moment. I mean, the thing as well from Kira is that he's just got the absolute scraps of the army as well. Like, such low HP. Disruptors are more dangerous than ever before. These Zelds are running in 1 or 2 at a time, though. That's great. Hits the EMP on the High Templar before the storm. Oh, this Disruptor, I think, actually got a shot before it arrived there. The Stalkers will be able to blink away. At this point, maybe Blink Stalkers would be efficiency enough to see this through to an end. A few more Zelds are going to show up as well. Curator is trying to run through, is trying to make this happen, and we are going to see Zelds from both sides. Zelds all hitting at the same time. What is this? It's magical. As I think Kira, he's still got a 20 army supply lead, but Creator is still mine with 60 workers. All he needs is a moment or two for this game to settle. I mean, 2 Colossus just popped out. That should be enough to kind of get the same job done as well. I think we're good here to see GG in this game. As Kira is still going to pressure, though. He's not done yet. He's got DTs chasing him. Does he have any scan or an EMP? He's going to scan. 1 DT gets killed. The second DT going to get sniped. He'll kill the Archon. Creator cannot catch a break to save his life right now. Like, I mean, honestly, with the Colossus showing up, he should be fine, but then I'm almost not convinced just yet. The Colossus are going to show up on their own. Oh my god, we have 0 Vikings available. Colossus fighting from afar. This Nexus will be saved. Not that I'm sure we even need the economy off this Nexus necessarily. Okay, we'll finish it off now as Q steps back over. The Colossus have to be careful because there's not a lot of Zealots, and Creator is just scrapping together any sort of income that he can. I've called this game over a couple times, but we're still fighting here, and Q is actually on a larger army supply lead than he's had in a while. So he's actually setting up much better than he has done previously. What is going on? Why is this game not ending? Why is it not stopping? I mean, it's just absolutely crazy that we're still battling to this point. It has been bonkers as we see the Stalkers blinking through. Now we're going to go base for base. Well, a base loss from Q is obviously extremely bad. However, he is floating to the bottom left, so maybe he can mine from there for a while as he's killing bases. I am worried about Creator being middle of the map, no reinforcements nearby, no prism available. And honestly, like I say, his army supply is down. Oh my goodness, they're so close to catching each other there. And Creator is losing probes, and he's been so reliant on the rebuild of these workers. 15,000 resources lost in the bin difference for Creator. But he had the economy for so much time in this game. Now Q is going to protect one of his newer bases that he just now established. Few Vikings available. Sees this army coming. He has ghosts and EMPs ready to roll as well. We drop an EMP onto this. The probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter because the bio will live through. There's no Zealots. There's no damage on them.
And the Bio is going to survive, and Cure is going to take game 1, and he is going to somehow, some way have the advantage in this series in what was truly an utterly ridiculous game. I thought Cure had a lot of opportunities to maybe actually look good, but I actually was really convinced he was dead finally. For once, I really finally thought it was over. And it was not, obviously. Wow. What an actually ridiculous game. Second map's going to be played on Old Republic as Cure will take the 1-0 lead. herO is in the replay, guys. herO is in the replay. He has like, what the actual just happened in that game? He's going to take a second to figure that out. We'll take a second for some ads after a 25-minute game. We'll head into a game 2. It's herO's army. I think herO's army was always just so close, but not quite good enough. And it just, that ended up being the killer of him, right? That his army was just not quite good enough at the end of the day, right? Wow, really crazy game, honestly. Really crazy. GG's go. Just like, yeah, no bother. Just like any other game, you know. GG's go next. Just waiting for herO to give us the same go ahead, but I think he's ready as well. Just double check because I don't want to start just in case he needs a moment. Cool, just double checking, and then we'll kick this off and go into game number 2 of Cure versus herO, guys. What a game. Jeez. Alright guys, that might be the game of the day, who knows, as Cure is going to bring back the dream of a non-PvP semi-final as well. He needs the map to move on against Classic in the semis. herO obviously will need to win 2 in a row, and of course, qualification into the WardiTV Winter Championship playoffs on the line here as well, which is also a pretty darn big deal. As we jump into game number 2. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Cure. And in the top right, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss. It is herO as we jump into game 2 of this best of 3. Damn. That was sick. What an awesome game. I can't even really think back to how it all began either. Like this is a game that had so many awesome moments. I'm trying to think back to how we even got there, and I'm like, no, I actually do not. Oh, because it was the Phoenix opening, yeah. The Phoenix opening. Man, the Phoenix really sucked in that game. Like, I think the first couple of Phoenix were fine. They actually cleaned up the first bit of harass very nicely and so on. But boy, did they just absolutely suck when he built more. Like, I really feel like there was absolutely zero purpose in him building more of the Phoenix. You know? Because I feel like when he built more, they just did nothing. I mean, obviously the game went way beyond that point in the end anyway, but I just wonder if you don't build those Phoenix and you have a bit of a better starting point, that might just be enough to kind of shift the tides of battle in a game that ended up being so close anyway, right? So... oh, what a game, what a game. Alright, we are setting into our next map here. Old Republic, as you can see. Orbital CC, Marine coming up. Going for a few moments. Pros ever use Void Rays anymore? Mostly, kind of, sometimes it's like a PvZ opener, they build one Void. PvP, defensively, Void Rays can be okay. They're not really a main army composition thing. Sometimes they're an oh shit moment when the Zerg has a lot of Corruptors and you kind of need to try and find a way to kill them, and you try and build a few Voids, but nobody really plans to end up on mass Void Ray. But for the most part. SOS did some big Void Ray builds lately. Great games, guys. Again, if you are enjoying, I will take a moment just to quickly say, as you see on the left of your screen, that you can support us on Patreon. Patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of anything you pledge goes directly into WardiTV 2026 Series Tournament prize money. Help us raise the bar for competition this year in the WardiTV series. The more you guys support, the higher the prize pools are. The mythical goal is, if you guys get the prize pool high enough, we could even maybe get SherO to play. Maybe. It might happen.
You know, it's in your hands. Join the Patreon. I can't promise anything, but you never, you know, the more support, the more likely it is. So check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV, as we will be entering this early game. Hellions survive early, and that is obviously great for them because they'll get to heal back up and get ready to go again in a couple moments, get that settled, and get that all underway. Dark Shrine building, gateway in the warp gate coming up, so you take a couple of moments and get a lot of that building through nice and early. A couple of Hellions pull over to the side, and then we just take a couple seconds of waiting about, seeing where we're getting to. Obviously, it's a bit of a cheeky game from Creator with the Dark Shrine proxied over on that left-hand side. Two Hellions get in. This is massive. Oh, he starts Glaives as a fake because these Hellions were about to see that this Twilight Council was not researching. Now it kind of at least looks like... Oh, he's going to start a Raven anyway. It still depends where the Raven goes to, but this was also 5 probes. Now the Widow Mines are going to come in. This Raven's perfectly timed because it's going to be impossible for the Raven not to be at home when the DTs are there because it's going to pop, and it's rallied to the natural as well. This might be a bit more of a speedier game number 2 here from Creator because, yeah, the Stalker doesn't have blinks. That's a kill as well. And he's going to save the mine. He could have saved the mine. Mismicroed it. Yeah, I mean, the DTs show up and they need to try and do something. They're going to break their way in, and the Raven is going to pop momentarily to say goodnight to these DTs. Or, well, it's going to go one way and the units go the other. A little bit misplay from Cure again. He's going to scan the main base, Raven the low ground. Creator just going to say GG. Cure is going to win a little bit of an anticlimactic game number 2 in the end, as GG gets called, and that will be that. And we will round this one out. Yeah, epic game 1. Craig tries something a bit cheeky in game 2, and it just doesn't work. He's just out of there. Is there any reason herO doesn't usually play WardiTV events? Yeah, I don't think herO necessarily... My tournaments don't usually line up with Gabe's streaming schedule, and he likes to obviously stream a lot of the stuff that he does when it comes to playing and so on. And some players just aren't tournament players, you know, like... I imagine it's just a case of that. He plays and stuff now and again. He played the European League last year, for example, but... Yeah, I imagine it's really just a case of just schedule timings and stuff like that. Etc. Etc. Alrighty, guys, so we're going to get Cure versus Classic ready to go. Kick this off in a few moments. Classic will start our veto process. And we'll get into this best of 5 semi-finals. So we've avoided PvP again for now. Will Cure take out Classic to avoid us a PvP final? That would be miraculous. If we actually avoided a PvP the entire day, that'd be incredible. I'd actually be baffled, but I mean, you know what? If the final is a PvP, I think we can stomach it, considering we would have gotten to the final without having to see PvP. My real concern truly was like the PvP scenario. Obviously, again, big game for Cure because he qualifies into the WardiTV Winter Championship playoffs as well. So that's obviously a big deal. So that's very exciting too. And we know that it's Classic, ByuN, MaxPax, and Cure that are all qualified into that bracket. So we'll figure out who exactly goes where very, very soon. Alright, we just take a moment or so, guys. Take a couple seconds. Get set to rumble. Alright, Old Republic. There's going to be the opening map here. It doesn't take long to veto when you only need 2 vetoes before the first map pick gets made. I'm just going to sneak ads in, guys, because the last game was pretty short, but just sneak them in now just gives us a bit of an easier time throughout the series.
Beautiful. Alright, get everyone involved, guys. Cool, I think we've got everyone. I feel like we're missing a caster. We're missing Indy. Indy, we need you. Indy, we need you. Alright, everyone's readying up, and we are good to go into our semi-final, guys. Let's do this. Let's party. Let's party. Jumping in, as we have in the bottom left-hand side to start off this semi-final. Who will advance to the grand finals of the WardiTV Winter Cup, the first big event, the first minor of the WardiTV 2026 series, leads into the Winter Championship, our first major. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss is going to be classic. Well, in the upper right, it is going to be our red Terran Cure. Wasn't I just saying Indy out yesterday? Look, it depends if he's lagging or not, you know? Like, I'm a laggist. If you lag, I want you out. If you're not lagging, it's fine. I don't really care. I'm a fickle caster. I'm a fickle tournament organizer. I base my opinion of you on your lag. I'm sorry, guys. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Ay. Alright, so we get settled in. Let me take a couple of moments here. And get set to go. Rax Refinery on the way, and SCV coming up as well. Gate and the assimilator also building through for a couple of moments. Just get that up and running. And yeah, we'll see where things are going to go. Next couple of moments here, get this started out. Some people can't afford fancy connections. I know, but alas, the players don't care about that, you know? The players don't care about that. When will the WardiTV Winter Championship be? So qualifiers will start this weekend, and then playoffs will take place. Not playoffs, sorry. The main event will start not next week, but the week after. The playoffs are set for March 8th-ish. So March 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th is going to be the playoff days. 4 days in a row, these will all be playoffs. So the groups will happen at some point before then. I need to refigure. So I moved a qualifier away from tomorrow because of solo show matches. So I need to figure out when I'm gonna put that qualifier to replace the qualifier, and how exactly we're gonna do it. Because there's gonna be obviously a bunch of players will qualify from the WardiTV points, and then a bunch of players will qualify through the qualifier as well. So the qualifier is gonna be interesting because, like I said, it'll be an interesting mix. I need to see exactly where people are at in terms of I need to decide how many people will qualify, for example, as well. I don't know if we're going to make it so like the qualifier will be kind of like I kind of want to I don't know how to do it for the best, because obviously it's not great when the qualifier doesn't feature a lot of the better players, but then at the same time, like, maybe I just make the qualifier like a point gathering thing, but then so like points plus like the top X players just qualify in. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do it. I need to stop, look, and plan it out a little bit. Winter Championship will take place in the spring? No, this winter ends in March. I checked this already, I'm sure. Ay. When does winter end? When does winter end? Friday, the 20th of March, 2026. I'm going to be finished within 12 days of winter, okay? See, you guys can't hate just because you guys don't understand the seasons. Will I keep casting the Leo League Cup? No, I'm away all next week. I'm literally away, so I'm away Tuesday, I get back Wednesday, and then I go away again Thursday, so I just can't cast any of it. So I'm literally away the whole next week. Yeah, really unlucky because, obviously, cool event, but we'll be casting some replays of it, but I will not be casting it live. Because, yeah, I didn't know it was happening. I can't plan for things I don't know are happening. Probably wouldn't have changed my plans anyway. I probably wouldn't have happened, but yeah, unfortunately, it will happen while I'm away. So We'll cover the replays of like the best games probably. Like the week I get back, I have a couple of days I've purely scheduled out just for these replays. So we'll definitely get through like a bunch of the good replays, because we'll do like probably 2 days of just pure replays of catching up there. Well, mine's gonna load up, obviously opening game of this best of 5, and so far it is gonna be 4-gate blink from Classic, so he's gonna open nice and aggressively to start us off at first. So I'm just gonna get that ready to go. Across, going to see a few Stalkers going to start stepping on the map. Prism going to be right there as well. Let's just take a couple of moments to step through, and we'll have ourselves the couple of Stalker shots firing in as well. Stim is coming up. Obviously, most importantly, the Stalkers going across the map in good numbers. Defensively, we are purely bio here from Cure. So he's on the 3 racks, and that's what mine's going to distract a little bit. Still keeping a lot of Stalkers at home because of the mine drop. A little bit worried for when this gets cleaned up, if that's going to maybe create an issue as well, though. See another mine unloading and burrowing. Getting set up here too. Gonna see a Stalker shot is gonna be a good volley. It's gonna see some success as well. So nice little catch. And nothing really available on the other side of the map anymore. Let's see how the defense goes here from Kira. Pretty decently. Loses a couple of units, gets a Stalker. This is okay. Nothing really super exciting happening really. Again, combat shield and the +1 attack upgrade building through there, so we get those upgrades all the way through, get that started up just for now, as we are going to see the Stalkers actually going to blink into the main base. Going to get ready to go, put some pressure out. Bio going to fire up a bit of a storm. These Stalkers already taking some damage. Again, +1 the combat shield all building through, so a lot of that coming online. You see the extra Stalkers and the charge upgrade building by as well, so again, we get a lot of that coming through for the moment. Stalkers ready to blink up into the main here. And put some more pressure on into play. The Bio can try and fight back. Stalker's taking damage. SCVs have to be pulled because, to be fair, it's committed from Classic. He's only just now starting his 3rd base. You can afford a few SCV losses as Cure, as most importantly, you just can't die in this scenario, right? And so far, I'd say we're doing an okay job of not dying. 48 works to 46, 35 army supply apiece. It feels like a very playable game. As we are going to see the Zealot Stalker back in the main. The fact we've got a few Zealots now just trying to tank, and also trying to micro back with the Prism. That's very fancy. Let's see if it's enough. We've only killed a few SCVs here. I thought at least a few more SCVs would probably go down during that exchange, but not the case just yet, as we're going to see more SCVs pulling in. Stalkers microing still. Good micro from Classic. Really good micro, honestly, from Classic, keeping Stalkers alive for a very long time. He gets out of there with so many low HP Stalkers. 15 SCVs go down. Alas, it's still going to be mules that will keep kind of Cure somewhat competitive in terms of economy. You know, 41 to 48 workers down by 7 is not really enough to kind of make this a disturbing situation. As wild as that might seem to you guys, it really is just not quite enough to, like I say, truly shift things here. As we get set to resume. Let's see where we go. Stalker's going to go. Like I say, 7 workers behind is fine because you've got the mules. And like I say, this is purely because Classic did all of this pressure off of a very late 3rd base. You're used to seeing the pros have more economy due to that 3rd happening way sooner. There's the Marine Marauder Medevac coming by, the armor upgrade coming up. Continue to bring that through just for now. Well, Vikings will be building, the armor upgrade coming by as well. Still got the command center coming up also here. Just for the moment, the single Marine is going to go on a little bit of a stim out onto the map to also try and adventure into some trouble and try and see what else is going on. A couple probes pulling back down through the bottom side, as they're also going to venture around to see where they can get to and what is going to take place over the course of this. Biomedevac all gathering together here. We just have the Marine Marauder Viking coming through. Widow Mines in production. Armor upgrade will come through as well. First Academy still about halfway done, so again, just going to have that as part of everything here. Bio going to join up. Prism going to try and drop the Storms forward. I mean, good splits initially from Cure. Obviously, very hard to fight through the Storms when you're on lower unit count, but a couple more coming in, man. There's just
as usual, there's just so many storms. I really feel like this is something I thought was going to be much less of a factor in modern-day PvT, but we still just have so many storms available sometimes. Dealing with them all can be tough. That was an interesting one of mine, hitting dead center for a second or two. Storm still coming down. ByuN taking a lot of shots. Storm at the moment. A Templar goes down. The Archon gets cleaned up, and Kira's going to keep pushing forward. Prism is just about getting away, so the Prism gets out of there, escaping through for now, and is going to stay alive just for the moment. I mean, like I say, some scary few seconds there. Definitely a little bit of time to be or a little bit of reason to be cautious. Let's just have, the storm going to come about. Also, still trying to zone. Kira getting across the map. 1-1 to 0-0 currently. Without the storms, like this army of Classic, seems pretty weak at this point in time. Zealot's kind of coming through. How well will the ByuN do? It's a good storm. It's an important storm as well, because it actually zones the Marauders off of the Stalkers. I don't think it's enough for Classic right now. It looks like he's still in some trouble. High Templar's going down. Zealot reinforcements might save him, and Immortal is actually kind of a big deal too. The base location on this left side is also kind of interesting. We now have EMPs available. We missed the first EMP completely. The EMP on the battery might be really good. He drops it there, and he actually kills the Prism too, so there goes micro potential. But there's another storm, and everything's low from Cure, so it continues to remain dangerous. And Templar still not going down just yet. Stalk and the Immortal gathering together. Marine Marauder, Medevac, Ghost continuing through too. Scanning the fourth base right there, as we do have the Armory, the Engineering Bay. Building up currently SCVs, Medevacs, Marine Marauder still coming through. The few Ghosts are there to fight off the Zealots as well. A couple Zealots just go down. The Vikings still nearby. Observer going to get jumped on. Observer will get chipped through. We are going to see the couple of Zealots are still charging forward, going in after those Ghosts, which do manage to turn away for a moment or so. I mean, Kira has the momentum, and he's, I think, right to keep on pressuring. He's missed so many EMPs, though. I mean, I don't know if the dodgebacks are just great timings from Classic, or Kira's just a little bit too trigger happy with those EMPs. Either way, he's definitely missed a couple, which preferably you don't, right? You know, preferably you do not just miss your EMPs, because it's not ideal. When we gather this up, just going to see the Marine Marauder Medevac still coming through. The Ghosts on the way about as well here currently, so we continue to get that all going. +2 attack, +1 armor coming about. The Stalkers still warping in. Robobay coming up as we speak. So again, we get a lot of that coming through just for now. A couple of the Zealots are going to charge in. The Immortal Archon going to get aggressive. Again, looking to get a little bit feisty across the board here at the moment when the opportunity arises. Robobay will finish soon. The Robo Facility coming up. High Templars and the Zealots still continuing by. So again, a lot of that's still up and running here in the next few moments. +2 attack, +1 armor, keeps building in. Got a lot more of that coming through, as well as the 2-2 upgrades also producing. Little storm comes down. Stalker's thinking about maybe coming down this round. Not quite going to go there just yet. The Immortal's still gathering. High Templar right there. CC floating about as well, as just see the ByuN going to push to the bottom side. Couple of Zealots going to fall. I mean, Kira's still on the bottom of the map pressuring, but I do feel like supplies have evened out a bit, and Colossus is about to start taking to the stage. Going to force Vikings, so some more units that you have to invest into here is Kira. Classic's also expanding to the upper left-hand base, right? So getting that upper left base up and running is a big deal too. It's just a whole new, fresh base to work with, and it's somewhere where I feel like Kira should be able to get to play a denial on, but he's focused a lot on the bottom of the map because that's the natural location of the next set of expands. So, kind of feels interesting there for the moment. ByuN pulling back. And Viking Ghost coming through. The Marauder as well coming about right there. Settling here as the Planetary is going to be joined upon by the rest of the ByuN and the Ghosts. A few more Zealots warping in. The Colossus still coming up a few at a time. The Sentry, the Extended Thermal Lance coming up also right now. So again, a lot of that coming through just for the moment. A couple Nexus building by. The Pylon, the Colossus all building up here. The ByuN Ghost going to gather about as well. Still got those 2-2 upgrades about halfway done right now. Ship weapons coming online. Marine Marauder on the way. Vikings producing. A lot of goodness being added into at the moment. Army just sits out the front. So you're going to see the Zealot
Colossus Archon Force. Immortals as well. Going to knock those rocks down, so the rocks will be cleared out. Good upgrades coming by. Obviously, I mean, Classic stabilizing in upgrades now. No 33 on the way from Cure, so he's going to let Classic kind of get really back in the game in terms of upgrades from what was obviously kind of Cure's upgrade lead through and through. So that part's going to be an interesting reset that we get to now. 3-2 coming about, the Prism Speed coming up, a couple of Ghost Vikings on the way, Fusion Core building as well. A little EMP coming down, a little feedback on a Ghost, a Storm. Try and play the EMP game as well, the dance of these late game units. Credit to Classic. I felt like he was under so much pressure earlier, but he really came through this surviving, and now Killer gets into an interesting place there. I mean, does he want to turn and fight? He can maybe turn with a Concave. He's going to have the Vikings well stacked up to kind of hit the Colossus nicely. First Storm didn't do too much. EMPs have gotten rid of most of the Storms now as well. Reinforcements from Q are going to make this a wraparound, but then is he losing a bit too much to the top side? We're going to land the Vikings. That does enable Colossus to be rebuilt. May not matter if we lose too much right now. The army on the top left is still very strong. A few ghosts available, EMP and the Archon's down, and Classic going to have to say GG's as Kua will eventually get the winning fight to take game one off of Classic. And Kua can take the 1-0 lead in this BO5 series. Kua showing up, powering through, punching everyone around. I'm just making my movements to stretch out a bit while we get into this next game, as we'll jump into Winter Madness for the second map of Kua and Classic. What a series we seem to have on our hands. Kua just playing some really fun TVP, and Classic coming along for the ride apparently. So very exciting stuff. Game 2 coming up here in a second. Let's get everyone into the lobby, and we'll jump into more games in a few moments too, guys. Thanks for your patience. Again, winner of this plays MaxPax in today's finals. That series will come up after this series obviously concludes. So just a little heads up that that's obviously still on the way as well. Finals is indeed played today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters is who we've had the entire way through. Clicking start. We're going to start watching, jumping into, like I say, Winter Madness right now. And we begin kicking this off and into play. Get this ready to rumble. And Winter Madness starting here in, like I say, just a few moments time. In the top left-hand side is going to be the blue Protoss player representing Virtus Pro still, I believe. I think he's still on the team. It is going to be Classic up against the Red Terran from Team Liquid. It is going to be Kua. Game 2 of our best of 5. Alright, let's jump in and see what our second game has in store for us. Classic last game, again, the Stalkers didn't do enough, really, compared to everything else that was going on. Obviously made it kind of a weird scenario that came about. And let's just see, Gateway coming through, the Probe coming about, Rax and the Gas still continuing to build. Just for a couple moments. Let's see the Probe just being super annoying. Super early scout just says, I do not want to deal with any nonsense. I want to make sure I'm completely aware of what's going on right from the start of this game. I do not want to be caught off guard. And yeah, that's exactly what that basically allows you to do without any issue at all. So that's where we sit right now. As we'll have a couple of moments setting up still. The Probe still nibbling at the SCV here for just a moment. Some more damage out, put some more pressure in. So far, so good. Barracks is about to finish through as well. So he's going to get that completed. Our first Marine can start. We'll see where this game starts going next few moments. Again, just to mention, guys, if you're watching on the YouTube, don't forget, you can subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 50,000 YouTube subscribers, so help us push towards that. Every sub helps, goes a long way. And obviously subscribing doesn't just help you keep in touch with the content. It helps YouTube to realize that people like the content as well. And hence, it helps show it to more people. So help us out. Hit that sub button. Appreciate you if you do while we settle ourselves into game 2 of this best of 5. Marauder, Concussive Shells continue to build at the moment.
Again, Marauder Concussive Shells coming up. Command Center halfway done. The SCV coming about also here currently, so we bring that around. Adept, Warp Gate, Twilight Council continue to produce as well. And Nexus just on its way up. Yeah, first opening with the Marauder and Concussive Shells can be fun. 2 barracks behind it as well, so 3 racks follow up. If you start doing like a little bit more than you should with the 2 Marauder push across the map, which is typically what happens, then the 3 racks follow-up could be pretty powerful. It is 2 Marauders, right? So 2 Marauders out. Like I say, you typically will go with both Marauders across the map and try and put some pressure on. No battery is very dangerous. Even this Adept is very dangerous. Oh, what a great shade from Classic. Perfect time to drop the shade and just retreat. 1 Marauder will chase this Adept, because obviously if it shades, there's nothing else to really deal with this. But the other Marauder's still going across the map. I don't know if Classic needs the battery, considering the second Marauder's over here. I'd imagine probably not. In general, this feels as though the Marauders are just not going to get across the map in general. He's going to try and catch the Adept, which would be great. Classic is able to dodge away from where the Marauder shot would come from. Of course, most importantly, is not getting concussive shelled. Once you're shelled, everything else in the game becomes pretty difficult to kind of recover from. So, yeah, we got to try and stay away from getting shelled too much when possible. Again, Robo Facility, the couple gateways still building through. Probes coming up. Warp Gate is on the way out. Blink is halfway done. It's going to be seeing our pack, like upgrade, stim pack, all building by as well. Still going about. +1 stim coming through. The Marines and the SCVs building. We have the turret on its way. That Robo Facility about to finish, and we are going to see a Prism being chrono boosted out just initially, so we get that on the go as well. A couple Stalkers will drop down into the natural. The gateway is still building up. The Prism and the Blink building in also. The Stalkers can step to the front now, just for the moment or two. Get that underway. Marine Marauder still coming up. +1 attack and combat shield all producing. The factory is about halfway done, and that sentry is also producing through over the next moment or so here. And Stalker still building about, the pylon building in. It's kind of fun because these ByuNs on the map are so scary. Because if they get caught right now, they're dead. But they're terrifying for Classic. There's a reason he wants to catch them early, right? Is the probe actually coming down here to still keep spotting for things? Is he going to go the right direction? He's still not going to see them. What a great position for them to stand in. They're exactly where they need to just be kind of hidden away enough that they're just not going to be found, right? And we see some bio. Going to greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. And when we stim, the Stalkers blink on top of stimmed units, but the Prism Micro obviously allows you to negate some of the damage you would take there otherwise. Now time for these ByuNs to run in on the other side. I'm not sure that's really going to do much from Cure. I like the trickery of it all. We warp in Sentry and Stalkers on the other side of the map already, and I'm not even going to look at the natural because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a cozy defense. We're going to pull a few probes. As those units go down, the main story is that there's not going to be units left here from Cure. He clearly is running out of stuff. He's on 4 army supply. Gets to 8 as he starts 2 medevacts in production, but this one has just gone wrong. Cure. Yeah, you know, I thought it was Classic in trouble not knowing about those units, but maybe it was Cure in trouble not knowing about the units that were out on the map and looking to cause issue, because that actually became the bigger problem in the end there. GG's for game 2. And just like that, we get tied up 1 apiece in the best of 5, guys. So semifinals not going to be steering too far from us just yet. We'll get game 3 on Ruby Rock started in just a second. Look at this Ruby Rock game up and running in just a moment or two. Get this started out. Get ready to kick this off. Alright, drag queue up, referee myself. Players are both ready. They are eager to keep the games moving, which we will do as soon as all of our castles are in. 4, 7. Get that last accept, and we start the game off, guys. Alright, game number 3 coming up. I got 4 in my mind from counting. But game number 3 coming up here. 1-1 tied up between Cure and Classic, as Cure's plan there just shriveled up and died before it really even got too heavily started. So heading in now to a game 3. Ruby Rock tied up. Who will take the match point advantage by going up by a game right now? Will it be Classic to threaten the PvP grand final against MaxPax?
will it be Cure to threaten a TVP Grand Final against MaxPax? Excited to see. Just who goes where as the command center comes building through. Getting that set up initially. Pylon, probe, coming about, depot, and the SCV building as well. Lots of good little things coming through there for the moment. So again, some little bits and pieces coming about right now, getting that up and running. Yeah, we take it easy for a couple seconds and see where Classic and Cure want to take us build order wise. See if there's anything funky coming up. Already double gas from Cure, obviously a little bit more of the aggressive approach potentially, so we'll see how that plans out. But yeah, definitely obviously has that more aggressive kind of nature to it. As this probe just comes straight down to see what's up. And I'm just going to do some nibbling back and forth there for a couple seconds as well, so reasonable so far. Excellent Cybercore both building through. The Reaper and the Orbital are going to be joined by a factory. Just get that set up also here. There's the Nexus Cybercore building into play. Reaper wants to step into the natural, but there's an Adept there. Hellion on the way up, so we're not going into another. We're going to get the reactor up. I wonder if we're going to go 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions off the reactor, or if we're just going to move the Hellion into Marine production. No starport yet. Okay, because we're saving the gas for the Reapers. So yeah, Kira is going to get a couple more Reapers out. So we'll go 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. We saw a little bit of this earlier, right, where he was 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion against in that first game of their quarterfinal matchup, and was able to kind of get through, get a couple of workers, and just kind of power on from there. As the Stalker and the Warp Gate come into position, we see the Twilight Council still going through as well, battery coming up and online, and a lot of that going just for now. Set a lot of this up as the Adept continues to shade down to the bottom right side. The Reaper and the Hellion will join together. 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions move across, and they are going to catch the Adept because the shade came in at, honestly, just an unfortunate timing for that Adept. So that's going to end up in some trouble pretty darn quickly. And yeah, this Reaper Hellion continues to move back toward the upper left-hand side, so we can get moving there pretty much just straight away. A couple Stalkers in position. We're going to grenade these Stalkers out of the way so we can run through. So the Reaper and Hellions are granted access. 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion into the main base to try and get some probes early. Let's see how much damage we can find. 2 workers going to make it 3 workers. Pretty convincing stuff so far. Not bad at all. 4 workers is good. 5 is even better. 6 would be a dream. And it is a dream because you're going to wake up from that and it's just going to be 5. But still not bad. 5 is good. As Reaper is still running around a bit silly. And obviously some lost mining time with the units running around, or the workers running around away from trouble there as well for an extended period. So just in general, not really a bad finishing point. As the few Marines load up into the medevac, they're going to retreat into there, and I was going to say try and see where they can go, but I guess it's just going to go straight across the map. And Cure will try and keep some pressure up. After some early game damage, we'll look for a little extra right now. And Blink building by. Just going to see the couple Stalkers coming through. The Raven is building. A couple barracks in the bunker coming through as well. So again, lots of just little bits and pieces coming by for the moment here. Get that on the way. The Stalker's going to gather in the main base and just wait for an opportunity. There is a medevac approaching right now. It's coming through the top side. Siege tank, Marines, and the Raven all producing from Cure. And that barracks coming up as well. Observer sat watching the medevac at the moment too. Yeah, a couple stalkers and the charge upgrade building as we speak. Continue to bring that about. Stalker shots will come straight by. Well, just have the again, Stim and combat shield building up. Yeah, gonna see the Marines and tanks working around the left side with the drop on the top. I mean, the observer sees this making a move forward. This is blink available. That was a very late blink from Classic, no? Considering that the observer absolutely saw this approaching, now we're actually going to pull probes in to speed up the cleanup. We don't have the stalkers in position at all for these 3 tanks that get sieged. Charge is not ready yet, so the Zelda are not great at the moment. The Q gets on top of this third base, going to put some damage out onto the pylon. Pylon will be falling. And Classic... What do we do here as Q? He's going to drop the auto turrets, he's just going to turn onto the fight. I was just wondering, is he going to focus on fighting, or is he going to try and finish off the Nexus? Would have been very risky to go after the Nexus. And I think this is the better call. He actually kills off a lot of the Stalkers, but still loses a lot of his army as well. This always feels weird, because he puts so much damage on the Nexus, and it's like, okay, and what does that matter at the end of the day? More snipeable later, but we might not even get to the point where it matters. Stim combat +1 finishing soon. The Raven's going to relocate elsewhere. We'll take some damage from this one Stalker. Obviously can sit AFK for a while. Doesn't have to go just yet, but can regen some energy and will be a factor later on, you'd imagine. And Solid Stalker just gathering. And we do see the little patrol of a Stalker as well for a few moments too. Just, as you can see, going to keep an eye on that Raven, which we'll see no real access point yet. But hey, if the Raven is going to hold 3 Stalkers out of position, that would be fine as well. Here, it kind of was like, maybe I can bring it back home or just reposition it elsewhere, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen either, given the current situation of things. So yeah, I don't think much will get approved there. We do have the concussive shells and the attack upgrade building also. Medevac Marauder still coming through. The couple of Widow Mines are coming up as well. Guy on the left side going to meet a Colossus. Gonna try and fight. To be fair, it's not a lot of Zealots and just one Colossus. Something we could maybe fight here. I love the Prism. That's going to probably help you a lot here as Classic to try and save that Colossus, as right now all we're doing is really killing Zealots, which are just mineral units. Cure supply good. Not able to push through. As I think that's the Raven going down to an F2 maybe. Bit of a weird position for it to fly to in the end. But the Raven down. We're still up about 20-25 army supply. Widow Mines are reinforcing this. The problem with mines is going to be that over time they're going to become really kind of useless. Good if the Zealots charge into them, not so great if the Colossus picks at them from afar. Classic a little blind, doesn't know exactly where Q is coming from, and that's why he's kind of positioning a little bit over to the right in case that ramp gets utilized. Again, we burrow up a bunch of these mines. Zealots need to try and dodge away from said mines. We're trying to send in like 1 or 2 Zealots at a time right now. One does splash onto pretty much just medevacs. Marauders on the right side can put some damage on a Colossus. Can we actually kill this Colossus with the 2 Marauders in the back? Yes, we will! It's kind of a big deal, although we will lose the fight on the front stages of this from Q. First to step away, and the Colossus there able to do enough to push him back. Very excited because the Colossus on the backside went down, but that might have just been the better part of everything that happened here for QS, so good, but then maybe not great overall. As Classic continues to crank those Colossus out. Yeah, no Storm from this game, guys. This is not too uncommon. I mean, we know Classic is kind of a big Stormer guy, but he's also been someone who's very much so played into the Colossus to mix it up within a series. Especially in a longer best of 5, and sometimes I think just certain maps he likes playing Colossus on a little bit more. Also maybe a bit build dependent on what exactly happens early game sometimes too, so he has mixed it up. While he was one of the players who was kind of standing by Storm, while Clem and herO and MaxPax were really only playing Colossus builds. He's also playing the Colossus every now and again as well. Who is we? We is the collective kind of like, us, me, you guys, we are watching this game. And that is why we get this happening, or we get that happening. It's the collective we. It's just a way of saying things. It's a localization thing. It's just something that I say in my vocabulary. But yeah, I'm just casting it as though we're all casting it together. As we do have a couple of probes going to get picked pretty quickly here. Once again, Classic maybe more than anything struggling with just map control. See where things are at. Vikings need to get rid of the Prism first so you can remove the micro potential on the Colossus. It's a lot of units from Cure. He's actually going to take a pretty good fight, especially if the Colossus go down quickly. New Colossus showing up is massive. Some more splash damage available. Can the Bio power through this? Honestly, supply still looking pretty good. Extra Viking to help keep the Colossus going the wrong direction, which is down and out in this game. A few Stalkers left over, not going to be great. And that's a Nexus that'll go down. A couple Zealots on the other side of the map going to get picked away at and cleaned up as well. I'm going to get a bit of Bio up to the top. Just going to jump onto this Nexus as well. Jump onto the 12. And that 12 o'clock base going to go down too. I mean, this is a great way to reduce Classic down to a very low base count. We're going to recall probes to the upper right. Very smart, because if Q doesn't know about that, that base may get away with mining. It may just be some of the economy difference you need. If the game goes on that long, that's obviously the big question mark. Will the game go on that long? Very likely no, is the reality of it. Vikings is going to come through for the Colossus here initially. It will go down, and it's just gateway units left to fight against the Bio, and Cure is looking to power on through, looking for a 2-1 advantage over Classic here in the semi-finals of the Winter Cup by WardiTV, part of our 2026 series. Zealots are falling back, Stalkers are in trouble. We're going to get a Disruptor arriving. Booms for nothing. Second Disruptor shot is going to boom for nothing as well, because Cure is going to respect it and pull away. It buys you time to get a few Zealots, as you see the Vikings going to lift back up into the skies. The rest of the Zealots pushing through. Stalkers still chasing forward as well, and continue to try and chase into that for the moment. You're seeing the couple of Bio units still pulling back from this, just going to step away from there. See Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor still coming over as well. Bio still stepping through. A couple more Stalkers going down. Let's see the +3 attack, the +2 armor still coming about. Our ship weapons coming over. Marine Marauder Medevac continuing through. Barracks are still producing by as well. There's a couple of Marauders still settling. You just have the Bio army escaping away. Adepts are going to get into that mineral line and just going to be seeing a few SCVs going down pretty swiftly as well, so they will get knocked as the Adepts do not take, do not leave out any prisoners. Tell you what, Classic's not dead. Amazingly, Cure is actually not going to break through just yet. I really felt like this one might have been a little bit of a foregone conclusion, but no. Classic says no, no, no. Classic's great at doing this. When it feels like he dies, he sometimes resurrects and just looks good again. I think back to the OSC. Yo, I need to complain to you guys, by the way, about a Reddit thread I saw about the Classic versus Clem OSC series, where Clem got a massive lead and then he did nothing and Classic got back in the game and he won. I didn't realize there's a Reddit thread debating this, and everyone was calling me out. And it's one of those moments where, because I was actually part of the entire game instead of watching a 20-second clip, and I also, you know, watched the whole clip, I 100% stand by that. I said nothing wrong, yet the entirety of Reddit is calling me a gold leaguer yet again. Oh, ready to fight. Anyways, this is going to get real interesting, because now we're going to base trade, which is amazing. Classic, the recall to that top right base, I mentioned at the time, is the sort of thing that actually might save him, especially in a scenario like this. Army supplies even going into a base trade. Liberators are massive if we can get them out. I'm not sure if we're going to have long enough in the main to get those Liberators out, though. That's going to be kind of the problem there. See how that develops next few moments as the Zealots come through. A couple of SCVs going down pretty quickly. 3-3 upgrades still coming about. The Liberators, Marines in production still, so we see a lot more of that just continuing to produce on through for now. I mean, both players are going to lose a lot, but if you hold the main base with Liberators, you can see Classic. He's collecting together for the recall. Q just saw the top right base, by the way. I thought he was collecting for the recall. He just saw this base here, so now he knows that that base is a factor. His SCVs cannot repair this forever, of course. Oh, the units, why are we... I was wondering why they're moving down to the low ground, but obviously maybe feels pressure now, especially knowing the top right base is mining already. Makes this a little tougher overall. Scan up to the top. Nexus is going to be scanned upon. 49 workers. Oh, we blink into this fight with the Bio. And this is basically a fight where you're like, I've got everything here as the Protoss player, and, you know, all my units are collected together, and you as the Terran are still kind of reinforcing from across the map. However, now Q is going to play this in two different splits, because he's going to have units from the right-hand side going to dive to one of those few mining bases that exist of Classic. It's not a good time to be taking Disruptor shots to the face, though, because it's not that kind of a game. Liberators are going to be an issue as well, for sure. Big factor is obviously Classic is mine, and he still has his main base available to him. That's a major thing.
As Kyo's going to lift up, run the hell away. He's going to build 4 new medevacs. Classic is rich, by the way. He has 9 gateways and a cyber course. You can just warp in a ton of stalkers. That's going to be massive against these liberators. I think Classic is going to have this, guys. I think he's going to have this. Classic is just the freaking undead Protoss, because every time he dies, turns out you can't kill him. You know, he was already dead or something. I don't know. Jesus, I mean, Stalker Disruptor going to come around with those Zealots. Liberator's going to siege up across the board, looking to play a defense here. I mean, the problem is you're still mining in that top base, so EMPs come down. Oh, Ghost, eat that first Disruptor shot. We can absorb 1 Disruptor shot on the Ghost and the Marauders alike. I mean, Liberator's helping. Q is not bad in terms of, you know, wanting to fight, or not wrong in terms of wanting to fight, because he wants to trade before more units come out, because again, Classic has the gateway still available in the main, so he still has that production available to him and the mining to go with it. So Kira is not wrong to want to trade here, and he actually does take an alright fight. It's just about these Disruptors. We need to keep dodging away from them. We can't let them do too much. That's obviously way more easily said than done, because you're basically going to play dodge the Disruptor the entirety of this game. We're going to catch one here, or we don't, because yeah, he had to back away from the next shot that came along, so he nearly grabbed one. Here we're going to get a few more Marauders out. Obviously, Classic spent that big bank he had before. He is re-expanding. He's expanding bottom left here on Ruby Rock, which not a bad choice, because bases around the map are going to help you if this turns into any sort of a base trading scenario again, where you know, both armies avoid each other. Liberator is a big factor. We blink in. I do not love the blink in, because don't get me wrong, you get rid of the libs, but it's very expensive on the Stalker count. And I do feel like right away there, you just need to have the Disruptors a bit closer initially. Now Q is trying to dive in. Disruptor does land some massive Disruptor shot. Now he cannot afford to take another. We kill the Orbital. Massive. Q is going to want to chase this. The 3 Disruptors that remain. Oh my god, does he know about it? He stims now, but it's too late. He does target one of the closest Disruptors. Kills that off. The other 2 get away. We recall to the bottom left. Q doesn't know where Classic just recalled to. Again, the bases and the mining giving Classic a chance. Medevac's drained of energy. He needs to get everything full HP, because, of course, we're talking about a game where we're talking about freaking Disruptors, and Disruptors don't one-shot a lot of these things unless they're lower on HP. If they're down from full HP, now Q is going to realize that, oh my god, Classic's back over here. That might tell him that there's a base to the left side, because how else does the recalled army get over there again? Well, it's just going to have to run to the main base, take this trade, try and kill as many probes as we can, try and make sure they don't get away. Going to take some micro from Q as we lose the SCVs here as Q. Nexus will go down. Classic's army so reliant on those Disruptors. He has a bit of mining left, and he still has a production to work with. I wonder if Q should just dive to the main base. I mean, Classic has money to make this not a draw, but I think you should dive to the main to just shut down the production, man. Like, there's so much production clearly available for Classic. I mean, I get it. He's not mining a lot, and he shouldn't keep mining a lot, but the problem right now is that we're absolutely in a much tougher position here as Kua, as this is an interesting fight, because units are kind of all over the place, a little bit spread out, and taking some damage because of it. Liberator will siege the ramp. Are we going to fight this as Classic? Does he want to come up this ramp? Great EMPs, hit everything. Dodges the Disruptor nicely. He can maybe kill this Disruptor too. The Disruptor's the heart and soul of this Protoss army at the moment, so every Disruptor we get out of is huge. Do we not see the base? Kua? He sees the base. Okay, we're going to see the base. We're going to clean this up. Classic has another base right side of the map. 1 Disruptor left. I think Classic needs to find a way to get back to tech, but he doesn't have any of his tech structures available. The one thing Q did do was kill every tech structure in the game. That's massive. Classic's probably... I'm losing all my names. Q's going to lose an Orbital here, which just didn't need to go down realistically, I don't think. He uses it for some scans before it falls. He does have a command center top right, and he's going to have a CC here. He's going to see the Nexus, so now he knows where the Nexus is. And again, he only has 1 Disruptor shot he has to dodge now. 3-2 to 2-1 upgrades as well. Full set of upgrade lead. Haven't really mentioned it, but that's going to be a big part of the reason why these fights go so well for Kua in what is basically Bio versus Gateway forces at this stage of the game. EMP is available too. EMP in this army would be massive. The Disruptor looks to get in from the top. He sees the shot. He dodges it. Now the Disruptor's on cooldown. This is go time for Kua. He knows there's no Disruptor available. He sees everything with the Orbital. He misses the first EMP. He will hit the second. He wants to kite back. Gets the Liberator sieged up. He picks off a bunch of units.
Disruptor will be off cooldown soon, but I think this army's just not good enough. Now the Disruptor gets caught. Classic's army will not be good enough anymore, and Kua knows it. He's chasing through. I think he should have just gone for it. A few Zealots warp in as this base tries to find somewhere to land. EMPs are already on the sentries. They're out of energy. No Guardian Shield, no Force Fields. The probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. We drop one more EMP as we are going to see a few more Zealots showing up from the top side. Kua will just sit here. He's got the healing. He's going to load up. I just don't think he needs to, but hey, he's fighting melee units, so load up, unload, get the distance, ensure the advantage, and it is going to be good enough in the end. As Kua is going to clean up here on Ruby Rock to take game number 3 of this series and get to a 2-1 lead. Classic, like I say, the undead Protoss, the man who just does not die in this matchup despite having been killed, it feels like. Kua gets it done. Man, that recall to the top right saved Classic. That base mining the top right for so long was such a saving grace for him at the end of the day. And we're getting some absolutely amazing games today, guys. What a fantastic day of StarCraft 2. We're not done yet. Kua taking the 2-1 lead over Classic, heading into 10,000 feet for a 4th map. Kua in leading position and ready to try take this finals opportunity. I can't believe that game got so close, because Classic was... you guys were with me, right? Classic was dead, no? I felt Classic was dead when Kua was pushing after that crazy good fight for him. That's going to be another one that ends up on Reddit. And they're going to get me again! Kua getting it done for the fans, yeah. Dude was like, you know what? Let's just give you guys as good a game as possible, man. As good a game as we can. Alright, let's jump into the top left-hand side as we go into a game 4 here. Down a map. Maybe not going to get the finals today. It is going to be our blue Protoss player Classic up against the red Terran Kua, who is now 1 map away from facing MaxPax in the finals. I kind of believe as well in Kua, because if he beats Classic, he'll have beaten Creator in a fun series and Classic in a fun series. Maybe he just has the TVP magic in him today, you know? Maybe he just has the little bit of versus Protoss luck that he needs to make it all work. As we get game 4 here, obviously setting up. Take a moment or two to establish that and get this all underway. His magic count is high. Yeah, I think magic is an underrated stat in StarCraft 2, guys. There's an engineering bay block, by the way, to start us off, and Classic sees it early, so he will pull the probes to deny. That's a pretty quick denial on the engineering bay. I think he thought Kua had a lot more mining, or he would have just gone home. Yeah, I think he's also afraid of Kua just adding a lot more tech units. I mean, the thing is like, going home and onto one of those bases does... The problem is he's playing like an army that benefits from mobility, right? So it's like, maybe he should just go home and play defense, but his army benefits from being on the map and being able to trade disruptor shots from afar, stalkers that can blink back, right? So Classic's army is really... Maybe he just feels like if he sits back, he really gets shoved in a corner, and if he runs out of disruptor shots, he just dies. Whereas he can never be backed into a corner if he's fighting out on the map. So I don't know if it's necessarily a case of he didn't recognize the lack of economy from Kua versus he was maybe just afraid of how his army fares if he plays a more defensive kind of relaxed position. Because yeah, obviously disruptors can work well defensively, but if you have to fire a couple at a time and you only have 4 or 5, 2 or 3 dodges and then Kua's on top of your army and your stalkers have nowhere to run to, the Zealots have to just fight. They get EMP'd badly, and they've got no choice but to fight. Like I say, the choice of being able to fight is essentially taken away from you. So I wonder if that was maybe the reason why we saw such an aggressive, out-on-the-map kind of Classic army. I think if he had, like, Storm, or if he had Colossus left, then yeah, I think he sits back on a base and plays a bit more defensively with the fact he has big eco. Admittedly, split apart from his main base, and maybe that's something Kua could have taken advantage of as well. So that's also something to think of, that Kua can take advantage of the fact that Classic is also, you know, split out onto the map and would be kind of having to defend multiple places too. So yeah, I think those are probably some of the thought processes I went through Classic's mind in terms of why he was being out there aggressively, because at the end of the day, like, Classic's played 100 base trades, he knows a lot of the time he can play defensive in these scenarios too. He obviously just didn't feel comfortable enough to do so in this one, so... Well, I cancel, gateway, a couple probes, the stalker, the warp gates, the blink, all these bits and pieces coming through as the factory's going to finish up the tech lab. Get that rounded out right away there, start this off. Again, Reaper is going to be cruising around for a couple of moments here. Let's see how Marines in the mine coming about as well. I'm just going to step forward as the orbital will take position onto the natural. So it's going to come through there. Again, Marines in the mine. Just going to settle, and we'll see what KUA tries to do aggressively in these next few moments, see what sort of a fight we maybe get from these guys. Medevac loads just Marines, and the Widowmine's going to step forward, and we'll see the Adept. Just burrow up, and the Adept is going to see there's no units here currently. We'll see if that comes to mean anything. And in fact, just boosting straight up that left side. 8 Marines inside, like I say, making that play. Just unload on the edge. Reaper Wall-Off is something that's going to be kind of costly here, right? It's actually going to put you into a little bit of trouble, so... We'll go from there as the few Marines latch onto the Cybernetics core. Cyber core will be going down. For a moment or two. Stalkers from multiple sides going to come in, and right now we don't have Blink just yet, so we can't really punish this Medevac by blinking on it. Medevac will just sit in that corner as Blink. Moments from being done. Medevac there is a safe spot here for the Medevac. You just have to be very precise with it, and he does find it now. Leave that in hold position and do not move it, because that is 10 supply, which is very much so stuck. It's one of the weird times where a lot of the time, like, a Medevac pinning a couple of units is very efficient for the Terran. Like, a Medevac with a mine in, pinning like 2 to 3 stalkers is really good for you. This is 10 supply being pinned by 2 supply, though, so for the Terran it's a little bit less effective, and it's obviously absolutely no reason at all to ever give up on this position as the Protoss, and I imagine at some point KUA just tries a little bit of a boost, probably down the left side just to get away, and just see if he can make it out, unless he just waits forever and hopes that these units decide to eventually kind of move away from the position, and if the Stalker warps in and really says, no, you're not doing anything with these Marines. KUA heads himself into the Storm. The charge, Classic heads into the Storm and the charge. KUA heads into Stim, +1 attack on the way through. That works. High Templar comes in and is going to drop the feedback. That's one easy way to get rid of the Medevac. So maybe it was time to make a dive down the left and just get away. Yeah, would have been. Yeah, I forgot about the fact we can just feedback it. Some nice range on that spell. Works nicely. And KUA just lose that out. Now he's going to have the Raven going up the right, so he'll use this as a new way to try and apply some map control. And by map control, obviously means some harassment and some pressure and so on. So try and find something with this as we move up the right side with the Raven. Against Impact Combat Shield and +1 all building through from KUA as well. Marine Marauder coming about, a couple of barracks. Going to find the Observer here. That's absolutely worth an Order Turret. Just remove some of the vision and able to knock that down. Access onto the top right base. Again, Command Center coming through. A couple of mines, a couple of Medevacs coming up. Stim Combat and +1 all building as well. Just for the moment. Access continuing through. Stalkers with that prism ready to make a move just as KUA's moving out. Gonna dive straight in here. We have High Templars, so we can actually zone the ramp with the Storms. Gonna hit the tanks as they siege as well, which is obviously gonna be kind of nasty. They're gonna drop low HP. Can we finish those tanks off? So far, no. We're going to go for the warping in the main base because KUA is showing interest in still moving out onto the map. So if you're not going to show respect to this, then Classic's going to punish you for not showing respect to it, I guess is the logic. However, what I will say is that a lot of these units from Classic are very stuck in this main. Souls can blink away. The Zealots obviously can't really get out, though. If KUA could find enough units, there's a lot of value to be, picked off here, basically. But the elevator out is actually looking pretty successful. This felt pretty cheap for Classic overall, did not lose too much. Killed 9 SCVs, killed a bunch of units, 1,000 resource loss. Worse is Cure after this opening. We did lose one High Templar, so one Stormy Boy has fallen, but the other's standing strong and obviously regenerating energy to storm again in the future. Likely a big factor as well. What's going about? +1/+1 coming through. The thermal lance coming in. Well, Storm's going to drop into a mineral line. Now the Prism in a little bit of an exposed position, but not enough damage output to kill it. Good recall. Just recalling it instantly there saves you, because obviously if you throw it into the corner, the two Vikings will just get it cornered and get the guaranteed kill. Classic with 4 bases across the top. Supply lead in his favor. 20 workers up. This game has just gone away from Cure super early on. And I get the feeling that this one might just be all about Classic for a Game 4, and hence maybe a Game 5 looming. I feel like we're not far away from a Game 5 at this point already. It feels like this start has been really disastrous for Cure. And in a series where, when in good positions, he's had to work his absolute butt off to get the W, I do not know if a position like this is one that we can really turn into a win still from Cure at this point in time. I don't know if this one's just, like I say, maybe just possibly a little bit too far gone. Marine Ghost gathering together, a couple of medevacs on the way through. Armor upgrade will finish shortly. And a few Ghosts of the medevac still building up. The command center coming by, so we get that on the way. CVs and the Muleys are going to get to business. And yeah, just going to see Bio, medevac, tank gathering together. Bunker going to get loaded up with a few Marines. At this point, Cure might just want to play very defensively and just say, you know what, this is one of the games where I'm going to sit back and camp out a little bit, right? Just get into all the tech units, get into that army composition, that army, that just, position in the game in general, which people kind of look at as the, against the Terrans and think, oh, well, that's tough because they can trade so efficiently. I think that's probably Cure's best bet. He's not going to win fights going out on the map right now. The challenge for him is going to be taking a 4th base, especially when significantly behind in the game. So, and Classic is doing all the right things as well. He's double expanding out towards the edge bases. One of these are meant to be Cure's. The earlier he mines one of those out, the better it's going to be for him. Like, Classic's doing all the things correctly against what is likely to be a Turtle Terran scenario from Cure. But Classic knows fine well exactly what we've just been saying, that Cure's best shot might just be to sit back, do nothing, and let Classic maybe make mistakes into him. Classic takes every base on the map almost. I mean, I love he doesn't take the forward central base, because he's much more inclined to take the bases that at some point Cure might actually be able to get rid of. There's going to be a dead High Templar and a dead Prism, so a bunch of High Templar dead. Classic says, you know what, that was so terrible for me, I don't care, I'm going to come up. Surely we have another EMP for that clump of Templar to the top left. You did not find it. Well, that's exactly why you play like this as Cure, because if your opponent makes mistakes, you can definitely have a chance from here, but I'm not sure if Classic's going to have such a rough sequence of events as that anytime again soon. That was pretty bad. It loses the Prism and the High Templar. Attack straight into that position. I do not love what Classic just did there, but I'll believe in the process, I guess. I'm just going to attack in again. Like I said, I think there is kind of the whole point is kind of that he feels like he can attack almost no matter what, but this is not true. He's having a bad time. He is plummeting in supply, and yeah, you're rich. You got to make sure you're the right amount of rich, and right now he's not, got a massive bank. He'll spend a lot of it instantly and only end up 10 supply ahead of his opponent, so Viking medevac gathering through and just getting everything together, plus 2 armor attack upgrade coming up. Observer still overhead. Other units are going to try and press forward here, shoving towards this round. I mean, Classic wants to go again, but you've seen the value in what Cure can do. Like I say, for now, camp on 4 bases. What's interesting is while Classic has taken all the bases, he's not going to mine from all the bases right away, right? So there's going to be a period of time where he's got the base, but he won't mine from them. So it's not the end of the world yet that they are taken by the Protoss. Vikings need to split for a second. He needs to absolutely give them a chance to kind of avoid some of this storm damage. But this was a much better attack in from Classic. And Cure does not have the economy just to rebuild back up and to reset and to go again. And that's probably going to be one of the bigger issues here, as the orbital command is going to be on fire, being forced away. This 3rd base being broken down. Storms on the SCVs, because we still have plenty of High Templar. This game really did just get out of control early, and it's spiraled pretty darn quickly. Well, 3-3 on the way from Classic. He's going to get 2 more Colossus. CC goes down. I mean... I don't know what to say. I'm not an exciting caster when the game's over, you know. GG's Classic brings it back to 2-2. We're going to get a Game 5 in this semi-final. WardiTV Winter Cup delivering. As we are going to jump into a Game 5 here in just a handful of moments. Thank you for joining us. 2,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube today. We're to see for what is obviously one of the smaller events. I'm going to play Mothership for this final map, guys, which is kind of a fun map. Super intrigued as to what this looks like between these guys. Alright. We are going to jump in. We'll take a couple seconds for everyone to join us. It's ready to go. Just run some ads over on the YouTube as well. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters. Kick this off. The players have been pretty eager to resume for the most part, so we will do exactly that. Let this going. Going. If one race has 7 bases and the other race has 3 bases, OP, no? Not really, because races work differently. And also, Classic didn't really have 7 bases in the sense of he was mining 7 bases. He just spent a bunch of his money on taking those base locations. It's like, you know, Terran has 15 orbitals in the late game, and the Protoss has 4 bases. Is that OP? Yeah. I mean, no, it's just the races work differently. And the style that the Protoss play right now, they have a lot of excess minerals, so if you are leading, you are able to aggressively take bases and to slow your opponent down if they try to take them yourself. And of course, it gives you locations to mine from whenever you need to, but I mean, Classic was not mining off all those bases at that point in time, right? He was mining off a chunk of bases, but he could be 2 or 3 bases down and have the exact same economy. He's just future-proofing the game by being overwhelming and making it extremely difficult for Cure to ever really kind of clean everything up. And if he does end up losing a base, he'll always have another base to run on over to, essentially, is the grand idea. I mean, it's not wrong that, you know, Protoss are going to generally try to out-expand Terran. But again, if Protoss... You can also argue that Protoss have to out-expand Terran, because once the Terran turtles and gets to 4 to 5 base, their army trades so well that if the Protoss doesn't have multiple extra bases, right? And so that's the thing. It's like, I think a lot of the qualms of TVP right now probably come from the fact that Terrans probably feel like they have to turtle and they can't be on the map, rather than it's necessarily bad for them to turtle. Right? Like, the game state kind of gets forced into that position because being on the map is generally bad for you as the Terran. Sitting back defensively is very good for you as the Terran. And that's kind of the bigger issue of the meta right now. It's more of a meta issue than it is a balance issue, I think. Because both of them look silly in their own rights. There are games where it's just like, man, how are you ever meant to beat this infinite money hack of the Protoss? And then there's games where it's like, well, how are you ever meant to beat this freaking Terran army? It's absolutely unstoppable, right? Like, there's just this kind of combination of scenarios, essentially, where it's just like, yeah, like both sides look ridiculous in their own rights at different phases, and that's kind of just where the matchup is at. Yeah, I was in that last game. Kyo just had a very rough early game, and Classic got ahead, so he was able to really do as he wished. Yeah, but scouting and realizing that Classic is not over here. Surprise! I'm not over here! I'm just gonna see that command center Hellion coming up, entering the warp gate building. Take a moment or two to get up and running. Super hops up the left hand side, command center gonna come into position for the moment, get that out of the way. Hellion, a couple of Marines coming out. Reaper is going to be a second one, or third one even. So 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion as per usual. Seeing where we can take this as the units will head to the upper right hand side. Link on the way, warp gate building, gateway coming about. Again, Starport and the Command Center coming through as well. As we get all of that ready to roll, Rebellion will make a push forward. See how many workers we kill. Oh, he's going to run through. I thought he was just going to fight workers there, but he'd rather go into the main, which, to be fair, not a terrible idea, because he does two-shot workers right now, if the target fire is correct, and that's going to give you a lot of potential, because the units of the Protoss have to chase up here to get a chance. Going to kill 4. We killed 5 in one of the earlier games. Yeah, I don't know if that was the right call. I feel like he probably could have killed 4 on the low ground, to be honest, and then I feel like he maybe could have just gone for more, or one more even. Hard to say. Pretty close little skirmish there. Secure and Classic sit 2 and 2. This is the semi-final. Winner plays MaxPax. Grand Final comes up after this, guys. You've seen the Stoke's going to fight. A few Marines going to get shot at. You're going to be seeing the siege tank coming down the low ground. A few SCVs going to get in the front. A couple of SCVs will go down. No bunkers, obviously pretty rough. As the tank gets sieged, though, there's not enough Stalkers. No blink yet either. So if you do want to get a bunker, you could maybe start it now. 4 SCVs is kind of sad, though. Just it's also early for the bunker, right? Because, like I say, blink's not even finished yet. There's going to be Banshees. I think this is the first time we've seen Banshees all series, no? It's kind of wild because you see so many TVPs that do revolve around Banshee build orders, and like I say, it's just not been a Banshee at any single point of this matchup today. As this Banshee's going to preemptively cloak, but there's an Observer right there, and that's a lot of Stalkers. I don't think all of them fire a second time, which is fortunate, because otherwise that Banshee was going to be a dead she. It's going to stick around, but there is an army moving across the map already here. The Hallucination's going to see a bit of what's up. It's going to realize the army's not there. Banshee going to sit tight, second Banshee on its way. These tanks sieging in the middle of the map. This Hallucination's giving Classic way too much info, though. Like, this Hallucination is just telling Classic absolutely everything of what's going on right now. Is you see the tank, the Marines, the Banshee trying to fight back. Stalkers taking shots, getting pushed the other way already. Couple more hits. Stalkers taking damage. Couple more Stalkers. Charge coming through. Immortal Nexus. Additional gates coming up as well. Engineering Bay building. Banshee Marines coming through and online. Stimpack building as well. Tanks will siege in the front. And Stimpack and +1 both coming through. The Temple Archives coming around. The extra gateways are coming online. And charging the Observer coming through as well. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1. All building behind. Marine Marauder coming up. Army settling in the center of the map. The Observer going to come overhead, seeing what's going on. We're just going to get to the upgrade. So he's kind of feigning the idea of herO's going to be aggressive. Now he just come through the Banshees. He's going to get 5-6 workers. 5. One of them got healed as the Banshees went out of sync. Into the main base, and we can absolutely get a few more because there's only a couple of Stalkers chasing and getting in reach at any point in time right now. So we're going to see 8 workers going down. That should be the end of this as the Observer shows up. Now we are going to see the Stalkers making a dive in over here. Q's had to pull everything back. These are going to have to recall. Oh, I love that from Q. He's immediately just like, oh, you're recalling. I'm going to turn back away. But that's a move that kind of buys you some time on the side of Classic if you're afraid of Q coming across. Working count pretty even right now though, so I don't think Q should be too afraid of this situation currently. See what happens. Scanning out, seeing what's up. Stimpack on the way. Pylons and the Archon coming up as well. Still got the Stim Combat and +1, like I say, all those bits and pieces coming through just for the moment as well. We do have the Bio Army of Q pulling back over to the left-hand side. Shots coming over, a couple more hits coming in. Bio Stalkers. All of that gathering up just for the moment or two here. Just continuing to get settled down at the moment as you do have the Bio. Still looking for some opportunity. Army steps out, and I'm going to be seeing the Storm available very soon here from Classic, who's looking to try and maybe fight into what is a pretty well defended position already, I would say. This is pretty decently set up right now, and we are walking toward it. A couple tank shots coming through pretty quickly. Trying to help zone that back. A few Zealots going to warp in there and jump into the Prism. And we are going to see Classic going to use these Zealot drops initially to try to deal with this. Stim is not ready yet from Classic, from Cure. Oh no. This feels very bad without Stim. Combat Shields is moments away from finishing, but you really feel like Stim should be done for this fight. Somehow, so far, Cure is not falling down dead, but man, Stim just could not have taken longer to complete here. I mean, this fight with Stim goes absolutely Cure's way. Classic hits such a beautiful timing window. Ghost Academy is going to fall. Third CC has to fall back. And that is going to be disaster just all across the stages of this. Cure scans, sees no fourth base. He's like, oh, you're really committed to 3 base. And yeah, he did not need to be holding his own 3 base against such an aggressive shove as this. Especially before Stim was done. If he just had Stim, like I say, and maybe if you hold him back onto the natural, maybe Classic doesn't attack in because he doesn't see the same opportunity as he does with the kind of the 3rd base defense that you're setting up for initially. This is not looking like it's going to be, like I say, Stim done now. We kill the Prism, give you half a chance here, but Classic doesn't have to fight this. He can just walk away, come back again. He's 40 supply in the lead. Classic's going to be the big baddie of the day. He's going to give us a PvP final. Oh, we narrowly avoided it, guys. We narrowly avoided it. We had a great semi-final, but it does look like this is good for Classic. He is down in upgrades. If Cure's hanging on to anything, that is one of the things he could maybe look at here, but obviously still hasn't even been able to land the 3rd after retreating it away already. So no 3rd base is obviously going to be pretty rough. All the ghosts are out of energy as well, so no EMPs for any of these units, whether that's Zealots for the shields or High Templars to get rid of that energy. EMPs are currently just non-existent. We are going to have 3 more ghosts showing up. Like I say, the upgrades are helping you a little bit here is Cure, although one thing that does not care about upgrades is Storm. That will kill you pretty much no matter what, so... And there's starting to be a lot of Storm available. Like I say, Cure is hanging on for dear life right now. EMP comes in, hits a lot of the High Templar. Actually hits a lot of the High Templar again. Both of these EMPs were amazing. Removes a lot of the Storm from the equation. Now we're going to see the Archons now morphing in. A couple Widow Mines going to get burrowed up. A few Zealots coming through too. All those Zealots continue to go down. Widow Mines trying to go toward the Zealots as well. An extra round of Zealots warping in. The Robo Bay about to finish from Classic behind this all. Supplies are getting close together, but obviously Cure still needs to defend his 3rd base, which has just come down to this bottom side to try and land it. Now Classic realizes it, he jumps on it, and I have a feeling we're going to kill this here as Cure walks into the storm and just says, GG. Classic is going to come through after a tumultuous journey through this bracket. Was down a map against SHIN, defended there, came back with 2 games in a row, was down against Cure, defends that, and comes back 2 games in a row. And it is going to be Classic advancing to play MaxPax in the finals of the WardiTV Winter Cup this year. Alright, so Classic and MaxPax will go into the finals. We'll be heading into that in a couple of moments. Great effort from Cure. I kind of believe, but a couple of these games, it just felt like he wasn't really in much with a chance. I mean, this last game, if he has Stim and Combat Shield, I think this game looks very different. Yeah, like the fight actually went surprisingly well for those upgrades not being done. If those upgrades were finished and Classic makes the same attack, Cure might be stimming into his opponent's base right now and winning the game. So, yeah, it was just such a beautiful time from Classic in the end to hit pre-stim by just a few seconds. Crazy business. All right, guys. We are going to go and take us over to some PvP, as it is going to be Classic versus MaxPax. Classic wants a few moments, that's no problem. He's obviously just played a couple long series back-to-back. There'll be a Classic MaxPax best of 5 to round out today and to send us through into this. So yeah, we'll take a couple moments. Who has a better seed here? Classic 306-1, MaxPax 306-0 is going to be the better seed for MaxPax for the server advantage. Cool. If Classic wants a couple moments, he can obviously have a couple moments. Like I say, he's played a bunch in a row, but usually these guys are pretty eager just to get going into the next one, so... Thank you for broadcasting. No worries. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Do not forget to subscribe if you don't already on the YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. I appreciate it if you do. Helps us out a whole bunch and allows us to keep on growing the channel. Go over there, again, give it a like as well. Easy to do, takes a second, helps us out a massive amount. Alright guys, I'll throw you guys into ads as well while we wait for these videos to come through. Get this ready to go for our finale. Beautiful. Beautiful. Do, do, do. Woo 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 woo, says Ellie downstairs. They make a ruling when finals of PvP they have to play random versus random. No, guys. Look, we can't complain about a PvP finals when we didn't have a single PvP in the playoffs. Right? Like, you know, it's frustrating when the finals is PvP, but like, you know, Protoss won everything in the day. Like we got some great semi-final PvTs. You know, but the Terrans both won in the quarterfinals early on as well. Like, today's not the kind of day we can complain about PvP, you know? We came in with 4 Protoss as favorites, and we ended up with 2 great TvP semis, so... Today is not the day to complain about PvP. Today is one of the days where you just have to... You know? Put your chin up, and just march into the PvP, knowing that we had a good time getting here. Classic MaxPax better than Cure MaxPax? Honestly, probably true. I don't know if Cure would have fared well against MaxPax. Sometimes Cure and MaxPax play fun series, though. Yeah, it's funny because I actually do think this has a much better chance to be a good series. It's just we also all know what PvP can look like, so it can also not look good very quickly too. First video comes in Celestial Enclave. Man, this map gets vetoed so much lately. I didn't really realize how much it was getting vetoed till it got played in a series at Home Story Cup, and I was like, holy crap, we have not seen this map for the entire event, it felt like, at that point. Kind of wild. Obviously, guys, the WardiTV Winter Cup, part of the WardiTV Winter Championship as well, or leads into the Winter Championship, and it's all part of the 2026 series, which you can support on Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on the Patreon goes directly into more WardiTV action. And more StarCraft 2 events and all of that kind of stuff. So, check that out. As we're going to see some videos coming through. White Rabbit going to be our opening map. Will the ByuN herO games today? Yes, everything was played today, guys. This whole playoff bracket was a today kind of dealio. It was a today kind of dealio. White Rabbit, Winter Madness, going to be coming through. Setting up it ready. Alright guys, we'll get a couple last maps in. How about we have one more little watch of the WardiTV, one more little watch of the 2026 series hype trailer, as we are about to crown our first kind of 2026 champion in a way, even if it's on one of the smaller events. Let's have a watch of this to fill a minute while we finish these videos. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynold's going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal and everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is blowing through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And it leads us nicely into our finals of the WardiTV Winter Cup today. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player, it is going to be MaxPax. Entering this final, been a few hours since we saw him because he cruised through his section of the bracket. Whereas it was a much more hard-fought affair on the bottom half of the bracket where Classic belonged to originally. Finally getting through here after a 5-game semi. Let's hope he's not too worn down. Let's hope he's feeling good as we get into this BO5 right now, map number 1, as we speak. Thank you for joining us today, guys, of course. I appreciate you all as we enter the Winter Cup Finals. And like I say, the top 4 today have already qualified into the Winter Championship. There will be more Winter Championship information out later today, more than likely, if not tomorrow, because we will have a qualifier already on Sunday. So there's going to be qualifier action already beginning this Sunday for the Winter Championship, as well as the fact that obviously all the WardiTV Monday Cups and stuff have been adding into the Winter Championship seeding as well. So, you know, because the 2026 points do spread across all of those events, so you can check all of that out as we have ourselves a couple of gates coming through. You similarly get into position. We have ourselves a couple of probes coming around for a few moments as we settle into action here for just a little bit. Game 1 of this PvP Grand Final today, as we look to see what is going to happen. Best of 5 in this final, of course, as well. Let's see where we go. What's up? It's Weemy. Thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Much appreciated. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, take a second, sub us up. It helps us out massively. We greatly appreciate it. Allows us to obviously support the content and do more as well. Because we talk a lot about the beautiful Patreon page, but there is also the fact that you know, you can do all the other things to support as well. So do check those out as we get this up and running. Thank you so much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. As a couple stalkers start up on those gateways, we get that ready to go. We do see Azal going to be here to try and break through this wall off. I say wall off, sorry, this block, I should say. As we knock that down, we open up this space, and there's obviously double gate from Classic. And he will throw a Cybercore down to keep blocking here. This is going to force MaxPax into a Stargate before expanding. I wonder if that is something which then, you know, from this point of view of Classic right now, do you want to then try and be aggressive into this? Because if you get aggressive into this now, you'll basically encourage him to build units before the expand. So surely being aggressive into this doesn't make too much sense. Instead, I would say maybe it makes more sense to kind of expand out of this. I guess we shall see. It does obviously take away some of the eco a little bit if he doesn't get the expansion up as soon. And I mean, Classic is not being friendly. He is throwing down a pylon across the map. So it looks like he's going to 4-gate. I mean, you see how close that pylon is, guys. He's going to throw another gateway there. That's going to be the sign of the 4-gate. As Classic enters this final looking to be absolutely ferocious as we kick this off and we get this going. Couple gates, the Stalker, the Wolf Gate, continuing through the Void Ray and the Nexus coming up as well. We build that into play. I'm just going to be seeing the Forge coming about, Nexus and the Void continuing by. Take a couple of moments here and settle down into this. Couple of Stalkers, the Gateways, Warp Gate coming by as well. The battery will continue through. We have a couple of Stalkers looking to get toward a Stalker there. Zealot is going to be taking some damage. Also comes in, Zealot gets killed again, centering the Stalker, coming back the other way, trying to reposition ourselves here for a few moments. Void Ray will activate, hitting the Stalker. Now we're going to turn onto the battery, as that will go down. A few more Stalkers coming up once again, warped into this top side. We're going to start pressing at the front here. We are going to be seeing the Void Ray taking some damage. A couple of Void's shots going down onto the Stalkers. We killed 2 Stalkers, it's massive, as we are going to have the cannons on the way up. MaxPax has gone back to this cannon-based defense alongside the Voids lately to deal with these kind of builds. We've seen it so frequently the last few days. Right now, there's a lot of Stalkers, though. We're going to kill off a lot here, especially because the battery... Okay, that battery just finished, but we're going to kill the Stalker as well. The battery at the front that has energy left is so far away. Uh-oh, we're going to dive for this. There's no battery in the main, and MaxPax knows he's being outrun. And so Classic is going to get it done. Straight up 4-gate, wins game 1. Classic takes the opening game of our final with true ferocity, 4-gating it up. In PvP, that's not such a crazy thing, but it's fun because MaxPax has shown much recently, he's actually been able to defend these kind of things with this build again. And this one obviously just did not go his way at all, as we are going to have game 2 starting up. We'll give MaxPax a moment. He's been hosting for us. He always hosts. He's so fast. He's got the fastest lobbies in the West, so we'll wait for MaxPax a couple of moments. We'll get back on track here as we get into game 2 of this final. I think this might be my biggest issue with PvP.
honestly, is that it's a matchup that can just end so fast as well, right? Well, let's see if that continues into game 2. I think Classic is going to be very aggressive in this series if MaxPax keeps on wanting to expand, to be honest. I don't think Classic wants to play an expand versus expand a lot against MaxPax, so we'll see, though. What's up, Furigin? How you doing? It's nice to meet you too, buddy. Hope you had a good time. Thanks for saying hi. It's always great to, always so nice to meet people at Home Story. Especially the people that come up to you and actually tell you their IDs so you know who they are when they say hi in the chat later on as well. And I'll admit I don't remember everyone, but like, I remember, you know, hearing some IDs is nice as well. Some people never say who they are. But I'm a bit of an introvert, so I always feel awkward asking. I'm just like, yeah, you just want to say hi, that's all good. I'm not a conversation maker, to be honest. So, yeah. I have a few very small go-tos when it comes to making convo. It's like, well, who are you cheering for? Not Clemmer. Yeah, I basically just say, Protoss OP or something, you know? Alright, let's kick off into game number 2 of this best of 5. In the bottom right side is going to be our red Protoss player. This is MaxPax representing Sidestone Gaming. And we get into the top left. Our blue Protoss is going to be Classic. Doesn't like to talk, talks for a living. Doesn't like making conversation, talks for a living, you know? It's very different on stream. Like, I mean, I've grown myself to understand how to interact with you guys in this sort of a way, you know? I don't know. If you go back and listen to some of my first casts, you will hear me talk, and you will understand that I am a freaking awkward kid that just is just way out of his depth trying to do anything that involves talking, basically. So, yeah. The fact we made it this far is truly incredible. Truly incredible. Alright, Classic up a game in this best of 5 final. Again, this is not the biggest of events, guys. I think it's $300 for first place, which is obviously, it's decent, but it's not the craziest. Obviously, a big part of this is qualifying into that Winter Championship playoff already. It's a major W, so that's going to be massive for the guys. And obviously, you earn some WardiTV points. And while you don't need the WardiTV points to qualify into the winter event because you've already qualified there, you will need the WardiTV points to qualify into future events this year. Because the WardiTV points will continue to run throughout the year and, again, continue to promote players who do well throughout the course of the year. And, of course, at the end of the year, the 2026 Championship, a lot of the stuff there is going to be based on the Wardi points that players earn throughout WardiTV Mondays, as well as the smaller cups like this one or the championships as the year goes on. Just going to see our star getting the battery coming up for a couple of moments so we get that underway. It's going to be seeing the couple stalkers coming about. Warp Gate will be coming through. Cybercore continues into place, and we just have ourselves. The Cybercore is going to fade away in a couple of seconds. So once again, Classic, well, more of the same. I always find these kind of scenarios so interesting where Classic's like, I'm going to go same thing twice. Right? Because then it's like, what does MaxPax change? I mean, in this case, this is just going to be 2 more gates. So in this case, it's a simple answer. He's just not going to expand. He's not going to defend an expansion. He's going to play into the fact that his opponent's going to attack into him, expect him to expand, and the reality is there's no expand to actually attack into. So that makes that a whole lot more awkward, right from the very start, from Classic's point of view. Project gonna activate. A couple of stalkers going down. Yeah, I mean, this is just MaxPax is just already steamrolling forward actually with these units, which is kind of impressive. He's gonna kill a stalker warping in as well, and is it fair to say this is doomed? That's a very quick way to say it's doomed, but it's doomed. MaxPax says, "You take me down in 5 minutes, I take you down in 4. Who can play this game better, huh?" 1-1, tied up. PvP, PvPing. Hey, at least it's 1-1. Could be 2-0 after 8 minutes of the finals. Alright, if they finish the best of 5 in less than 30 minutes of game time, guys, they have to play a best of 7. It gets extended. It's the tournament needs a good final rule. The tournament, the length of the final extends until it's been a reasonable amount of time for us to make money on. I'm not even gonna get a second sellout segment in at this rate, you know. Like I already told you guys to Patreon and everything else, you know. Like, how the hell am I gonna get a second sellout segment in at this rate? Ay, ay, ay. Unbelievable. PvP killing WardiTV sellouts since 2026. Alright, GLHF gets called. Let's kick this off. Let's get this underway. We're now going to get into game 3. It's all tied up. It's 1 apiece. In the top right corner of the map, our red Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. He takes on the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand side Classic. Do you think it's good for the series that Classic tries something aggressive that flops? Because now you likely see Classic, at the very least, try different kinds of aggression. So it definitely has that potential to kind of move on a little bit and to look a little bit different and so on. So I do think that's an important factor here. We'll see just what his approach is on this next game in a moment or two. Throw us on the Indie Cam for Game 3 of this finals. 5 hours deep, guys. Again, thanks for watching. Appreciate you all. Still got good viewership, even though it's everyone's like, PvP, and yet here you all are. 1,400 of you on Twitch, 400 on YouTube. Well, yeah, we all hate PvP, right, guys? Yeah, I'll go along with it for you. Don't worry. I'm not going to reveal your secret. I think some of you guys have a guilty pleasure called PvP, but it's okay, guys. Don't worry. I won't tell. All probes do end up chasing the other probe here, as it is going to be 2 gates each, by the way. So MaxPax is also done with the 1 gate expanding for this game at the very least. It is Tourmaline, which is maybe one of the more aggressive maps. Lots of flat ground to attack on in with there. So, yeah, not much going to come of that one just yet. We'll see what comes next as we take a moment or two. I'm just going to have the gates and the server core both coming up. Like I say, going to be 2 gates each, so we do get a good idea of where this is going early. And yeah, probe just going to sit there with that pylon coming through as well. A lot of that coming into play just for the moment. Side port to finish. Get that completed. MaxPax with a 2 gate. What's next? Proxy Robo in the next game? Yeah, I mean, he's been Proxy Robo in as well. He's actually started to really mix up his PvP, amazingly. Which, yeah, is kind of a little bit wild for MaxPax, but it has indeed been something he's started to do a little bit of, so yeah. He has indeed been a guy to mix things up as of late, which, like I say, I agree, completely crazy and unheard of, but it's really just not unheard of anymore, and now it's just a thing, it happens. There's a Robo from Classic that is going to come down in base, and MaxPax is the one proxying a Stargate this game, so proxy Stargate going to come through against the Robo facility building of Classic here initially. And that on the go. Best of 67 when. There's been a bunch of best of 69 show matches before. Base Trade TV did a bunch of best of 69 show matches. I think before Base Trade TV, I think Kalaris cast the OG best of 69, which was Snoot against oh, what was that Danish Protoss player? I want to say Baby Marine, but it's not Baby Marine. Oh, what's that Danish Protoss player called? Baby Knight. Baby Knight. Yeah, Snoot Baby Knight was the OG best of 69. Then there was Snoot versus Liquid Bunny, the Danish Terran player. Fear Dragon did a best of 69. Elazer versus Harston was the best of 69. Elazer Harston was the most boring best of 69 of all time. All these other best of 69s did funny maps and people had some fun. Harston and Elazer legitimately just practiced 69 games of PvZ against each other. Like, just straight up hardcore practice. It was the most underwhelming thing ever. It's like, oh, another normal game? Whoa, you caught me off guard there, guys. Nice this Stargate, by the way, before this Oracle number 2 pops out. So we are going to stop a second Oracle, which is big because obviously 2 Oracles do in fact shoot through a battery. Just in game state where Classic's building, essentially 3-gate robo of units is going to kill the Stargate. He has units to go across the map with. The Adepts get in. Stalkers could do it just killing off one Adept. I know you want to get the Oracle, but killing one Adept's massive because it stops the one-shotting. And so this Oracle is going to turn back the other side. I do think Classic is sending this, but now an Immortal on the way from MaxPax is going to make it tough to really send. Classic might have to think about an expansion of his own in these next few moments. Focus on the center gather. I'm just going to see the Immortal, Nexus, Battery continuing to come through. We'll see the Stalkers in the center gathering up. A couple of shots onto the gateway initially as well. Like I say, with an Immortal out, this feels very okay. And I love this proxy base from MaxPax. Someone who doesn't need to usually rely on such trickery. Loses the Oracle. Nice catch from Classic. Doesn't need to rely on trickery, but that kind of makes it more dangerous when he does it. Because I do not think Classic is thinking that MaxPax has hidden and expand on the map right now. You know? I don't think he thinks of that being a possibility at all at the moment. So yeah, I think that's kind of fascinating. Classic obviously is still just going to sit here, but I kind of wonder actually what the scenario becomes right now in terms of trying to play a bit of cleanup, you know? Like, do we... Like, do we want to... I think I want to phrase it. Like, do you benefit from knowing your opponent's just on one base? Like, what do you do differently right now as Classic thinking your opponent is yet to expand versus the fact he actually is expanding? Maybe a few probes he'd be adding on right now if he knew it was an expansion, whereas he's just instead going to focus on units. He's going to be having to be careful. He's 4 workers down. These 2 Adepts have potential to deal damage. They're going to be let in. No wall-off coming into place just yet. And we're going to drop the recall, so we're just going to come home to deal with these Adepts, which... Yeah, you're going to kill both of them. Prism across the map trying to do a little extra. But the reality here is, did we lose an Immortal just there? No. Okay, now we're going to drop the recall. That's kind of cute as well, because we're going to drop the recall to the upper left-hand side. And oh, well, actually, now we just saw it, I think. I think Classic might have just been close enough to see the lack of probes in that mineral line. And if you recognize that, that is a possibility of you saying, okay, where's the base at then? And obviously, the fact that this is a proxy base then becomes an issue over time. Then it becomes something that can absolutely be a little bit problematic, right? So... see what happens here. As you see, the couple Stalkers still trying to ping him around. Alexiglass, thank you so much for the fresh new subscription. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today and supporting the StarCraft ByuN and WardiTV. I appreciate you big time. Thank you so much. Stalkers, Sentries, the Immortals still gathering for a few moments. You can see the Prism moving down to the bottom. Getting towards the bottom side just for a couple of seconds here. Going to be seeing the Hallucination is going to take a few more shots at the Prism. Sentries having to just scarf her out of there for a couple moments as well, so they're going to escape. A few Adepts on the way up. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism still moving around. Again, the Immortal coming over. Gateway in the probe. A couple of gateways in the probe coming in as well. Stalkers, Sentries gathering in. The Immortal's going to get in after the pylon. Again, unit's going to get there. Prism gets pushed back the other direction once again. So again, we chase away with that. Just going to be seeing the couple gates of the probe still coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Twilight Council still building up as well. And a Mortal and that Stalker coming online from Classic here. So we continue to see that all coming into play. And we just have ourselves this army of MaxPax looking to get back down to the bottom left. A couple Stalkers already beginning to go down. Stalker does get picked off. The Prism loads up a couple more of those units. Stalkers get rid of the pylon on that bottom side as well. Here comes MaxPax looking to catch these units, but I don't think they're really going to be caught by anything. Classic is up in army supply as MaxPax... I wonder if MaxPax feels the need to be aggressive now to protect the base in the top left, because obviously if this game just goes normally and you know, Classic finds that base, then it's going to be hard to defend your main and also the top left-hand side. So MaxPax may feel the need to make something happen here. Good force fields catch one of the Immortals. It did not save itself into the Prism, so that turns out to be costly as well, unfortunately. Sentry going to be taking a few more shots of damage. That Prism very far forward right now, it feels like, for MaxPax. Classic still just has the Immortals, though, and the Immortals are going to do work, and that's going to be probably about it, because that's a pretty serious pushback in the end. That is going to be the necessary defense to make this one go in your favor. Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, Classic ends up with a massive army supply lead coming out of this. That fight was good for him. For a couple of moments, it felt like maybe MaxPax was closing the gap, but man, the Immortals were just not dying for Classic. And they just had so much damage output still available by the end of it all, which really did, I think, make the big difference kind of toward the end. As Prism zips and zaps across. And again to the main, Immortal already taking damage, a couple Stalkers dropping off too. Charging the Immortal still building on the other side. Assault's warping in, a couple Force Fields come straight into position as well, just going to get those set up here, and we are going to see a few more Zealots warping in too. That charge upgrade building from MaxPax, don't think that's ever going to finish. And Classic doesn't really need to go to the other side of the map and to mess around with the top left-hand side. He can just look for the kill right now. And there's a lot of Zealots that are going to try and slow things down, obviously, and that's, you know, a big part of what we're seeing at the moment, even. And so we come around there, and Classic is, funnily enough, fighting this without 3 of his Immortals, which is definitely one way to not win this game. Yeah. Turns out 3 more Immortals is going to make this easier. Classic, yeah. I mean, I really approve of him adding these in. It might be too late. He might have lost his advantage here. But this is actually kind of a big deal just for getting 3 Immortals just not in the fight. And Classic, I mean, he's still up in army supply. He is now sending some units top left. So I think he's going to recognize the need to do something about this base because, let's face it, he did throw away a lot of units without doing as much as he probably should have done right there. Plain and heckin' simple. As unfortunate as it may be. Yeah, Stalker's going to get in. Probes will take some damage. Going to fire in. Just going to be seeing the final one getting taken out. I mean, this base is in trouble, right? MaxPax is about to show up over here. I'm not sure if it's going to realistically be in time to really change much of anything at the moment, to be honest. I think this is probably going to look a little bit doomed at in the grand scheme of things at the moment. I mean, Stalkers and Immortals still setting up. The probes are gathering around. We see... I mean, if nothing else, Classic is going to have an eco lead coming out of this, right? I think he should just be okay to fight this. And even if he isn't, like I say, the eco lead will be massive. He will at least get away with 2 Immortals. In theory, he should get away with at least 2 Immortals. So he will save something at the end of this fight, which is going to... I mean, MaxPax has got a supply lead, especially army supply lead right now. 31 to the 20. Can't really stress enough how big a blunder it was to fight up that ramp without 3 of his freaking Immortals. Now you actually have to really work for a defense here. I mean, MaxPax is all in. You can pull probes defensively too because you put your opponent onto 1 base. Why didn't he just recall? That's a great question. He probably could. I wonder if he just felt like he could fight well enough that it didn't matter. But yeah, he killed the base. He could have just been out of there. Gateway at the front making this awkward. Zealots charging, obviously, from MaxPax. It's kind of a big deal. We don't have a great way to deal with Zealots apart from, I guess, Zealots of our own. And obviously, Zealots of our own aren't going to care as long as they get in reach, which eventually they will. Like I say, we're going to have to pull probes, and any probe that absorbs shots right now is going to be a big factor. Got to be very careful with these Immortals, though. One of them is super low, but we are starting to push this back. Still 3 Immortals of MaxPax. However, the Adept count is rising. The Adepts do not die quickly to the Immortals, so the Adepts are going to be very sturdy. Army supplies are still very even. It's still triple Immortal on the side of MaxPax, and we are going to micro our butt off with these. Again, I think the issue is the Adepts are just absorbing so many shots, and shots on the Adepts just doing so little. Now the Immortals of MaxPax begin to go down. He has 1 left over, and that 1 will jump into the Prism and move in toward the main base. GG's is MaxPax. Classic. Definitely making this game a whole lot more difficult than it needed to be, but he gets it done for a 2-1 advantage in the best of 5. MaxPax, I don't know who made this close, MaxPax or Classic. I think this might have been more MaxPax made this, Classic made this close than MaxPax did. I mean, MaxPax can only, play around what his opponent does, but I feel like Classic really presented the opportunities for this game to somehow turn around the other way after everything that just went on, so... a little bit silly. A little bit of a silly situation for sure, but alas, sometimes that is how it is. As we will ready ourselves for this next game, just get everyone into this lobby, and we'll kick off into our next map. Oh, crazy business. Crazy business. Ready and go is getting cold. It looks as though we're good, and we'll head straight into game 4 as MaxPax is down by a game. Classic! A chance to win the WardiTV Winter Cup. Was our 2025 champion. Essentially looking to start his reign here in 2026 on a positive note as well in the WardiTV events. He is currently 2nd place in the WardiTV WardiTV 2026 standings as well. Also very fun to see. Very fun indeed. Alrighty, guys, let's get into this next game. As we head into the bottom right-hand side, this is going to be the red Protoss player who is going to be down and must win 2 in a row to be able to win this tournament. It is going to be MaxPax. And of course, he takes on the blue Protoss in the top left-hand corner. Classic. As we get into game number 4 of this series, Classic. Oh, like I say, definitely making it an exciting affair in that previous game. Definitely was not letting us just kind of... I mean, I was kind of casting it like it was over. Then I really did realize, hey, we might be missing a few immortals over here. That was kind of the case, so... Yeah, is it a little bit awkward? Was it less than ideal? Absolutely. Not exactly what you want to see. As you are going to see, Probe's Chrono Boosting from Classic, and we get this game off to a Probe Chrono Boosting start, which is pretty much how most PvPs begin, unless we go crazy. What is more notable is low ground pylon and gateway from MaxPax. I wonder if Classic is going to bring aggression again against someone, against another attempt of just expanding quickly to the low ground, or if he's maybe going to shy away from that after game 2, because it's interesting. MaxPax does it twice. First game, Classic attacks aggressively, works wonders. Second game, he gets absolutely bodied. And then the third game, MaxPax doesn't let him kind of, see, MaxPax doesn't do it again to let him decide what to do now. Instead, he plays the 2-gate himself. So now you get into this opportunity of MaxPax doing the same thing as we did in game 1 and 2, and now we see what does Classic go back to. Does he believe in his aggression again? Or what does he think is kind of the best route forward at this point in time to give himself the best possible shot at some victory here? Cybercore. Gateway coming down. Couple probes will nibble at each other. Obviously, a little bit of feistiness here and there. Nothing that we're not expecting for the most part, obviously. Kind of expecting these guys to get a little feisty and everything else, so not too surprising in that regard. Stargate from MaxPax. Third gateway from Classic. He does have that probe still alive, which is obviously very important, considering that is going to be his lone probe on the map with that wall in. So, probe backs away. And I guess we're just going to try and find a way to put down the pylon and the 4th gateway. The Zealot, though, sees the pylon. So that's going to be a pretty easy denial. Means you're going to... Well, I guess it's not going to be an easy denial because the Stalkers show up, so... We will, we're going to come around the left side with another pylon, though, so he's going to get the very forward gateway. He's looking for the very far forward warp in. And he's just going to go back trying to kill the man with 4 gates. Classic. The 4-gate extraordinaire. Or will it be the 4-gate failure? Just trying to deal some damage right now. The more damage you deal right now, I love this. He took the shields off both units. So as soon as this battery finishes, bam, half the energy gone. And that's so important because as the Void Rays come out, the less battery energy you have to defend with as MaxPax, the easier this is for you as Classic. The more he has to kind of be risking it, essentially, if he runs out of battery energy. So any shots right now that drain battery energy, like this, where you're just kind of basically trading freely, because these opponent units have basically no chance at all of actually taking down these Stalkers, the better it is for you. And obviously killing a battery is still great, even if it's drained of energy right now. It's still really good because it is going to take away the energy it would recharge over time as well. So definitely still a factor there. As you see the few Stalkers gathering up. Just going to see this pressure beginning. There's the Void Ray. Wants to be careful not to go too soon. We actually have a couple batteries built from Classic as well. So he'll also have a bit of healing here. Good micro back and forth. No shots really coming through from MaxPax yet. We'll go after the Cybercore. I think... I don't know what is better. I mean, realistically, the Void Ray, batteries, cannons, these are all targets over the Cybercore and the Gateway, right? So, ideally, we're not really bothered about the Cybercore. Just killing the Cybercore and the Gateway frees up space. Maybe the killing the Gateway would have been nice, because then you don't let the Sentry get out. And maybe a Force Field or two, maybe a Guardian Shield actually does make a difference, right? We're going to step through. Classic aggressively going for it. Gets a Void Ray so early. He does have to walk into cannon range, and he takes a few shots, but that was such an efficient kill, I think, that it probably doesn't matter. I am scared about this Sentry, though, man. Like, the Sentry's going to pop up. It drops a... it kind of drops a whatever Force Field. Second Sentry there doesn't do much either. First panel in the front will go down. MaxPax. We're going to have a new Void Ray soon, so we're going to be back to having a couple of those to work with on this. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! begins 2026 the way he wrapped up 2025 in terms of WardiTV events, which is by winning. And he takes it 3-1 over MaxPax in the WardiTV Winter Cup, advancing him through to the, finishes in first place. We'll put him at the top of the WardiTV 2026 standings, and we'll give him the highest possible seed for the, we'll also give him the highest possible seed for the, Winter Championship, which I'm going to show you guys in a second. Exactly how that lines up. So obviously, give me a second. I'll just show you guys how that goes in terms of this bracket laying out, because the results today do impact. The results today do actually impact where people are going to start in the Winter Championship bracket. So if you give me 1 second, I've just updated this because it is based off of the final result as well, and we can show you guys again just a little bit of how these series and these tournaments are going to all link together. So it looks like this. So obviously we have the Winter Championship coming up. Qualifiers will be soon, $5,000 prize pool. Qualifiers will begin soon. Exact details still to be completely figured out, but the Winter Cup top 4 will be directly seeded to the playoffs. They will be 4 of the 16 playoff players, joined by 3 players from each of groups A, B, C, and D. And obviously these guys will play the 3rd place finishers of groups A, B, C, D. And so that means good stuff for them. Classic comes in as seed 1, and because Classic beat Cure and Classic won the tournament, basically Cure's gonna go on this other side. Obviously Classic and MaxPax will be opposite sides for the finals, and because Classic beat Cure, I guess it didn't matter who won. Actually, I guess it was always gonna look like this. It was just gonna, you know what? I've been waiting for the final to finish, but I guess it was always gonna look like this, where because it's this software, it doesn't really make a big deal, but that is gonna be the starting of the WardiTV Winter Championship and what it looks like. Now, obviously, long way to go. We're going to have a lot of events, a lot of games to kind of get to the proper playoff bracket. But this really was day 1 and step 1 of our Winter Championship. And of course, first place of the WardiTV Winter Championship will get one of the big seeds into the WardiTV 2026 event. And if you remember from WardiTV 2025, if you give me a second here, if we just go WardiTV 2025, winning a WardiTV Championship, like the Winter Championship, which these guys are now seeded into, gives you a seed into the Championship bracket. So basically, these guys played seeding matches, and for example, Classic did great in the seeding matches. Where did he start? Upper bracket semis. Bam! Top 8 of the tournament, guaranteed. And from there, he just had a much easier route to the finals than so many others did. So, yeah, these matches are really important, and these are the groups he gets seeded into if you win a championship. So again, everything is linked together. The whole tournament system is linked together. Obviously, we've got the WardiTV 2026 points as well. These standings will look a bit like this as take a peek at it. Yeah, that's how things look right now. So Classic up into first place with 23 points, herO with 21, MaxPax with 16, Cure, ByuN, Showtime, Trigger. So again, for the Winter Championship, guys, what will happen is that we will run qualifiers, and we'll run them as just open qualifiers. But you are pretty much safe to be guaranteed into the Winter Championship if you are probably herO, Showtime, Trigger, Solar, Bunny, Clem, SHIN. There is one more Monday Cup that will qualify people through, so that's why we're going to make the qualifiers open, because some of them will happen before the Monday Cup. So there will be WardiTV points on the line in the Monday Cup, and obviously that's a chance to kind of boost yourself up the rankings as well. I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to put WardiTV points on the line for the qualifiers. Probably not, because it's a bit skewed. I don't know if I want to put prize money on for the qualifier either. Probably $50 first place only, just so people... Yeah, we'll probably do something like that. We might do like a point or two, but yeah, obviously we've got 25 players right now apparently, or 25, 6, 7, 8, 9 players with points right now in the WardiTV 2026 circuit. So yeah, like I say, a bunch of these guys will get invites into the championship or the Winter Championship because of the fact that they've already got good points. But there'll be an open qualifier for people to kind of get through as well in case they've not been playing the Monday Cups or they've not earned themselves points and stuff like that. So again, it's all linking together. And yeah, this Monday here, this WardiTV Monday 73 will be the last one that kind of adds into qualifying for the Winter Championship. So that's how it all goes. That's how it all looks, guys. That's how everything is settling on down. That's where things are going. So, I don't know if I've got anything further to really say or do, apart from just wrapping this up today. hopefully that was a fun little explanation of kind of how things are going to link together. There will be, so it's not going to be this week, but next week there should be a bit of a better explanation video on just the 2026 series in general and kind of how it all links in. Obviously, we're going to talk a bit about, using it as a push, an official announcement to kind of push the Patreon page a little further as well, and just to try and get as much love as possible there for the tournament series, and obviously try and, this year, in previous years where we've done crowdfunding, and we've done like the Kickstarter or the Indiegogo and so on, in previous years when we've done that, we're not doing that this year. We're just doing the straight up Patreon for the funding of the event. So if you do want to support these tournaments, check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. It's going to be on pounds on my screen, and it's going to be bright as well, but it's on pounds, but we're about £1,000 a month. It's about $1,300, $1,400 a month right now on Patreon. So absolutely check this out. There'll be new replay pack available soon as well. Was waiting for this Winter Cup to wrap up to be able to post that. Probably going to post it over the weekend. But yeah, you guys get access to the replays, and like I say, you can join in on any of these membership factors. Helps us out a bunch. And yeah. So check those out. Join us on Patreon. Support the tournaments. Like I say, if you support us on Patreon, it's the best way to support. If you guys would usually chip in on an Indiegogo or Kickstarter page, and you want to support the WardiTV series with like a one-off big chunk donation, or like I say, if anyone is out there interested in being a sponsor of the 2026 series, I'm going to be talking to a few people. I want to put a few things together. If you're someone, like I say, who would usually kind of see the Kickstarter or the Indiegogo or whatever and be like, oh yeah, I'll throw a few $100s into that, and you want to do that for the 2026 series without like doing it over Patreon, over like, a month at a time, just message me on Discord, on Twitch, or wherever. And yeah. Pretty much. I think that's pretty much all we got to say. Anything else we want to add in, guys? Like I say, TLDR, we're trying to run some awesome StarCraft, and the reason I harp on about giving us money and Patreon and all of that is because that is what lets us do this. Like I say, from last year, we've already grown the Patreon massively, and the potential it gives us just to run tournaments is huge. Like I say, it gives us such a good foundation to build upon. Every single time a tournament runs around now, instead of being like, oh, we can maybe stretch to $3,000, now it's like, bam, 5K. Because the Patreon is just that much stronger. It's so much easier for us to fill in the rest of the gap to kind of fill out the full prize pool of a championship. And that's what the whole kind of process of this is. So like I say, if you are enjoying the content, if you love the events and all the rest, I really do urge you just, like I say, support on the Patreon or support in general. Like I say, just reach out. If you just want to support, sponsor, or make a one-time donation toward it this year, just reach out, because we'll take anything and we'll turn it into more StarCraft 2. Does anyone have any questions or anything they want to say or ask or do before I throw us to the final ads of the day and wrap us up and send us away? We will be live tomorrow with the solo matches. Okay, let me show you guys the solo matches quickly, I guess. So, tomorrow solo is running 4 show matches, $150 each. We're going to be casting these tomorrow from 1 p.m. my time. So, Creator vs. Gumiho, Ryung vs. Laser, SHIN vs. Bunny, and Yakov vs. Shameless. That's going to be happening tomorrow. And then Saturday, I'm probably not here. Sunday will be a Winter Championship qualifier, so definitely expect Winter Championship information very soon. And then Monday will be Mondays, and then after Monday, I'm gone for a full week. I'll be gone from Monday Cup to Monday Cup, because I'm taking some time to go somewhere with Helen. We're going to something cool. I'll talk about that when I'm back from it, but then we're going somewhere cool, and then I'm going away to a Pokemon tournament for the weekend. It's my last Pokemon tournament of the year, probably, so yeah, we're doing I'm just busy for a week. It's just lined up that's going to be a busy week, basically. But yeah, this tomorrow, Sunday, Winter Championship qualifier, Monday Cup, full week off, back on the Monday for another Monday Cup, and then Winter Championship is basically going to be beginning. Am I casting Pokemon? No, I'm playing. I like to pretend I'm good at the card game sometimes. That's the year? Yeah, well, I mean, it's the 2 Pokemon events in the UK this year. I don't know if I'm going to bother traveling to any others, so yeah. How did I get back to the UK without my wallet? My passport wasn't in my wallet. My passport was... I have a separate passport holder, and I left that in the room, so... yeah. Very fortunately, because life would have been a lot more miserable if I had to go get an emergency passport. That would have been grim. So, Yeah, let's just be happy that that wasn't what got nicked. Because, yeah. At the end of the day, I've got one of my cards back already. I've got 2 more in the post, I guess. I already have them back on my phone and stuff, so it's not so bad. When's the next match? Tomorrow. In about, minus 4.5 hours from now. But tomorrow is when the next match is. Did Wardy get jacked? No, someone just took my wallet when we were playing football. Like, it was there, people saw it, and then it wasn't there. It's not in the... It wasn't, like... I hate to say it, like, I really don't want to believe someone from StarCraft took it, but it's just not looking like it's any other way, so... Kind of crazy. Such is the way of the world. Someone just was jealous that they didn't get a good seed for WardiTV Monday or something, I guess. Alright guys, I'm going to run some ads. I'm going to leave you guys. I'll see you tomorrow for the solo show matches. You guys have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you all. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Take care of yourselves and I'll see you there. Bye.